In the Southern Alliance's Yunyang city base, an urgent shout echoed, "Brother, brother, wake up!" The voice slowly roused Qin Feng. The first thing he saw was Chu Chu's familiar face. The little girl had her hands on her hips, her voice anxious. "You're finally awake, aren't you going to report to Captain Chen today? You're going to be late." Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Snapping back to his senses, he shot up like a spring and rushed forward to hug her tightly, his voice trembling with emotion. "Chu Chu, why are you only now appearing in my dreams?" Chu Chu froze for 5 seconds, completely bewildered. Qin Feng continued to ramble nonsense, his eyes welling up. "You've been dead for 3 years, brother, missed you so much." "What nonsense are you talking about, brother? Who's been dead for 3 years?" Chu Chu shouted, and a resounding slap nearly sent Qin Feng's soul flying. Qin Feng's profile. Qin Feng had transmigrated to a parallel world overrun by demonic beasts and fiends, where elementalists were revered as gods. Only elementalists with immense power were capable of dealing with these creatures. However, those with the talent to become elementalists were extremely rare. So anyone discovered with special abilities was cultivated from a young age with government-provided resources. Now, Qin Feng's chance to become an elementalist had arrived. He possessed the Super-Elementalist Cultivation System. He quietly made his way to a secluded alley in the Yunyang shelter and commanded in a low voice, "Let the show begin." The system immediately activated, automatically scanning the host's cultivation level. A few seconds later, the cold result appeared. Host Qin Feng. Wind Affinity, 0.7 Lightning Affinity, 0.7 Ice Affinity, 0.5 detection results indicate that the host has no talent for becoming an elementalist. After hearing this, Qin Feng's face turned purple with rage. He roared, "No kidding, if I had talent, I wouldn't be a refugee." Whether the system had a change of heart or was just following protocol, it immediately dispensed the novice reward. Enhanced Wind Aptitude. After the enhancement succeeded, Qin Feng's wind talent soared to the Peerless level. He trembled with excitement, muttering to himself, "The highest level of talent, this enhancement is insane." It said that even the Lord of Yunyang Shelter only reached the genius level of talent, while most elementalists in this world were stuck at the ordinary level. Peerless talent, only 7 people in the entire world had it. The 7 saviors, the rulers of the whole world, a system continued to dispense rewards, the elemental cultivation technique meditation method, and the god-level talent skill devour, which could forcibly seize demonic cores and beast cores. A surge of power flowed into Qin Feng's body, allowing him to instantly grasp the elemental technique. But what did the skill to devour demonic cores and beast cores mean? He wasn't quite sure. Just then, the system gifted him a level 4 wind attribute beast core. Qin Feng held the glittering core and muttered, "So this is a beast core, the source of power for fiends and demonic beasts." Although he hadn't studied it in depth, he knew he couldn't just swallow it directly. But could his devour skill absorb this thing? In 3 days, Chu Chu has to go out on patrol. Even with peerless talent, I don't have the strength yet, Qin Feng thought, clenching his fists in worry. I definitely can't protect her. The thought of Chu Chu made Qin Feng grit his teeth and decide to risk it all. No, I can't hesitate any longer. He swallowed the wind attribute beast core. The system immediately issued a cold notification. Successfully devoured a level 4 wind attribute beast core. Host has entered the late stage of the body tempering realm. Wind attribute realm, late stage body tempering, wind assimilation 84%. Qin Feng burst out laughing, his eyes gleaming. With this devour talent skill, as long as I can hunt for beast cores and demonic cores, my cultivation will skyrocket. Once my wind assimilation reaches 100% and I condense the wind god seal, I'll become a 1-star wind elementalist. At this rate, a 9-star wind elementalist isn't far off. Just then, the system pinged again. But it wasn't a reward, it was a mission. Initiating god-level cultivation mission. Objective: achieve 100% wind assimilation. The mission is divided into 3 difficulty levels. The host must choose one, and the choice cannot be changed. Failure will result in no reward. Normal difficulty complete within 3 days. Reward: God-grade storage ring. Medium difficulty complete within 1 day. Reward: God-grade storage ring, 1 level 4 lightning attribute beast core. High difficulty complete within 2 hours. Reward: God-grade storage ring, 1 level 4 lightning attribute beast core. Enhance lightning aptitude. Qin Feng pondered, weighing his options carefully. The high difficulty reward was indeed tempting. A single level 4 beast core had already brought his wind assimilation to 84%. By that ratio, he would need at least 1 more level 2 beast core to reach 100%. But a level 2 beast core sold for 100,000 in the city, and his pension was a mere 50,000. How could he afford it? Should he give up on the high difficulty mission? Just as Qin Feng was racking his brain, the system urged him impatiently. Time to choose 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. In the final second, an idea flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, Qin Feng chose the highest difficulty, and then dashed toward the city square. The bustling scene made him marvel. Despite living in the shelter for so long, this was his first time setting foot in the city hall. He wanted to upgrade his status to privileged citizen to receive a subsidy. He had to come here. The subsidy for a privileged citizen was said to be very generous. As long as he had money, Qin Feng believed he could buy a beast core and complete the system's mission. Just as he reached the city hall entrance, a beautiful girl approached him with a friendly smile. "Hello, sir. I'm Xiao Lu, a receptionist here. "How may I help you?" Qin Feng replied hurriedly, his tone a bit urgent. "I want to upgrade my status. I'm not sure which area to go to." Xiao Lu smiled brightly and guided him softly. "Sir, upgrades to commoner status are at Windows 1 and 2, and upgrades to city resident status are at Window 3. Qin Feng cut her off impatiently. "What about privileged citizen?" Hearing the words privileged citizen, Xiao Lu and everyone else in the city hall were taken aback. They all turned to look at Qin Feng, their gazes scrutinizing. Such a young man wanting to become a privileged citizen, that was a special class. They were like knights of old, almost like minor nobility. Ordinary people had to bow to privileged citizens, and it was even rumored that a privileged citizen who intentionally killed someone wouldn't face the death penalty, only a minor punishment. Xiao Lu's attitude changed instantly. She bowed respectfully and said, "Sir, the upgrade to privileged citizen is handled in the VIP room on the 10th floor. Please follow me." With that, she led Qin Feng inside. In the VIP room they met Director Wang. Xiao Lu introduced him respectfully. "Director Wang, this is Sir Qin Feng. He wishes to upgrade to a privileged citizen." Wang Zheng looked up, surprised to see the young man before him. So young and already upgrading to a privileged citizen. He invited Qin Feng to sit at the tea table, his gaze sweeping over his simple clothes, silently assessing that the young man didn't seem to be the scion of a powerful family. Could he be a body-tempering realm expert? People who upgraded to privileged citizen were usually either wealthy or experts in the body-tempering realm. The wealthy who upgraded had reached their peak, but a body-tempering realm expert was a promising prospect who could become an elementalist in the future. Qin Feng sat down, looking around curiously. The VIP room was indeed extraordinary, luxuriously decorated and exuding an air of authority. Wang Zheng approached and asked cautiously, "Sir, what level of privileged citizen would you like to upgrade to?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Privileged citizens are divided into levels," Xiao Lu explained calmly. "Yes, sir. An expert at the initial stage of the body-tempering realm can become a level 1 privileged citizen and receive a monthly subsidy of 10,000. A mid-stage expert can become a level 2 with a subsidy of 20,000. A late-stage expert can become a level 3 with a subsidy of 30,000. The highest is level 4 with a monthly subsidy of 40,000. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He immediately asked, "If the upgrade is successful, can I receive the subsidy right away?" Wang Zheng nodded in confirmation. "Yes, sir. Please present your proof for the upgrade." Qin Feng nodded lightly and stood up confidently. "All right, watch closely." As soon as he spoke, he raised his hand and created a small whirlwind in his palm. The burst of wind element manipulation proved he had reached the initial stage of the wind body tempering realm. Xiao Lu gasped in awe, her voice filled with admiration. "Oh my God," Wang Zheng nodded, a look of appreciation in his eyes. This young man was indeed upgrading based on his own strength. He turned to Qin Feng and said respectfully, "Sir, I will process your upgrade to a level 1 privileged citizen now and issue the 10,000 subsidy." Just as Wang Zheng was about to return to his desk to handle the paperwork, Qin Feng stopped him, his voice full of confidence. "Wait, if I upgrade to level 2, do I get another 20,000? Wang Zheng confirmed. "Yes, but level 2 requires reaching the mid-stage of the body-tempering realm." Qin Feng smirked. "Then watch carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, he demonstrated his power. A powerful whirlwind suddenly erupted, proving he had reached the mid-stage of the wind-body-tempering realm. Wang Zheng was stunned. He quickly said, "Please wait here for a moment, I'll handle the level 2 upgrade for you right away." He hurried off to process the paperwork. Xiao Lu stood aside, wide-eyed, staring blankly at Qin Feng. This young man wasn't just handsome, he was a mid-stage body-tempering expert. He was the absolute cream of the crop. Before Wang Zheng could finish, Qin Feng spoke again, his voice filled with pride. "No rush, Director Wang. While you're at it, please upgrade me to level 3. His entire body suddenly levitated into the air, and a violent tornado swept through the room, blowing things into disarray. Wang Zheng was horrified, stammering, "My God, this level of elemental fluctuation, it's the late stage of the wind-body tempering realm. How is that possible? So strong at such a young age?" Xiao Lu, in contrast, was ecstatic. Her eyes sparkled. "So cool, his talent must be excellent grade, the kind you see once in a millennium. He's bound to become a major figure in the future." She muttered to herself, her heart racing. "I don't know what it's like to be a major figure, but I think I'm starting to like him." Qin Feng vaguely overheard and chuckled to himself. "I was going to reveal my full strength at once, but I ended up revealing my power level by level. What a hassle." Getting back to business, Wang Zheng quickly finished the paperwork and handed a privileged citizen certificate and a bank card to Qin Feng. He said respectfully, "Sir, there are 60,000 in the card. It's your upgrade subsidy." Qin Feng took the card, looking calm on the surface, but inwardly he was so happy he wanted to dance. He finally had enough money to buy the beast core and complete the mission. Wang Zheng then handed him a mobile phone, saying respectfully, "Sir, this phone is a gift from the government. It has unlimited calls and is already linked to your ID." Qin Feng nodded lightly and replied politely, "Thank you for your trouble." He thought to himself that in this era mobile phones were a luxury that ordinary people could hardly afford. After accepting it, he left immediately. Wang Zheng and Xiao Lu thoughtfully escorted him to the city hall entrance. Wang Zheng turned and instructed Xiao Lu, "This Sir Qin Feng is no simple character. If he comes again, no matter the reason, bring him directly to the VIP room. I'll attend to him personally. Xiao Lu, now an official member of Qin Feng's fan club, nodded enthusiastically. Yes, Director, but could you give me Sir Qin Feng's phone number? Wang Zheng smiled. How could he not understand the young receptionist's crush? Wang Zheng looked directly at Xiao Lu and said seriously, Girl, don't waste your effort. With Sir Qin Feng's talent, a small place like Yunyang City won't be able to hold him. His future stage is the entire world. An hour later, Qin Feng had spent 100,000 to buy a level 3 wind attribute beast core. He slipped into a corner near the Yunyang City square and swallowed the beast core. The god-level devour talent skill activated instantly. The system's cold voice sounded. Successfully devoured a level 3 wind attribute beast core. Wind assimilation has reached 100%. Congratulations to the host for completing the high difficulty mission. The system continued to dispense the rewards. First was a supreme grade storage ring with an internal space large enough to hold an entire building, far surpassing any storage ring on the market. Second, his lightning aptitude was enhanced. Finally, a level 4 lightning attribute beast core appeared. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Perfect. Now that I have lightning aptitude, I can devour this beast core too. The god-level devour skill activated again. System notification. Successfully devoured a level 4 lightning attribute beast core. Lightning assimilation has reached 85%. Wind cultivation level. Quasi-Elementalist. Wind assimilation 100%. Lightning cultivation level. Late stage body tempering. Lightning assimilation 85%. God-level devour talent skill. Combat power index 243 points. Qin Feng shouted in excitement. Great, I'm a quasi-elementalist now. He suddenly realized that an ordinary quasi-elementalist combat power index was only about 100 points, while his had already reached 243. Cultivating multiple elements really did bring extraordinary benefits. If I cultivate 3 elements at the same time, will the boost be even greater? He wondered. If I develop one more element, could I rival a 1-star elementalist? Just then, the system unlocked a new mission. Normal training mission. Objective. Raise the lightning element to the quasi-elementalist realm. Reward enhanced water aptitude. No time limit. Qin Feng laughed heartily. Excellent. With the water element added, I'll have 3 aptitudes. Other elementalists only cultivate 1 element, but I'll be cultivating 3 simultaneously. In the future, I'll definitely surpass all 1-star elementalists. Without hesitation, he picked up his phone and called Chu Chu immediately. Little girl, no need to cook tonight. We're going out to celebrate. True to his word, Qin Feng rushed home and took Chu Chu to the bustling commercial night market in the center of Yunyang City. In a luxurious restaurant, Chu Chu mumbled as she devoured her food. Wow, this restaurant is super expensive. How much does a meal here cost? It's such a waste. Qin Feng puffed out his chest and announced confidently. Little girl, what's a commoner? Soon brother will make you a privileged citizen. Chu Chu sighed, her eyes full of doubt. Brother, you're teasing me again. Many rich people can't even become privileged citizens, let alone us. Qin Feng gently patted her head and smiled warmly. I'm not kidding. From now on you don't have to work anymore. I'll support the family. Chu Chu looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Brother, did you strike it rich or something? Just as Qin Feng was about to answer, a regional broadcast sounded. Yesterday, Yunyang City's #1 prodigy, Lin Tianyang, successfully advanced to become a 1-star ice elementalist, becoming the youngest elementalist in Yunyang's history. Qin Feng paused, thinking to himself. The name Lin Tianyang sounded so familiar. Beside him, Chu Chu exclaimed in admiration. This Lin Tianyang is amazing. He's an elementalist at only 24. Qin Feng frowned. Is becoming an elementalist at 24 that impressive? Chu Chu nodded repeatedly. Of course. Many elementalists don't advance until they're 45. Uncle Chen Ming is already 47, and he's still just a quasi-elementalist. Qin Feng said in surprise. Captain Chen Ming is 47? I thought he was only in his 30s. An image of the captain's fluffy hair and sensuous thick lips popped into his mind. He muttered to himself. The lifespans of body tempering experts and elementalists are indeed longer than ordinary people's, so they look much younger. I heard elementalists can live up to 300 years. Chu Chu chimed in excitedly. Yeah, it's so enviable. Ah, brother, go on about how you struck it rich. Qin Feng acted mysterious and pulled the bank card from his pocket. It's not a huge fortune, but I'm a privileged citizen now. Chu Chu's eyes widened as she stared at the gleaming card in his hand. That's a privileged citizen card. Brother, how did you do it? He smiled and winked. You don't need to ask about that. Just know that your brother is very powerful now. Chu Chu excitedly threw herself into Qin Feng's arms. Tears rolling down her face. Brother, you're amazing. Qin Feng patted her head and laughed heartily. Little girl, what are you crying for? Quit your job tomorrow. I'll support the family from now on. Chu Chu wiped her tears, her smile brilliant. Okay, then I'll stay home and cook for you every day. Brother, do I look like your wife like this? Qin Feng burst out laughing. You talk too much, little girl. Hurry up and eat. What else do you want? Brother will order it for you. After dinner, it was already dark. Qin Feng carried Chu Chu home on his back. She had fallen asleep at some point, still mumbling in her sleep. Brother is amazing, even more amazing than that Lin Tianyang. Hearing this, Qin Feng smiled warmly. This little girl, still flattering her brother even in her sleep. Suddenly a memory flashed, and he remembered who Lin Tianyang was. He was the brother of Lin Suyang, the guy who had deliberately run over and killed Chu Chu in the old world. The car crash hadn't been an accident, there had been witnesses. Recalling the crash, Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Lin Suyang had deliberately driven into Chu Chu, and a roadside camera had recorded every detail clearly. But when he requested the footage to seek justice, the authorities claimed the data was suddenly corrupted and threw him out, and the eyewitnesses were too afraid to step forward and testify against Lin Suyang. It was all because of the Lin family's overwhelming power. In the end, the case was handled perfunctorily, and Lin Suyang was acquitted. Unwilling to give up, Qin Feng ran around searching for evidence. In the process, he discovered that Lin Suyang had an older brother studying abroad, Lin Tianyang. Although he never found a direct link between Chu Chu and Lin Suyang, Qin Feng's intuition told him the Lin family was covering up a dark secret. Chu Chu's crash was no coincidence, it was a conspiracy to silence a witness, and now, in this world, Lin Tianyang had appeared, which meant Lin Suyang would surely show up as well. In 2 more days it would be the anniversary of Chu Chu's death in his past life. At this thought, Qin Feng shot up, a determined fire burning in his eyes. He had to break through and become an elementalist before Lin Suyang could make a move. He had to kill him and protect Chu Chu. The next day, Qin Feng returned to the city hall to see Director Wang about another upgrade. Witnessing his power, Wang Zheng was dumbfounded, stammering, "The great perfection stage of body tempering, it's the real deal. Reaching great perfection in just 1 day, that's too outrageous." Beside him, Xiao Lu's eyes were wide. She thought, how terrifying, a 17-year-old at the great perfection of body tempering. I heard even the city lord only reached this stage at 17. This Qin Feng's future achievements will probably surpass the city lord's. Qin Feng retracted his aura, feeling smug. As expected of a peerless talent, I reached the great perfection of the wind body tempering realm with just 1 night of cultivation. Someone with ordinary talent would take 2 or 3 years to reach this stage. He smiled at Wang Zheng and said, "Director, please help me upgrade to level 4 privileged citizen." Wang Zheng immediately had Xiao Lu handle the paperwork. While waiting, Qin Feng turned to him and said seriously, "Director Wang, there's another matter I came for today. I'd like to ask for your help." Wang Zheng quickly replied with reverence, "Sir, please feel free to ask. As long as it's within my power, I will certainly handle it for you." Qin Feng nodded, pleased with Wang Zheng's enthusiastic attitude. He got straight to the point. "It's like this. I have a younger brother named Qin Mu. He's coming from another base to join me today. I was hoping to get him a refugee ID first, or does he have to come in person?" Wang Zheng laughed heartily. "A trivial matter, Sir. Qin Mu doesn't need to come in person. I can take care of it right now." A moment later, the subsidy was transferred to Qin Feng's bank account. The registration paperwork and certificate for Qin Mu were also quickly prepared. Qin Feng nodded gratefully. "Director Wang, thank you for your trouble this time." Wang Zheng waved his hand and replied humbly, "No trouble at all, not in the least." After finishing his business, Qin Feng was suddenly lost in thought. Lin Tianyang was now the center of attention in Yunyang City. If he flaunted his strength at a time like this, he might put Chu Chu in danger. Thinking of this, he gestured to Wang Zheng and said in a low voice, "Director Wang, I prefer to keep a low profile. Please don't publicize my strength." Wang Zheng nodded repeatedly. "Sir Qin Feng, rest assured we will keep it confidential." After getting his promise, Qin Feng took his leave. A short while later, he returned disguised as Qin Mu and walked into the room confidently. "Excuse me, is Director Wei Guang in?" Wang Zheng stood up in surprise. "Sir Qin Feng, why are you back again?" Beside him, Xiao Lu's eyes widened, her heart pounding. "Wow, Sir Qin Feng looks so cool in this outfit." Qin Feng gave a fake cough and introduced himself. "I am Qin Mu, Qin Feng's younger brother." Wang Zheng and Xiao Lu exclaimed in unison. No, not strange at all, but both of them were thinking, this is too strange. Did he just change his clothes and come back to mess with us? Qin Feng remained unfazed and continued his lie. "My brother and I are twins, what's so strange about us looking alike?" Wang Zheng was still skeptical and asked, "Sir Qin Mu, what can I do for you?" Qin Feng replied with a hint of displeasure, "It's like this. I want to join Yunyang City with my brother. He took it upon himself to come and get a refugee ID for me." He tossed the card on the table and said, feigning anger, "What a joke. A refugee, don't I, Qin Mu, have any dignity? Upgrade me to a level 4 privileged citizen right now." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng unleashed his power, leaving Xiao Lu and Wang Zheng dumbfounded. This is the great perfection of the lightning body tempering realm." After the demonstration, Qin Feng smirked. "Well, do you believe my brother and I are siblings now?" Wang Zheng nodded quickly. "We believe you, of course we do." He no longer had any doubts and said decisively, "No one in the world has ever possessed multiple elemental aptitudes. Sir Qin Feng is a wind user, and Sir Qin Mu is a lightning user. There's absolutely no way you two could be the same person." Qin Feng cleared his throat, putting on a threatening act. "Then what are you standing around for? Go get the paperwork done." Wang Zheng jumped, stammering. "Why, yes sir, please wait a moment, I'll go do it right away," he thought to himself. That explosive temper, he's definitely not Lord Qin Feng. Qin Mu's paperwork was processed quickly. Xiao Lu respectfully handed him his ID card and personal phone, informing him that the subsidy had already been deposited into his account. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Very good, carry on, I'll be leaving now." After the great Qin Mu left, Wang Zheng and Xiao Lu both breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Zheng murmured, I never thought Lord Qin would have such an impressive younger brother. Xiao Lu nodded, his eyes sparkling. I know, right? I wonder what good deeds their parents did to have two such outstanding children. Little did they know that in some corner Qin Feng was smiling smugly. Having multi-elemental talents was just too convenient. The change of clothes earned me an extra 100,000 yuan. Perfect for buying beast cores to speed up my leveling. Holding his new phone, he muttered, and I got a new number. I can contact Chu Chu now. Looking at the beast core in his hand, Qin Feng sighed helplessly. I'm really spending money like water. I spent the 100,000 yuan subsidy I worked so hard to get before it even had a chance to warm my pocket. His lightning constitution was currently at 93%. As long as he devoured this newly bought beast core, he could complete the system's mission without hesitation. Qin Feng swallowed the beast core in one gulp. The system's voice immediately sounded. Talent skill activated. God tier devouring skill successfully devoured a level 1 lightning element beast core. Lightning constitution has reached 100%. Congratulations, player, for completing the normal training mission. Reward, Ice Affinity strengthened. Congratulations, player, on successfully strengthening your Ice Affinity. System broadcast continues. Cultivator Qin Feng. Wind Realm, Quasi-Elementalist Lightning Realm, Quasi-Elementalist Ice Talent. Genius level, uncultivated. Talent skill, God tier devouring combat power index, 324 points. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Very good, my lightning element has reached the quasi-elementalist rank, but my ice is only at genius level. The initial sensitivity is only 0.5, making it much harder to develop than my wind and lightning talents. Qin Feng clicked his tongue and muttered, no matter. A genius level talent is still rare. The system immediately prompted, host has activated a genius level ice talent. Reward, 1 level 4 ice element beast core. As soon as the voice fell, a crystal-clear ice element beast core appeared before Qin Feng. Without hesitation, he swallowed it in one gulp. The system's voice rang out. Successfully devoured a level 4 ice element beast core. Ice realm, late-stage body tempering realm. Ice constitution 67%. Combat power index, 417. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. A 1-star elementalist combat power index is around 500. This means I'm almost invincible below the elementalist rank. Even if Chu Ju encounters a demonic beast on patrol, I'm confident I can get her out safely. Right now, his only worry was Lin Suyang, that dangerous enemy from his past life. Just then, the system prompted again, initiating God-tier challenge mission. Content. Enter the challenge space and undertake a high-difficulty challenge. High-level activation condition. All 3 elements reach the great perfection stage of the body tempering realm. Low-level activation condition. All 3 elements reach the 1-star elementalist rank. Note. Success in the challenge comes with extremely generous rewards. Failure means death. Hearing the word death, Qin Feng's face turned pale. He roared in anger. What kind of crappy system lets its host die? What kind of system are you? The system replied coldly. Reminder to host, death during the mission is not permanent. You can be resurrected. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, you scared me. Being able to resurrect isn't so bad. Looks like you have some conscience after all. The system continued, each challenge round offers 3 attempts. If any of the host's elements break through to the elementalist rank, the eligibility for the challenge will be revoked. Does the host accept the challenge? Qin Feng hesitated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Even though he could be resurrected, the mission was terrifying. But he gritted his teeth. If he didn't take on the challenge now, he might not get another chance. HMPH, screw it, I'll risk it, he roared. System, I want to take the challenge, the system confirmed. Selection successful. Rewarding God-tier combat skill. Importing data. Preparing to teleport to the fire prison realm in 5 seconds, the countdown finished and Qin Feng was sucked into the fire prison realm space. Suddenly a blazing fireball grazed past his head and the air instantly grew scorching hot. The system immediately prompted in a cold voice, Sprite classification, normal grade, name Fire Spirit. Level, early stage body tempering realm. Qin Feng murmured, so this ball of fire is called a Fire Spirit. I wonder if it's a threat. Without giving it much thought, he dispatched a Fire Spirit with a casual pinch. The system's voice sounded again. Item acquired, level 1 crystal core. Note cannot be devoured. The system will recycle it for 50,000 yuan. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, a cunning smile spreading across his face. This thing can be exchanged for money? Awesome, and money is exactly what I'm short on. He charged forward, mowing down fire spirits, earning money as he fought. The god-tier combat skill gifted by the system was truly formidable, making him feel as if he had decades of combat experience. Qin Feng gestured wildly, smiling triumphantly. Before long, a large pile of fire spirits had been turned into crystal cores. But the good times didn't last. The ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked open and a pillar of lava erupted. Qin Feng clutched his foot and yelped, holy crap, that's hot, it hurts. The lava pillar's destructive power was terrifying. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been done for. Before he could recover, the ground collapsed again, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. Qin Feng cursed, damn it, why is this place full of deadly terrain? Luckily, he didn't fall into the lava flow. Just then, a giant wild boar appeared. swallowed a fire spirit in one bite and then turned to Qin Feng, letting out a ferocious roar. The system displayed. Classification: normal grade sprite. Name: Raging Boar. Level: early stage 1 star. Warning: high danger level. Win rate below 40%. Qin Feng's face turned pale with panic. This thing's combat power is comparable to a 1-star elementalist, the system continued. Initiating God tier challenge. Content: kill the Raging Boar within 10 minutes. Qin Feng couldn't help but roar. Holy crap, its strength is on par with a 1-star elementalist and you're telling me to kill it? The system gave him no time to think as a prompt panel appeared. Challenge will automatically begin in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, the countdown ended, and the Raging Boar charged straight at Qin Feng. Terrified, he turned and ran, shouting as he went, "Who's killing who here? Crap, it'll be a miracle if I even survive these 10 minutes. He glanced back and saw the boar was right on his heels. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. If I can't fight it, can I at least run from it? He quickly leapt aside, hiding behind a large boulder. The Raging Boar's charge missed and it slammed into the massive rock, shattering it to pieces. Qin Feng's eyes widened in shock. Whoa, that's fierce. The boar was unharmed. It turned its head, its eyes red, locked onto Qin Feng and resumed the chase. Qin Feng ran for his life, sweat pouring down his face, cursing internally. Damn it, it's so fast too. How am I supposed to beat that pig? He could only keep running and dodging. Fortunately, the Raging Boar's reactions were slow, allowing Qin Feng to easily evade its charges. He muttered to himself, I can probably survive for 10 minutes like this, but it would be a huge waste to fail the mission and miss the rewards. As he was lamenting his situation, a pillar of fire suddenly erupted from the ground beneath him. Qin Feng leapt aside just in time, patting his chest with a sigh of relief. Crap, that stings. I almost forgot about these lava pillars. He frowned, becoming more cautious. The lava pillars were powerful enough to kill a 1-star elementalist. Luckily, their eruptions followed a pattern. Suddenly, Qin Feng stopped in his tracks. A glint flashed in his eyes as a bold idea popped into his head. He clapped his hands and laughed. I've got a plan. The Raging Boar charged again. Qin Feng leapt up, scaled a rock wall, observed the terrain and quickly calculated the position of the next lava pillar eruption. He jumped down and taunted loudly, Hey you stupid pig, I'm over here, come and get me. The Raging Boar roared and gave chase frantically. Qin Feng led it to the precise location of the lava pillar. Just as he predicted, a pillar of fire burst from the ground, piercing through the boar's abdomen and launching it into the air. Qin Feng glanced back with a triumphant smile. You fell for it, you stupid pig. The Raging Boar exploded in midair, leaving behind only a red stone that landed right where he was standing. The system prompted, Item name, level 6 crystal core. Note, cannot be devoured. System recycle price, 5 million yuan. Qin Feng caught the stone, ecstatic. 5 million, I've struck it rich this time. To double his joy, the system continued to prompt, Congratulations host for completing the first God tier challenge. Rewards: 1 level 4 Ice Element Beast Core, 1 vial of perfect grade Gene Potion and 1 Ice God Seal Fragment. Without waiting, Qin Feng took out the crystalline Ice Element Beast Core, examined it in his hand for a moment and then tossed it into his mouth. Activating God tier devouring skill. Soon the system prompted, Successfully devoured a level 4 Ice Element Beast Core. Ice Constitution has reached 100%. Ice God Seal completion 1%. Feeling the power surging within him, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, his eyes shining. Fantastic, Qin Feng shouted excitedly. My ice element has reached the quasi-elementalist rank 2. He took out the vial of Gene Potion, observing it with gleaming eyes. Recalling his old knowledge, he thought, Gene Potions are refined from beast cores. Many people without the talent to become elementalists use them to become Gene Warriors, thereby gaining power and raising their status. Gene Warriors are divided into 4 levels, corresponding to the body tempering realm. Early stage is level 1, mid stage is level 2, late stage is level 3, and great perfection is level 4. But the gene potions on the market usually have severe side effects. If the process fails, the user dies, and the higher the level, the greater the mortality rate. For an ordinary person to become a Gene Warrior, the success rate is only 16.8%. As if sensing Qin Feng's concern, the system chimed in with a reminder. Host, the perfect grade level 1 Gene Potion has no side effects and a 100% enhancement effect. Qin Feng's eyes lit up and he beamed. No side effects, that's awesome. He curiously opened the system store. An information panel popped up listing various gene potions from level 1 to level 4. Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. The price is the same as the ordinary gene potions on the market, but there are no side effects. What a bargain, he thought gleefully. With the perfect grade gene potions, Chu and I can safely reach the great perfection stage of the body tempering realm without any risk. With my protection, Chu will be even safer. Full of anticipation, Qin Feng browsed the system store a bit more, but then frowned and complained, why are there so few items? The system immediately replied, the system will unlock more rare items as the host's cultivation level increases. Qin Feng nodded. I see, he pondered, recalling when Chu had her talent tested. She had 2 elemental affinities. Her ice element sensitivity reached 0.5, and a mysterious element reached 0.9, just short of awakening. He'd heard that this kind of mystery element was extremely rare, with only 3 recorded cases in the entire world. Unfortunately, if it wasn't awakened, its specific properties would never be known. Qin Feng's eyes brightened as he thought, this means Chu will have a chance to become an elementalist in the future. He set aside his thoughts about Choo-Choo to focus on more urgent matters. For now I have to increase my own strength first. Helping Choo-Choo become an elementalist is for the future, he murmured. I was originally thinking of having Choo-Choo try the gene potion right away, but it seems I need to consider this more carefully now. No sooner said than done. Chen Feng gave a decisive command. System, recycle the crystal cores. A vortex immediately appeared and sucked away all the crystal cores from his storage ring. The system prompted, recycling complete. 5,750,000 yuan has been paid to the host. Chen Feng marveled in surprise. Is making money from demonic beasts this fast? He opened the store panel and gave another command. System, I want to buy a level 1 and a level 2 gene potion. 2 vials of gene potion appeared instantly, along with a prompt. 4,500,000 yuan has been deducted. Without hesitation, Chen Feng picked up the 2 vials of gene potion and used them immediately. Soon the system's voice sounded, perfect grade gene potion modification successful. Combat power index increased to 570 points. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, no side effects. At this rate, after using the level 4 gene potion, my combat power could reach 700 points, equivalent to a mid-stage 1-star elementalist. Next, he took out the final reward, a shimmering fragment. The system displayed, item name, Ice God Seal Fragment. Note, can be devoured to accelerate the condensation speed of the Ice God Seal. Chen Feng grinned brightly. This is some good stuff. He tossed the Ice God Seal fragment into his mouth, activating the God-tier devouring skill. The ice elemental power within him immediately surged. The system prompted, successfully devoured Ice God Seal fragment. Ice God Seal condensation progress 30%. Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaim, a 30% increase, that's incredible. He opened his personal panel to check. Cultivator, Chen Feng. Realm Wind Quasi-Elementalist Divine Seal 11%. Lightning Quasi-Elementalist Divine Seal 0%, Ice Quasi-Elementalist Divine Seal 30%. Talent Skill, God Tier Devouring Combat Power Index, 570 points. He thought to himself, condensing a Divine Seal is supposed to be a lengthy process. Even a genius-level talent would need a year. An ordinary talent would take 10 years. Thank heavens, this single Divine Seal fragment increased my progress by 30% in just a few minutes. Just then the system prompted, pause, time is ended. The host will leave the fire prison realm in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, the countdown ended, and Chen Feng's body instantly vanished. Chen Feng appeared back in the spot where he had been before entering the fire prison realm. He let out a sigh of relief. I finally made it back alive. The system immediately prompted, the second God tier challenge has been activated. The rewards are even more generous than the last. Does the host wish to participate immediately? This prompt took Chen Feng by surprise. He stroked his chin and fell into thought. More generous rewards and more money to be made. The God tier challenge is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I miss it and become an elementalist, it's like throwing away a golden chance. However, he thought cautiously, to win all 3 rounds, I need to be better prepared this time. No sooner said than done. Chen Feng immediately ran to a weapon shop. As soon as he entered, he demanded loudly, "Boss, get me a set of advanced warrior gear." The shopkeeper nodded and swiftly laid out a titanium alloy sword, a high-power rocket launcher, 3 special armor-piercing rounds, and 100 high-yield automated landmines on the counter. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. Thanks. After transferring the payment with his phone, he placed all the equipment into his storage ring and left. Leaping from rooftop to rooftop, Chen Feng found a secluded spot to prepare for the challenge. He thought, this gear's damage against demonic beasts might be low, but at least it's cheap. With these preparations, I'll definitely be able to complete the challenge. As he was leaping triumphantly, he accidentally slipped and fell to the ground, crying out in alarm. Crap, that scared me to death. Fortunately, his body had been enhanced and he was uninjured. An ordinary person would have been crippled if not killed. Before he could even sit up, a purple-haired girl who was lifting her skirt nearly sat right on his head. Chen Feng was completely baffled. What's going on? His voice startled the girl, who whipped her head around. Seeing Chen Feng lying right at her feet, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she shrieked, "Pervert!" The scream brought a female bodyguard running in from outside the alley. Seeing Chen Feng, she roared in fury, "Bastard pervert, you dare spy on the young miss while she's using the restroom, die!" The female bodyguard drew 2 submachine guns and opened fire wildly at Chen Feng. Holy crap, who was spying? How was I supposed to know she was here? He yelled while dodging bullets. The female bodyguard didn't listen at all, continuing her barrage and forcing Chen Feng to roll all over the ground to evade the shots. Left with no choice, Chen Feng quickly commanded, "System, activate the God tier challenge immediately." The system responded instantly, preparing to enter map Necro Realm. A few seconds later, Chen Feng's body vanished from the alley. The female bodyguard looked around, bewildered, and cursed, "Damn it, how did that brat disappear? He's so fast." The purple-haired girl walked over, patted the bodyguard's shoulder, and demanded, "Xiao Xing, didn't I tell you to keep watch?" The bodyguard replied anxiously, "Milady, I was keeping watch. I was staring right at the alley entrance. Who knew he'd fall from the sky?" The purple-haired girl's face turned red, and she began to sob. "Ah, this is so humiliating, I want to die." The female bodyguard looked awkward, not knowing how to comfort her, and thought to herself, "It is indeed humiliating. Lady Zixi, the city lord's daughter, is normally so noble and elegant. I can't believe she encountered such an embarrassing situation for the first time and someone even saw her." Zishi continued to wail. It's all my father's fault. He forced me to drink that spiritual water to raise my water element cultivation. Who knew the side effects would be this strong? I couldn't hold it in anymore, so I had to. Sob, my lifelong reputation is ruined. The female bodyguard muttered under her breath. The city lord gave orders that you weren't to leave the house for a day after drinking the spiritual water. Zishi suddenly grabbed her shoulders, her eyes cold. You are not to speak of this to anyone, the bodyguard nodded quickly. Milady, I understand. At that moment in the necro realm, a pillar of light descended from the sky. Qin Feng emerged, looked around and murmured. So this is the necro realm. I ended up here just to escape those women. What kind of mess is this? Suddenly he spotted two wild horses, their bodies engulfed in strange blue flames. Qin Feng used the system to investigate. Sprite classification normal grade, name Necro Stallion, level early stage 1 star. His eyes lit up with a greedy look. Early stage 1 star Necro Stallions, and the system didn't issue a danger warning. Looks like I can handle them. A level 6 crystal core can be exchanged for 5 million yuan. Just as Qin Feng was about to make his move, a black shadow flashed past him. With a pingle swing of a blade, the heads of the Necro Stallions flew high into the air. At the same time, the system prompted, activating God Tier Challenge. Content, kill the Spirit Skeleton King within 10 minutes. Qin Feng was stunned. He cursed, holy crap, it one-shotted a level 6 sprite. That's equivalent to instantly killing an early stage 1 star opponent. He quickly checked its information. Name Spirit Skeleton King, class, elite grade, level 7, mid-stage 1 star. Equipment, Blood Bone Blade, low-grade origin weapon. Warning, extremely dangerous, win rate below 20%. Qin Feng drew the titanium alloy sword from his storage ring, gritting his teeth. Damn it, level 7, equivalent to a mid-stage 1 star with a win rate below 20%. I have no advantage at all, he muttered to himself. Low-grade origin weapons are crafted from rare materials using secret methods. They can amplify elemental attacks and are worth between 100 to 500 million yuan. If I could get my hands on that blade, I'd be rich. The system prompted. Combat starting. 10-minute timer initiated automatically. Qin Feng shook his head, clearing his mind of distractions, and gripped his longsword with both hands. He shouted, come on, get over here. But the Spirit Skeleton King seemed to ignore him, continuing to hunt the Necro Stallions. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. How am I being ignored? HMPH, you're the one giving me this chance. I better make good use of it. He quietly scouted for a suitable location to set up a battlefield. After a while, Qin Feng stopped in an area outside his opponent's line of sight and nodded in satisfaction. This spot is good. He took out a pile of automated landmines from his storage ring, activated their standby mode, and tossed them on the ground. The landmines spun as they dug deep into the earth, perfectly concealing themselves. Qin Feng smiled. Excellent. The landmine trap is set and the footing is good. Now to deal with the main event. He drew his rocket launcher and aimed at the Spirit Skeleton King. It's too fast. The armor-piercing rounds can't keep up. I have to calculate the shot precisely. Qin Feng decisively fired an armor-piercing round, causing a massive explosion. He didn't stop, firing 2 more rounds and enveloping the entire area in smoke and flames. Qin Feng waited nervously. When the smoke cleared, he was stunned. The Spirit Skeleton King stood there completely unharmed, staring at him with its cold gaze. Qin Feng's eyes widened. How the super armor-piercing rounds couldn't even scratch it? A level 7 elite monster comparable to a mid-stage 1 star is no joke. Despite his surprise, he remained calm. HMPH, I expected as much. Qin Feng flashed a confident smile, for he still had an ace up his sleeve. Qin Feng stood up and beckoned tauntingly with his finger. Come and get me. Provoked repeatedly by Qin Feng, the Spirit Skeleton King let out an enraged roar and charged straight for him. Qin Feng chuckled to himself. Hey, you took the bait. 5 minutes left. I have to use those 100 high explosive landmines to finish it off quickly. He led the Spirit Skeleton King into the automated minefield and dodged behind a large boulder. He covered his ears tightly. When the monster stepped on the first landmine, a deafening explosion rang out, triggering a chain reaction. A series of landmines detonated simultaneously, filling the air with dust and smoke. Qin Feng emerged from behind the boulder, swinging his sword, and said with a triumphant smile, Phew, it's finally over. My ears are ringing. He walked forward and saw the Spirit Skeleton King covered in wounds, kneeling in a deep crater and propped up by its blade. Qin Feng leaped down and laughed smugly. Haha, just as I predicted. Your defense may be strong, but the accumulated damage was enough to take you down. The Spirit Skeleton King lunged, swinging its blade, but its severe injuries made its movements sluggish. Qin Feng said dismissively, HMPH, you dare show off such pathetic tricks? He easily leaped aside to dodge. He unleashed a combo. Heavenly Dragon's Judgment, demonic wave roar. In an instant, Qin Feng had lopped off the Spirit Skeleton King's head. 2 items appeared beside the corpse. Qin Feng picked them up to inspect them. Item name, 7th rank crystal core. Note, cannot be devoured. System buyback price 10 million. He laughed out loud. 10 million, I'm rich. The second item, name, Blood Bone Blade. Grade, low grade yuan weapon. Effect, boosts elemental attack power by 100%. Qin Feng was ecstatic. He held the blade, unable to put it down, and shouted, "A low-grade yuan weapon with a 100% boost. This is rare. It must be worth at least 500 million. I've struck gold." Suddenly he turned toward the herd of necro steeds, a dangerous smile spreading across his face. Wielding the blood-bone blade, he charged at one of the steeds. "Sorry, but I'll have to test this blade on you." With a single swing, the incredibly sharp blood-bone blade felled the steed instantly. An excited Qin Feng continued his hunt, harvesting several more 6th-rank crystal cores. He stroked the blood-bone blade, made a silent vow. "I'm not selling this blade. With it, my combat power will soar." For the remainder of his time in the Necro realm, Qin Feng focused on one thing: hunting Necro steeds and collecting their crystal cores. Each 6th-rank crystal core was worth 5 million, a windfall that the once destitute him could not pass up. He slaughtered them relentlessly, and one by one 6th-rank crystal cores began to fill his storage ring. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, I've really hit the jackpot this time." Just then, the challenge time ran out. A system notification appeared. "Time is up. God tier challenge complete." A pillar of light enveloped Qin Feng, teleporting him away. When he came to, he immediately scanned his surroundings with vigilance. After confirming that Zishi and her female bodyguard had left, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, they're gone. Being a lone wolf isn't easy. I can't be so reckless as to duck into secluded alleys like this again." The system continued to notify him. "Congratulations, host, on completing the 2nd God tier challenge. Rewards: 1 God Seal Fragment, 1 Ice God Seal Fragment, 1 Thunder God Seal Fragment, 1 Skill Stone." The generous rewards made Qin Feng's eyes light up. He already knew the function of the God Seal fragments and curiously took out the skill stone to examine it. Item name: Berserk Strike Skill Stone. Category: Extremely Rare Wonder. Note: can be devoured. Qin Feng grinned brightly. "Another one I can devour. Down it goes." He tossed all the God Seal fragments and the skill stone into his mouth and activated his devour skill. A moment later, a series of system prompts followed. Successfully devoured Thunder God Seal Fragment. God Seal Condensation plus 30%. Successfully devoured Ice God Seal Fragment. God Seal Condensation plus 30%. Successfully devoured God Seal Fragment. God Seal Condensation plus 30%. Successfully devoured Skill Stone. Skill acquired: Berserk Strike. Qin Feng opened his personal panel to check his status. Cultivator: Qin Feng. Realm: Wind type Quasi-Elementalist. God Seal 41%. Thunder type Quasi-Elementalist. God Seal 30%. Ice type Quasi-Elementalist. God Seal 60%. Innate skill: God tier Devouring. Combat skill: Berserk Strike instantly doubles combat power. He nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. My wind element is at 41%, and I've gained another combat skill." It's rare for even a 3-star elementalist to grasp a combat skill, but a question suddenly struck him. The feeling of devouring God Seal fragments and skill stones is completely different from devouring beast cores. It's like my cells were reforged, becoming much stronger. He shook his head. "Whatever, I'll figure it out after a few more tries." Qin Feng gave a loud, decisive command to the system: "Recycle all crystal cores immediately." The system responded instantly. "Crystal cores have been recycled. 25 million yuan credited to host." Without hesitation, he issued another command: "Purchase a RANK3 gene potion and a rank 4 gene potion." System prompt: "Purchase successful. 13 million yuan deducted." Qin Feng clenched the 2 vials and tilted his head back, downing them both. The system's voice rang out. "Congratulations, host, on consuming the perfect grade rank 3 gene potion. Transformation successful. Combat power plus 75. It was immediately followed by another prompt. "Congratulations, host, on consuming the perfect grade rank 4 gene potion. Transformation successful. Combat power plus 75. Qin Feng, now an elementalist with the God tier devouring talent, had a combat power index of 700. He smirked, muttering to himself, "Ah, 700 points. My combat power has reached the threshold for the mid-stage of a 1-star elementalist. This gene potion is truly amazing." He didn't stop there. He spent another 8 million yuan in the system store to buy rank 2 and rank 3 gene potions. Holding the 2 vials, Qin Feng whispered softly, "I can't be by Choo-Choo's side every second. If this little girl becomes a gene warrior, she'll at least have some ability to protect herself in this chaotic world." He carefully placed the 2 potions into his storage ring. Just as he was about to leave, a prompt box popped up. "Host, you have one final God Seal challenge opportunity remaining. The reward will be exceptionally generous. Do you wish to initiate the challenge?" "Wait." Qin Feng pursed his lips and shook his head in refusal. "Not for now," he calculated in his head. "With this damn system, the 3rd challenge is bound to be twice as difficult as the last 2. I'm not confident I can pass it, so I'd better wait. It would be a shame to miss out on the final reward." He suddenly discovered a weakness in the system. It assessed the strength of his opponents for the challenge but didn't factor in his equipment and weapons. This might be a system loophole. "I'll have to make good use of this." Having made his decision, Qin Feng shook his head and muttered, "Time to go home. If I don't go back soon, Choo-Choo will start to worry." As he walked into the shelter zone, Qin Feng saw Captain Chen standing beside a magnificent war vehicle. He was showing it off excitedly. See this? An F-47 war vehicle, titanium alloy shell, powered by an S-557 nuclear reactor. Market price is at least 60 million. What an expensive luxury vehicle, the surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion. Wow, this war vehicle is top-notch. Yeah, whoever can afford this must be either a tycoon or a Lord Elementalist. We have such important figures in our shelter zone. Captain Chen posed by the vehicle and yelled, Xiao Zhou, quick, take a picture of me with this car. Alright, good, one more. But when he saw Qin Feng approaching, he immediately called out, Oh, Qin Feng is back. Hearing this, the people around also turned to greet him warmly. Brother Qin Feng, back from work? Brother Feng, you're off so early today? Qin Feng waved back at everyone, then walked up and curiously asked someone in the crowd, whose vehicle is this? Why is it parked here? The person answered honestly, No idea, we just got here ourselves so we don't know either. Qin Feng pondered, his gaze sweeping over the vehicle. For some reason he felt a sense of foreboding. From the moment Qin Feng appeared, Captain Chen had been observing him covertly, his heart filled with astonishment. Was I mistaken? He thought. Qin Feng's aura is completely different from before. He looks ordinary, yet he exudes the air of a king. It's like he's a mature 18-year-old man, and it's even made him more handsome. Qin Feng seemed to notice Captain Chen's strange gaze. He turned and found the man staring at him with an odd expression which made him mutter under his breath, Why do I suddenly feel a chill? Suddenly a loud shout rang out. They're coming out. Everyone's gaze immediately snapped in that direction. 2 Gene warriors, each wielding a gleaming titanium alloy weapon, were the first to emerge. They quickly took up positions on either side of the door as if waiting for someone. Then a white-haired man wearing glasses strolled out leisurely. Seeing him, Qin Feng frowned slightly and murmured, This guy looks a little familiar. The white-haired man glanced at the pointing crowd, his face twisting in displeasure. He barked, A bunch of gutter dogs, scram! As he shouted, he unleashed a staggering aura. Most of the crowd were ordinary people and couldn't withstand the pressure. They scrambled backward, creating a wide empty space. Qin Feng felt the pressure too, but remained standing firm. He marveled inwardly, Whoa, that's some serious power. The people on the outskirts who weren't affected began to whisper, Gods, who is that? He's even more terrifying than those fully armed Gene warriors. A boy who had collapsed to the ground, his face pale, pointed a trembling finger at the white-haired man's chest. Why, you guys, look, that's a Baron's medal. Captain Chen quickly grabbed the boy's hand and chided him in a low voice. Brat, don't point, that might be a Lord Elementalist. Hearing this, a look of doubt appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. An Elementalist? Captain Chen nodded decisively. No doubt about it, only an Elementalist could suppress a quasi-Elementalist like me with just their aura. Besides, only Elementalists are qualified to receive titles of nobility. Even if other people are rich, they can at best become privileged citizens. They have absolutely no qualifications to earn a title. The white-haired man couldn't be bothered with the crowd. He boarded the war vehicle with his 2 Gene warriors and departed. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief and the chatter resumed. Was that a Lord Elementalist just now? Yeah, that was my first time seeing one, so imposing. Someone couldn't help but turn to Captain Chen and ask, Captain Chen, what star rank was that Lord Elementalist? Captain Chen stroked his chin, replying thoughtfully, His title is Baron, so that would make him a 1-star. Qin Feng watched the receding vehicle lost in thought. He had a vague feeling that the white-haired man was incredibly familiar. He racked his brain but couldn't place him. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Wait, let me think. Finally, the memory from his past life surfaced. After Chu-Chu's tragic death, Qin Feng had run to the gates of the Lin family estate and screamed hysterically, Lin Suyong, get the hell out here, you killed Chu-Chu, I'll never let you get away with this. The commotion had drawn out that same white-haired man with glasses leading a group of subordinates. He had sneered coldly, HMPH, you're just a rabid dog barking wildly. You are not worthy of seeing our young master beat him. Instantly, the subordinates had rushed forward, beaten Qin Feng to a pulp and thrown him out. Back in the present, Qin Feng's eyes widened and a storm of suspicion crashed through his mind. He's that steward. He's from the Lin family. A terrible thought flashed through his mind. Why would someone from the Lin family be around here? Could it be, has Chu-Chu already? The image of Chu-Chu's gruesome death from his past life resurfaced, making his chest tighten as if he couldn't breathe. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng sprinted home at top speed, screaming inwardly, Chu-Chu. Has Chu-Chu already? No, I can't let that happen. I absolutely cannot let Chu-Chu face danger again. Reaching his front door, Qin Feng slammed it open and yelled, Chu-Chu, are you okay? Chu-Chu was sitting at the dinner table, a piece of meat in her hand poised to enter her mouth. His shout startled her. She forced a smile and tried to explain, Oh brother, you're back. I wasn't sneaking food, I just wanted to taste it. Seeing that Chu-Chu was safe and sound, Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief, unsure whether to laugh or cry at her innocent words. At the dinner table, Qin Feng calmly probed, Chu-Chu, did someone come to our house earlier? Chu-Chu's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, how did you know? Her answer made his heart sink. So the Lin family has already come knocking. Despite his anxiety, Qin Feng maintained a calm exterior and continued to ask, Who were they? What did they come here for? Chu-Chu replied while chewing on her meat. They came to get a phone back. Qin Feng frowned, skeptical. Get a phone back, Chu-Chu recounted casually. Yeah, it was like this. On my way home from school today I happened to find a phone. I waited for a long time but no one came looking for it, so I brought it home. Later the owner called, asked for our address and said they'd come get it. Then they sent someone to pick it up. They even gave me 10,000 yuan as a thank you before they left. I didn't take it though, kinda regret it now. It was 10,000 yuan. Qin Feng chuckled and reached out to pat Chuchu's head, saying gently, "It's good that you didn't take it. Your brother has money, we don't need theirs." But inwardly he was filled with self-reproach. "It's all my fault. I let Chuchu suffer so much in the past." He made a silent vow. "From this day on I'm going to give Chuchu a good life." Returning to his seat, Qin Feng fell into deep thought. That phone must have been lost by Lin Suyang, and that elementalist was probably sent by him to retrieve it. But the problem is Chuchu already returned the phone. Why would Lin Suyang still want to harm her? A thought struck him, making him frown. Could there be something wrong with the phone? Qin Feng turned to Chuchu and probed. "Chuchu, did you look at the phone? Was there anything special on it? Anything strange?" Chuchu furrowed her brow, trying hard to remember. Qin Feng waited quietly. After a moment she seemed to recall something and exclaimed, "Oh, before they came the phone got a weird text message. It said something about a trade at Mount Luohua in 3 days in the middle of the night." Hearing this, Qin Feng frowned slightly, thinking, Mount Luohua is a place teeming with demonic and vicious beasts. What kind of trade can't be done in the city that they have to go to such a dangerous place and in the middle of the night at that? How strange. His intuition told him that the reason Lin Suyang would harm Chuchu was likely related to this message. It must contain a secret he didn't want anyone else to know, which is why he'd want to silence her. Qin Feng continued asking, "Chuchu, did you see who sent the message?" Chuchu shook her head uncertainly. "I don't remember. I think their last name was Zhou." Seeing Qin Feng ask so many questions about the phone, Chuchu spoke up, both confused and worried. "Brother, why are you asking so much? It has nothing to do with us anyway. Is something wrong?" Qin Feng forced a smile and waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, I was just asking." After a pause he suggested seriously, "Chuchu, let's move to the residential district in a few days." This decision stemmed from his concern for Chuchu's safety. Her location had been exposed and this vagrant area was too chaotic. Qin Feng couldn't be at ease with her staying here. Chuchu hesitated, saying worriedly, "Brother, it costs a lot of money to live in the residential district." Qin Feng smiled warmly. "Money is not a problem. Come on, your brother has a surprise for you." Hearing this, Chuchu's eyes widened as she asked excitedly, "What surprise?" Qin Feng took out a new phone and placed it in her hands. "Here, this is for you." Chuchu took it, her eyes sparkling as she examined it happily. "Oh my god, I have my own phone now. This is amazing." Qin Feng smiled mysteriously. "That's nothing, there's also this." He then took out 3 vials of Gene Potion. Chuchu tilted her head curiously and asked, "Brother, what's this?" Qin Feng smiled slightly. Instead of answering immediately, he coaxed her gently. "You'll know once you drink it." Out of absolute trust in Qin Feng, Chuchu didn't hesitate. She picked up the 3 vials and downed them all in one go. Watching her, Qin Feng thought, "The day after tomorrow is when Chuchu died in my past life. I have to help her gain the ability to protect herself now." Just then, after finishing the potions, Chuchu suddenly felt a change in her body. She cried out, her eyes shining, "Brother, I feel like my whole body is filled with energy." Seeing this, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He handed an iron rod to Chuchu. "Chuchu, try bending this." Chuchu took it and said in amazement, "Wow, I feel like I have endless strength." "Brother, what did you give me?" As she spoke, she easily bent the iron rod into the shape of an animal, then held it up to show off to Qin Feng, her face beaming with a brilliant smile. Qin Feng gave her a thumbs up in praise and replied with a smile, "It's a gene potion. It can turn you into a gene warrior and with no side effects." Chuchu was stunned and exclaimed, "A gene warrior potion? I'm a gene warrior now?" Qin Feng held up 3 fingers and corrected her. "A rank 3 gene warrior and stronger than the average one at that." He calculated inwardly. "Next time, I'll give Chuchu a rank 4 gene potion. Her combat power can reach 200. By then, no one except an elementalist will be able to hurt her." Hearing this, Chuchu cheered with delight. "That's great, brother, you're amazing." She threw herself into Qin Feng's arms, but because she hadn't yet controlled her new strength, she nearly made him spit out the food he had just swallowed. Qin Feng exclaimed silently, "This strength is even greater than I imagined." Meanwhile, in the center of Yunyang City, inside the Lin family estate, the head of the family, Lin Jianao, was furiously berating Lin Suyang. "Idiot, you can't even handle such a small matter. What a useless piece of trash." He turned, his voice filled with disappointment. "Your older brother is focused on his cultivation and has no time to manage family affairs. I give you your first task and you mess it up. You're worthless." Lin Suyang stammered in his defense. "Father, beside them," Bai Su muttered disdainfully. "Tisk, the second young master's mistake this time was indeed too amateurish. He even lost the phone used to contact Zhou Changtong after his tirade." Lin Jianao looked at Bai Su and asked in a low voice, "Bai Su, besides that girl, who else could have seen the message?" Bai Su replied immediately, "No one, although the girl lives with her brother. She was the only one home when my men arrived." Lin Suyang hastily interjected, "Father, we have the phone back now. That girl is just a vagrant. Even if she saw the message, she wouldn't have understood anything." Lin Jianao shook his head and explained in disappointment, "You're a fool. Our great undertaking is in 2 days. If that girl connects the dots, she will surely guess the truth." Lin Suyang stubbornly continued to make excuses. "At the end of the day, she's just a lowly vagrant. Even if she came forward to accuse us, who would believe her?" Seeing his son still arguing obstinately, Lin Jianao flew into a rage and slammed his hand on the table, his voice like thunder. "Useless, you're still standing here making excuses. You're both my sons, so why are you so much worse than Tianyang?" Lin Suyang. A wave of resentment surged in Lin Suyang's heart. Quote, "Here we go again," he thought. comparing me to my older brother again. He admitted that he didn't have his brother's talent as an elementalist, nor could their strength be compared, but they were both his sons, so why did his father always look down on him so much? Bai Su, standing to the side, noticed Lin Suyang's expression growing darker. Fearing he might say something foolish, Bai Su quickly reached out, patted his shoulder gently, and tried to smooth things over. My lord, a second young master has truly been working desperately, even daring to drink that fatal potion. You're just frustrated that he isn't living up to his potential. Lin Jianao's face remained grim. He placed a hand on Lin Suyang's shoulder, his voice low but powerful. Suyang, we are undertaking this risky plan so that your brother can become the city lord in the future, and so that you might have a chance to become an elementalist. If any information leaks, all our efforts will be for nothing. Although it's unlikely the girl will leak this matter, such a risk cannot be allowed to exist. Lin Suyang's heart skipped a beat and a vicious look flashed across his face. He nodded decisively. Father, I understand. I'll go make the arrangements right now. I will handle this matter properly. With that he turned and left the room with resolute steps. Silence fell over the room. After a while, Lin Jianao finally spoke, his voice as cold as ice. Bai Su, I order you to follow the second young master secretly. Protect him well, but also ensure this matter is handled cleanly, leaving no loose ends if necessary. Her brother can't be spared either. A sinister smile touched Bai Su's lips as he replied curtly, as you command. The next day, Qin Feng calmly walked with Chu Chu into the bustling commercial district of Yunyang City Base. On the way, many curious gazes fell upon them, accompanied by whispers. Look, that girl is so cute, and her brother is quite handsome. Chu Chu, dressed in a brand new magnificent set of battle armor, turned to Qin Feng with joy sparkling in her eyes and asked in a bright voice, Brother, do I look pretty dressed like this? Qin Feng smiled at his sister, his eyes full of affection. Very pretty. Of course you're pretty, and it's not just pretty. This is a set of armor made from the hide of a one-star demonic beast. It has extremely high defense, enough to block an attack from a rank 4 ferocious beast. That's why I bought a set for both you and me. Chu Chu's eyes widened in astonishment. She had thought the armor was just for looks, not that it possessed such incredible power. Wow, it feels so soft to the touch, but its defense is really that high, she exclaimed in excitement. Qin Feng gave a wry smile, crying silent tears on the inside. Yeah, he replied, which is why it's so expensive. These two sets cost me 2.3 million plus that steel longsword. My little stash of cash is almost bottomed out. Chu Chu tilted her head curiously. Brother, you're a privileged citizen and don't have to go on patrol. Why did you buy a set of demonic beast armor too? Qin Feng gently patted her head, his voice soft but firm. To protect you, of course. Brother, didn't you say I'm a gene warrior now, even stronger than a quasi-elementalist? Hearing this, Chu Chu's eyes lit up. She flexed her arms to show off her muscles, looking proud. Chu Chu is super strong. Her innocent gesture made Qin Feng laugh. Silly girl, he teased. You have no combat power right now. Besides, you have no combat experience at all. How could I not worry? Finding her thoughts exposed, Chu Chu playfully stuck out her tongue, gave a sly smile, and changed the subject. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to argue with his mischievous little sister. In his mind, a series of clever plans was quietly taking shape. With the new battle armor and weapon, even a tier 4 ferocious beast would have a hard time hurting Chu Chu. As for himself, after a night of arduous cultivation, the completion rate of his wind and thunder godly imprints had increased by 11%. However, his ice talent was progressing slowly, having improved by only 0.5%. At this rate, he would need at least 4 more days to break through to a 1-star Yuan Master. To speed up his progress, the only way was to take on the 3rd God-level challenge. However, he thought he should probably acquire another set of Yuan Wu equipment to be safer. But the prices of those Yuan Wu-grade weapons could easily reach hundreds of millions, which gave him a headache due to his lack of funds. Just as Qin Feng was lost in thought, a noisy argument from a gene potion store ahead interrupted him. A crowd had gathered there, bustling about and curiously watching the spectacle. In the center of the crowd, a young man stood arrogantly at the store's entrance, roaring furiously, Why won't you sell to me? A tier 1 gene potion is only worth 1.5 million on the market, and I'm offering 5 million, yet you still refuse to sell. What do you mean by this? Are you looking down on me? The shop owner, his face pale, hurriedly waved his hands and explained, we wouldn't dare, how could we? Seeing his anger had not subsided, the young man trembled with rage and continued, Is my offer not high enough? Then 15 million should be plenty, right? The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. 15 million? My God, that's 10 times the price. Discussions immediately broke out all around. But the shop owner's expression grew even more troubled. He bowed slightly and explained, Young Master Wang, we really can't sell it. The city lord has ordered that no one is to sell gene potions to you, otherwise we will be severely punished. Hearing this, the young man became even more furious, veins popping on his neck as he yelled, the city lord, what business is it of his if I'm buying a gene potion? The shop owner could only give a wry smile, bowing repeatedly in apology, not daring to respond further. Qin Feng, mixed in the crowd, couldn't help but feel curious. He quietly turned to Chu Chu and asked, Who is that guy? Why would the city lord forbid anyone from selling gene potions to him? Chu Chu's eyes widened as she looked at her brother in surprise. Brother, you don't know? That's Wang Shao, young Master Wang, grandson of Yunyang City's old city lord. He has no talent for cultivation but is unwilling to be an ordinary person. So he wants to rely on gene potions to become a gene warrior. But if he takes a gene potion, his life could be in danger. The old city lord gave a strict order that he must never be allowed to use gene potions. The current city lord was the old city lord's disciple, so naturally he has to obey. After hearing Chu Chu's explanation, a bold idea flashed through Qin Feng's mind. He thought, it seems this young Master Wang isn't short on cash. I'm in desperate need of money. Isn't meeting someone like this a God-sent opportunity? He glanced at Wang Xiao, who was still roaring at the storefront. If something really happened to you, could we escape the blame? Have you forgotten that the old city lord has people keeping an eye on you? Wang Xiao gritted his teeth in anger and roared, assholes, idiots, trash, I'm begging you, just have mercy and let me be. Just as Wang Xiao and the shopkeeper were arguing back and forth, Qin Feng casually walked over, a meaningful smile on his lips and a mischievous glint in his eyes. He subtly hinted that he would sell a gene potion to Wang Xiao. Suddenly, an old man in white who had been following Wang Xiao like a shadow immediately stepped forward to block his young master. He glared at Qin Feng and threatened in an icy voice, do you know what you're doing? The city lord has made it clear that no one is allowed to sell gene potions to my young master. Are you unaware of this rule, or do you have a death wish? As soon as he finished speaking, the old man erupted with power, revealing the aura of a one-star Wind Yuan master. The pressure swept over them like a storm, but Qin Feng was unafraid. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, his eyes calm. He thought, in terms of overall strength, I'm far superior to this old man. Wang Xiao, unwilling to give up, immediately interjected impatiently. Uncle Lu, even if something happens to me, I'll take full responsibility. It's none of your business. Uncle Lu turned to Wang Xiao with a serious expression, his voice low and firm. Young master, your constitution is different from that of an ordinary person. Your body's rejection of gene potions is extremely high. For ordinary people, the success rate of a Tier 1 gene potion is about 80%, but for you it's only around 50%. If that weren't the case, the old city lord wouldn't have so adamantly forbidden you from using them. Before Wang Xiao could retort, Uncle Lu turned back to Qin Feng, his gaze sharp. Kid, you can't make money through cunning tricks, much less by gambling with your own life. Get lost. Qin Feng, holding the potion vial, smiled confidently. His voice was steady yet highly persuasive. Old sir, please rest assured. I'm not here to gamble with lives because my gene potion has no side effects and a 100% success rate. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiao and Uncle Lu exclaimed in unison, what, is such a thing possible? The surrounding onlookers also burst into discussion, unable to hide their astonishment. A gene potion with no side effects and a 100% success rate, how is that possible? Even the best gene potion on the market only has an 82% success rate. Qin Feng didn't let the opportunity slip, continuing fluently. Not only that, but its enhancement effect on combat power is also doubled. When Wang Xiao heard this, his eyes shone like stars, and his heart filled with excitement. To be more persuasive, Qin Feng feigned emotion, his eyes welling up as he told a touching story. However, this potion is the result of my master's countless years of research and resources. One could say he poured his heart and soul into it, so the price, Wang Xiao couldn't hold back any longer. He pushed Uncle Lu aside, rushed forward and said heroically, money is not an issue. Name your price. A smile twinkled in Qin Feng's eyes as he confidently held up 2 fingers. Wang Xiao's face lit up and he quickly replied, only 2 million? Qin Feng shook his head slightly and corrected him with a sly grin. It's 20 million. What? 20 million. Uncle Lu couldn't help but roar in anger, his gaze like a dagger. That's an outrageous price, young master, you can see it for yourself. This kid is just a swindler trying to rip you off. The surrounding crowd immediately started chiming in. Young master, he's playing you for a fool. For 20 million you could buy gene potions of all 4 tiers. Look, there must be something wrong with that potion. This guy is definitely a con artist. Chu Chu, standing by, couldn't bear to see her brother being ganged up on. She immediately stepped forward and defended him in a clear, firm voice. My brother is not a swindler. Weren't you just shouting about spending 15 million on a regular gene potion? My brother's potion is no ordinary item. A price of 20 million is not expensive at all. Wang Xiao was momentarily speechless, unable to find a retort. He was just venting his anger earlier, speaking carelessly. Uncle Lu snorted, his tone full of suspicion. A 100% success rate and 100% enhanced effect. Where in the world could you find such a miraculous potion? That's practically a divine elixir. I've lived to my age and have never seen such a thing. Qin Feng remained composed, replying calmly, old sir, you're not wrong. This is a divine potion. Otherwise I wouldn't be selling it for so much. Wang Xiao's eyes lit up and he said decisively, if what you say is true, I'm willing to pay 20 million to trade with you. But how can you prove it's a divine potion? Qin Feng smiled full of confidence and said, it's simple. Before you take the potion, young Master Wang will run a physical rejection test. The truth will be clear at once upon hearing rejection test. The crowd turned in unison to look at the owner of the gene potion store. He quickly said, we can perform a physical rejection test here in our store. Please come in, young Master Wang. We can get the results very quickly. Everyone immediately flooded into the store. After the test, the displayed result left everyone dumbfounded. Rejection rate, 0%. Uncle Lu still didn't believe it, and roared, impossible, absolutely impossible. There must be something wrong with this result. Test it again, the shop owner with cold sweat beading on his forehead explained softly. We've already used a variety of different instruments and the technicians have run the test a full 10 times. The result was 0% every time. Uncle Lu, do you believe it now? Qin Feng asked, standing to the side with a lazy, self-satisfied tone. Uncle Lu, do you believe it now? Wang Shao sat nearby looking dazed and muttering to himself. They've already drawn 10 vials of blood. Any more and I'll be drained dry. At that moment, Uncle Lu looked at Qin Feng, who was chatting happily with Chu Chu, and a trace of confusion arose in his heart. Could this kid's gene potion really be a divine potion? Qin Feng, tearing open the wrapper of a chocolate bar in his hand, said leisurely, Hey, do you want to test again? What a waste of time, my divine potion. Contest it as many times as you want. The result will always be the same. Uncle Lu remained stubbornly disbelieving and insisted that Wang Shao continue the tests. The result was still the same. The rejection rate was 0 without the slightest deviation even after more than 10 tests. Wang Shao was completely drained from the continuous blood draws. He couldn't help but walk up to Uncle Lu and say impatiently, Can I drink the potion now? Uncle Lu's suspicions hadn't faded. He continued to argue, musing, but even if this potion is 100% safe, it might not have any effect. 100% safe is good enough. Whether it's effective is another matter, Wang Shao replied resolutely, ignoring the advice. 20 million for a chance is a price I can afford. With that, under Uncle Lu's helpless gaze, he immediately transferred the money to Qin Feng. After receiving the money, Qin Feng casually tossed the gene potion vial to Wang Shao. He clutched the vial tightly, his eyes shining as he cheered, My superior grade gene potion, it's finally mine. Without hesitation, Wang Shao immediately drank the gene potion, catching Uncle Lu completely off guard. The moment the potion integrated with his body, Wang Shao felt a wondrous change beginning to emerge. Uncle Lu noticed the unusual expression on his face and, feeling anxious, quickly asked, Young master, are you all right? Wang Shao didn't answer. He walked silently past Uncle Lu and stood before the combat power testing machine. With a serious look in his eyes, he threw a fierce punch. The screen immediately displayed combat power 30. The surrounding crowd erupted in an instant, with cheers rising one after another. 30, oh my god, a combat power of 30. An ordinary tier 1 gene warrior only has a combat power of around 15. The effect really was enhanced by 100%. A divine potion, it really is a divine potion. Tears welled up in Wang Shao's eyes as he shouted in joy. A combat power of 30, is this what power feels like, Uncle Lu? I've finally become a gene warrior, I've finally succeeded. He rushed over and, overwhelmed with excitement, hugged Uncle Lu tightly. Uncle Lu couldn't contain his emotions either, saying with tears in his eyes, This, young master, you really did it. Qin Feng sat on a chair with one leg crossed over the other, a smug smile on his face, and teased, So is my potion a divine potion or what? Still ecstatic, Wang Shao nodded repeatedly. It is. At this point, Uncle Lu no longer had a trace of hostility. Instead, he bowed respectfully and said, Please forgive my previous rudeness. You truly weren't lying. This potion is indeed divine. Wang Shao gave a hearty thumbs up and praised, From now on, you are my Wang Shao's brother. Your potion is a divine potion and you are the drug god. The gene potion shop owner, not wanting to miss the opportunity, hurried over, almost falling to his knees to hug Qin Feng's thigh as he said fawningly, Hey Lord Drug God, please sell me 100 vials of this divine potion. No, 10 vials will do. The price doesn't matter, just name it, I won't haggle. The crowd immediately went into a frenzy, scrambling to shout, Drug God, Lord Drug God, sell to me too, I'll pay double, triple. Qin Feng toyed with a few gene potion vials and said smugly, line up, limited quantity, first come, first served. But stop shouting. This potion was invented by my master, it has nothing to do with me. I'm no drug god. But the crowd wouldn't give up, insisting on kneeling and begging, continuously chanting drug god, drug god. Qin Feng's phone kept vibrating. Soon his bank account balance surpassed 200 million. Chu Chu stood by, her smile like a blooming flower, and left happily with Qin Feng under the envious gazes of the crowd. On the way, Qin Feng fell into deep thought about his current situation. In reality, selling gene potions from the system store could make a fortune, but for safety's sake he decided to be more cautious. The money he had just earned was enough to buy a low-grade Yuan Wu, so he led Chu Chu onward, heading toward a large store specializing in Yuan Wu nearby. The Yuan Chi Pavilion, the splendid, magnificent sight and bustling atmosphere were a feast for Chu Chu's eyes, which sparkled with curiosity. Large crowds of Yuan masters had gathered here, creating an irresistibly lively atmosphere. Just as the siblings were feeling a bit lost in the crowd, a pretty girl with a smile as radiant as a spring flower approached and said in a gentle voice, Welcome, is there anything I can help you with, young master? Chu Chu immediately became wary, hugging Qin Feng's arm tightly, her gaze sharp as if declaring, Don't even think about getting close to my brother. Qin Feng remained polite and asked with a smile, Why is it so lively here? What are they all doing? The girl, keenly aware of Chu Chu's attitude, cleverly kept a slight distance from Qin Feng and then replied gently, Young master, today is the Yuan Wu gambling opening day at our Yuan Chi Pavilion. You can gamble on Yuan Wu. How does that work? Qin Feng asked in surprise, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. The girl pointed to the shiny metal boxes where the crowd was gathered and explained, Please look, young master. Those are Yuan Wu boxes, specially made by our Yuan Chi Pavilion. They can block any form of detection. Not even a 7-star Yuan master can see what's inside. Each box costs 130 million and contains a low-grade Yuan Wu worth anywhere from 100 million to 500 million. Some exceptional pieces can even be worth 600 million. Qin Feng nodded, a flash of understanding in his eyes. I see, so these Yuan masters are choosing Yuan Wu boxes. What quality of Yuan Wu they get is all up to luck. The girl smiled and praised him. You're very clever, young master. That's exactly right. Chu Chu, still acting childishly, held Qin Feng's arm even tighter, muttering to herself, This is my brother, don't you dare try to steal him away. Just then, a chubby young man stepped forward, placed a chosen Yuan Wu box on the table and said loudly, Lord Viscount, I want to buy this one. The crowd immediately stirred, gathering around to watch the show. Look, someone's chosen one. I wonder what his luck is like. Let's go see. The Viscount glanced coldly at the chubby man and said calmly, 130 million? Pay first, then we open the box. Once opened, no returns or exchanges. The chubby man's eyes flickered with a calculating light as he assessed the situation inwardly. He could tell this Viscount had the aura of a 2-star Yuan master and was clearly a true nobleman. He muttered to himself, 130 million is my entire fortune, but if I can get a Yuan Wu with a 70% enhancement, I'll have hit the jackpot. Thinking this, the chubby man immediately transferred the money to the Yuan Qi Pavilion's account, his eyes blazing with excitement as he said, Lord Viscount, please open this box for me. After the Viscount confirmed the fingerprint, the metal box opened with a soft click, revealing a flame blade inside. A fire element attack type Yuan Wu with a 50% enhancement. The surrounding crowd immediately burst into discussion, with voices of ridicule rising endlessly. A 50% enhancement, that's the worst kind of Yuan Wu. It's only worth about 100 million on the market. Haha, Fatty, you lost 30 million this time. Another person chimed in with a laugh. Fatty, you've got some bad luck. The chubby man's face turned ashen. He stood frozen like a statue, then retreated to a corner, staring blankly into space and contemplating his life. Seeing this, the crowd felt some sympathy but could do nothing to help. Qin Feng witnessed this and couldn't help but feel alarmed. The risk is indeed too great, he thought. Another person stepped up to gamble on a Yuan Wu. Unlike the chubby man, this person had much better luck, getting an Earth Spirit Shield with a defense enhancement of 70.6% worth at least 300 million on the market. Qin Feng calculated in his head, I only have 200 million, which isn't enough to buy a good Yuan Wu, but if I gamble and get an exceptional piece, my chances of passing the 3rd God level challenge will be much higher. Should I try my luck too? Just as Qin Feng was hesitating, the system in his mind suddenly displayed detailed information about a Yuan Wu box in front of him. Qin Feng was stunned. He looked around in amazement. For any Yuan Wu box he looked at, its item name, type, grade and power effects were all clearly displayed. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up into a grin so wide he could almost jump for joy. The god of wealth has come knocking, so the system could also inspect the contents of the Yuan Wu boxes. Wasn't this a money-making opportunity served on a silver platter? Seeing Qin Feng stroking the Yuan Wu box, Chu Chu immediately guessed her brother's intention. She quickly grabbed his hand and said worriedly, Brother, are you thinking of gambling on a Yuan Wu? It's 130 million a try. What if you get a bad box? You'd lose 30 million. Qin Feng smiled, gently patting his sister's head and said confidently, Silly girl, don't worry, your brother knows what he's doing. With 200 million in hand, Qin Feng's chances to buy were limited, so he was determined to pick the very best one. His gaze swept over the Yuan Wu boxes one by one. Some were too weak, others were slightly better, barely worth 300 million, but they still didn't meet his standards in the distance. The sighs of those with bad luck could be heard continuously. What rotten luck, I got another piece of junk Yuan Wu, and it's even a wood element one. I'm a water Yuan master, another person also shouted in disappointment. Mine is a dud too, a fire halberd Yuan Wu, market price 100 million. Now it's worth 10 million at most. Damn it, I'm going bankrupt. Chu Chu's eyes filled with even more worry. She tugged at Qin Feng's hand and whispered, Brother, let's just go. There are no good Yuan Wu in these boxes. Qin Feng smiled, patted his sister's head and said confidently, Silly girl, there's bound to be something good. He hoisted a metal Yuan Wu box onto his shoulder and said with a steady stride, Come with me to the counter. I'll show you just how lucky your brother is. Although Chu Chu disagreed, she followed behind with a pout. Fine, it's your money anyway, you can spend it however you want. Seeing Qin Feng step forward to gamble on a Yuan Wu, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but murmur in amazement. One person whispered, He must be the young master of some wealthy family. He has the money to gamble on Yuan Wu at such a young age. Another person chimed in. Look at his bearing, he must be the child of a powerful noble. The Viscount sized up Qin Feng with a sharp gaze, thinking, Is this boy here for the first time? I've never seen him before. Though he had his doubts, his expression remained cold as he said calmly, Same rules, transfer the payment first. Qin Feng quickly transferred the money. After the Viscount confirmed, he opened the Yuan Wu box. The crowd immediately stirred. Cheers erupted. It's a wind element Yuan Wu. Wind element ones are always rare and more expensive. Even the lowest 50% enhancement can sell for around 120 million. Quick, see what the enhancement is. Qin Feng feigned innocence, holding up the item description slip and saying casually, This is my first time buying one of these. I don't understand it, can you guys take a look for me? A curious onlooker snatched the slip and read aloud, Wind Shadow Shoes. Auxiliary type Wind Element. Speed enhancement 100%, my god, a 100% enhancement, holy crap, it really is 100%, this luck is simply unbeatable. Little brother, you've struck it rich, this thing is worth at least 500 million, another person chimed in excitedly. What 500 million? This is a rare wind element auxiliary type, you'd be hard-pressed to buy it even for 600 million. This is the best low-grade Yuan-Wu I've ever seen. Hearing this, Chu-Chu jumped for joy, her eyes sparkling as she cheered. Brother, you're amazing, the corner of the Viscount's mouth lifted in a slight smile as he congratulated him. Not bad, kid. To hit such a top-tier item on your first time gambling, Qin Feng replied with a humble expression. You praise me too much, old sir, it was just a stroke of luck, but inwardly he was ecstatic. Buying an exceptional item worth 600 million for 130 million was a huge profit. With these Wind Shadow Shoes his speed would double and his strength would increase significantly. Seeing a top-tier item being opened, the crowd, feeling unwilling to be outdone, turned back to try their luck again. One person shouted, I refuse to believe my luck is worse than that brat's. I'll try buying one more. When another person rushed over aggressively, I'll buy one more too. Someone even cursed in desperation, I'm buying one too. Watching the crowd swarm to purchase the Yuan-Wu boxes, Qin Feng frowned slightly, a trace of concern flashing through his mind. In truth, through the system he had already discovered that among the 200+ boxes there was one more Yuan-Wu box with 100% amplitude. He mused inwardly that he had to find a way to earn more money and come back to buy it before someone else snatched it up. He turned to Chu-Chu and said with a slight smile, Chu-Chu, let's go. The little girl asked blankly, Okay brother, where are we going now? We're going to the Warriors building. Chu-Chu looked up curiously and asked, What kind of place is the Warriors building? Qin Feng explained with a smile. The Warriors building is a public area specifically established for gene warriors and strong body realm experts. They gather here to exchange information and form teams to hunt ferocious and demonic beasts. Additionally, there are secret training halls and testing grounds here. He led Chu-Chu to the second floor of the Warriors building and pointed at the spacious area before them, saying, This is the testing hall. After speaking, he handed her a bottle of a level 4 gene potion. After drinking the potion, Chu-Chu felt a surge of power coursing through her body like a tidal wave. Qin Feng nodded slightly and said in a gentle voice, Go test your combat power. Chu-Chu walked up to the testing machine and the result displayed a combat power of 199. The little girl jumped for joy, rushed over to hug Qin Feng tightly and cheered. Our Chu-Chu is the best, in a tone used to praise a child, Qin Feng said with a brilliant smile. Little girl, you're really something. He also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. With a combat power of 199, Chu-Chu was more than enough to sweep the floor with that group of adept elementalists. Her ability to protect herself was now firmly established. She then said, her eyes glinting, Brother, on tomorrow's patrol mission our strength will definitely shock a lot of people. Chu-Chu raised her head proudly, but Qin Feng immediately advised her sternly, Little girl, be humble. For now, don't let anyone know our true strength. Chu-Chu asked blankly, Why? Qin Feng shook his head, his tone calm. Don't ask too many questions. You'll understand when the time comes. Chu-Chu nodded obediently and didn't press the matter. He continued with a smile, By the way, Chu-Chu, the training hall on the 3rd floor has combat simulation rooms. Go play there for a while and practice your fighting skills. That way, if we run into a ferocious beast tomorrow, you won't be caught off guard. I'm going to check out the cultivation rooms and will come find you in a bit. Chu-Chu nodded, her eyes sparkling. Okay brother, I'll go play then. The two parted ways for the time being. After inspecting the secret cultivation rooms, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed the ideal place to carry out the system's challenge missions. He took out the expensive equipment he had spent all his savings on from his storage ring, his eyes glinting with confidence. The memory of the previous accident suddenly flashed through his mind, and he felt a sense of relief. With this pile of equipment, he would no longer have to risk doing level-up missions in those dangerous alleys. Not only that, Qin Feng recalled his speculation about his innate skill. He had just bought some level 1 beast cores, and now was the perfect time to experiment. Fully equipped, Qin Feng was now a tri-element elementalist with a defense far exceeding that of a 1-star elementalist. With his Yuan-grade weapon that could cut through iron like mud, the monsters in the challenge mission would have a hard time defeating him. He smiled to himself and thought, as expected of a Yuan-Wu, it cuts through flesh like butter. Qin Feng swallowed the beast core, feeling the energy spread through his body. As expected, the god-tier devour skill could absorb the energy from beast cores, regenerate his cells and help him heal himself. Although it couldn't increase his cultivation speed, this self-recovery ability had already elevated his strength to a new level. All preparations were complete. Qin Feng confidently stepped into the 3rd god-tier challenge. The system's prompt also sounded. Entering challenge map Extreme Ice Prison 1.9.8, the countdown began. And in a flash Qin Feng was teleported to the Extreme Ice Prison. A bone-chilling cold assailed him. All around were glittering ice mountains, and even the ground was covered in a layer of hard ice. Qin Feng shivered from the cold and couldn't help but curse, Damn, it's freezing in here. It must be at least 70 or 80 degrees below zero. He moved quickly, searching for the mission target. Fortunately, with the formidable physique of a tri-element elementalist, he could withstand this harsh cold. Otherwise, he might have frozen stiff before the challenge even began, he mused to himself, a slight smile playing on his lips. The map damage alone is this terrifying, the difficulty of this challenge is truly extraordinary, but with the god-tier devour skill, berserk strike plus the bloodbone blade and wind shadow boots, my overall strength is already comparable to a 1-star elementalist at the great perfection stage. There's nothing to be afraid of. Full of confidence, Qin Feng quickened his pace, his sharp eyes scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, a sense of danger washed over him. Not good, a sneak attack. Qin Feng reacted like lightning, swinging the bloodbone blade behind him, only to hit empty air. He spun around and scanned his surroundings warily, but there was no sign of any creature. Only unfamiliar footprints imprinted on the ice caught his attention. Footprints? Qin Feng frowned. Someone actually followed me here. Could there be someone else besides me on this map? The thought made him flustered, and he was distracted for a moment. Just then, a mysterious creature did not miss the opportunity, and struck Qin Feng's back with all its might. He cried out in pain as his body was sent flying, rolling several times across the ice before stopping. He struggled to his feet using the bloodbone blade for support and glared at the creature in the distance, roaring, "HMPH? Lucky I was wearing the demonic beast armor to block that blow, or I'd be a goner." Through the system, he quickly identified the attacker. Ice School, normal grade level 10, early 2-star stage. Skill, Ice Stealth Art. Warning, extremely dangerous. Win rate below 5%. The system continued to prompt, God tier challenge initiated. Content, kill the Ice School within 20 minutes. Qin Feng gave a wry smile, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. A level 10 Ice School was equivalent to an early 2-star elementalist. With a win rate of less than 5%, he muttered to himself, I already figured the third god tier challenge would be insane, but isn't this a bit too much? The system chimed in again, as if to mock its host. The rewards for this challenge are extremely generous, and killing the Ice School may drop the skill, Ice Stealth Art. Qin Feng was startled. When he realized the value of the Ice Stealth Art, his eyes lit up. This skill is a treasure. You can't find something like this on the outside, he thought. Elementalists only have a chance to master skills upon reaching the 3-star level. Every extra skill I have makes me that much stronger than others. The win rate the system gave is low, but it didn't account for my equipment and beast cores. This system loophole is my chance. With this thought, Qin Feng regained his composure, stood up and focused his mind. Preparing for battle. The system announced icily, battle will automatically activate in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1 Third god tier challenge begins. Time 20 minutes. As soon as the voice fell, the Ice School opposite him let out a strange grating laugh like shattering ice and then suddenly vanished. Qin Feng frowned and thought to himself, this thing can not only turn invisible but its aura also disappeared. It must be the Ice Stealth Art. This skill is too powerful. I'm exposed while the enemy is hidden. The situation is very unfavorable. I must be extra careful. Suddenly a murderous aura came from behind. The Ice School lunged, its sharp claws aimed straight at Qin Feng's back. He remained calm, not reacting hastily. Waiting until the enemy's claws were just a few centimeters from his back, Qin Feng suddenly leaped upwards, perfectly evading the attack due to inertia. The Ice School continued to rush forward, unable to control its body. Seizing the opportunity, the levitating Qin Feng spun around like a bolt of lightning, gripping the bloodbone blade with both hands and unleashed the berserk strike skill, fiercely slashing down at the Ice School. The Ice School was not slow to react, immediately crossing its arms to block. Qin Feng's attack forced it back a few steps, but only left a few shallow scratches on its arms. The Ice School roared in anger, its eyes glinting fiercely as it charged straight at Qin Feng. He slashed again, but this time only hit empty air. Qin Feng cursed under his breath. Damn it, it vanished again. Thinking on his feet, he scattered a series of automatic landmines on the ice surface, then focused his mind and waited quietly. A moment later, a few explosions sounded in the distance. Qin Feng looked back, a smug smile tugging at his lips. So you're here? Here's my chance. He shouted, throwing a bomb towards the Ice School while simultaneously covering his own eyes. The bomb didn't explode but instead erupted in a blinding flash of light, temporarily blinding the Ice School. Qin Feng didn't miss the opportunity. He charged forward, his bloodbone blade once again unleashing berserk strike aimed straight at the Ice School's chest, but unexpectedly the Ice School, with its superior constitution, quickly recovered its sight. Seeing Qin Feng's attack about to land, it was too late to dodge. A vicious glint flashed in its eyes as the Ice School forewent defense, its sharp claws stabbing straight at Qin Feng's chest. The Ice School's claws and Qin Feng's bloodbone blade pierced each other's chests simultaneously. A life for a life blow, leaving both sides grievously wounded. They both pulled out their weapons at the same time and retreated a few steps, blood seeping from their wounds. Qin Feng bared his teeth in a savage grin. Haha, now this is exhilarating. He quickly took a beast core from his storage ring, tossed it into his mouth and activated the god-tier devour skill. The energy from the beast core immediately surged forth, healing the severe wound on his chest in a matter of seconds. He roared, his eyes burning with fire. If that's how it is, then let's continue. Let's fight to the death. Qin Feng charged at the Ice School, holding his bloodbone blade. Already injured, the Ice School's combat power had dropped and it was continuously suppressed by Qin Feng, retreating step by step. In a moment of carelessness, the Ice School stepped on a landmine Qin Feng had previously set. A series of explosions erupted and smoke and dust filled the air, shrouding them both. Qin Feng roared, "Die!" Fearlessly, he charged through the hail of shrapnel and launched a relentless assault on the ice school. The number of wounds on both of them increased, but with his god-tier devour, Qin Feng was fearless. He gave up on defense, trading injury for injury, fighting like a madman. In the end, the ice school, weakened by its severe injuries, was exhausted. No longer able to resist, Qin Feng raised the Bloodbone Blade high and, with 100% amplitude, unleashed Berserk Strike. With one explosive attack, he cleaved the ice school's body in two. After the ice school disappeared, it left behind two glittering items on the ice. Qin Feng snatched them up, his eyes shining as he cheered excitedly. A level 10 beast core can be exchanged for 80 million, and there's an ice stealth art skill stone. I've hit the jackpot this time. Without hesitation, Qin Feng immediately swallowed the skill stone. System prompt: skill stone devouring complete. Skill acquired: ice stealth art. He laughed out loud, overwhelmed with excitement. Got another skill. This ice stealth art is perfect for sneak attacks and reconnaissance. If used properly, the effect will surely be astonishing. Immediately after, the prompt for the challenge reward sounded. System prompt: congratulations to the host for completing the third god tier challenge. Rewards: 1 Wind God Seal Fragment, 1 Ice God Seal Fragment, 1 Thunder God Seal Fragment, 1 Fire God Seal Fragment, and 5 level 4 Fire Element Beast Cores. Qin Feng frowned and muttered to himself, "Why are there a bunch of fire element things in the rewards? I clearly don't have a fire element talent." He checked the information on the last item. Fire Origin Orb category, extremely rare wondrous item. Note: can be devoured. Qin Feng fell into deep thought, and a bold idea flashed through his mind. Could it be? He tossed the Fire Origin Orb into his mouth with anticipation. The system immediately prompted: Fire Origin Orb devouring successful. Gained Fire Element Affinity 1.21%. Host has obtained Fire Element Cultivation Talent Normal Grade. Qin Feng was so excited his blood boiled and he cheered. "It's just as I thought, I really have a Fire Element Cultivation Talent." He laughed heartily, his eyes glinting. With so many cultivation talents, my strength will soar. Even if it's just a normal grade fire talent, this is a very worthwhile spoil of war. Without hesitation, Qin Feng continued to devour the remaining rewards. The system prompted repeatedly: Level 4 Beast Core devouring successful. Body's fire elementalization increased by 10%. Level 4 Beast Core devouring successful. Body's fire elementalization increased by 10%. Level 4 Beast Core devouring successful. Body's fire elementalization increased by 10%. Thunder God Seal Fragment devouring successful. God Seal condensation completion increased by 30%. Ice God Seal Fragment devouring successful. God Seal condensation completion increased by 30%. Wind God Seal Fragment devouring successful. God Seal condensation completion increased by 30%. Fire God Seal Fragment devouring successful. God Seal condensation completion increased by 30%. The personal information panel popped up. Cultivator, Qin Feng level. Adept Elementalist King rank title, Challenger Wind. Peerless Adept Elementalist, God Seal completion 80%. Thunder, Peerless Adept Elementalist, God Seal completion 70%. Ice, Genius Adept Elementalist, God Seal completion 90%. Fire, Normal Adept Elementalist, God Seal completion 30%. Innate Skill, God Tier Devour, Combat Skill, Berserk Strike, Support Skill, Ice Stealth Art, Combat Power Index, 900 points. Seeing his combat power reach 900 points, Qin Feng was ecstatic, a smug smile spreading across his face. One had to know that the combat power of a 1-star Elementalist at the Great Perfection stage was only around 1,000 points. He calculated inwardly: if I add in my various skills, my overall strength is probably already comparable to, or even surpasses, an early 2-star Elementalist. He curiously checked his personal panel again. Qin Feng muttered to himself, my level has reached King rank. I wonder what ranks are above King rank." A prompt box popped up answering his question. Reminder to the host: above King rank, there are Star rank, Emperor rank, God rank, and so on. The host needs to keep striving. Qin Feng nodded, a fire burning in his eyes. "So there are. It seems I must keep working hard. However, the next God tier challenge probably won't be activated until I break through to a 2-star Elementalist." He glanced at the time, saw that it was up, and returned the Bloodbone Blade to his storage ring. System prompt: time is up. In 10 seconds the host will leave the extreme ice prison. 10:08 After returning to reality, the first thing Qin Feng did was command the system to reclaim the Beast Core. The system replied: Beast Core reclaimed. Host's account has been credited with 80 million. Qin Feng took out his phone to check. Brilliant smile on his face. At this rate, I'll have 140 million soon. Qin Feng looked at the heavily damaged demonic beast armor he was wearing and thought to himself, I have to make another trip to the Yuanqi Pavilion. He knew that among those Yuanwu boxes, there was still a premium battle armor with 100% amplitude. The demonic beast armor has been destroyed by the Ice School. I'm in need of a defensive Yuanwu right now. I have to get my hands on it as soon as possible. If I'm slow and someone else draws it, wouldn't I miss a great opportunity? Having made up his mind, Qin Feng immediately headed straight for the Yuanqi Pavilion. As soon as he entered, he was met with the sound of noisy discussions. Hey, have you heard? Someone drew a wind element Yuanwu with 100% amplitude this morning, another person said in surprise. For real, there's something that good, that person said enthusiastically. Then I'll go buy one and try my luck too. Qin Feng ignored the noisy crowd, his sharp eyes scanning every Yuanwu box, searching for the one containing the battle armor. Not far away, a red-haired woman with an enchanting figure saw Qin Feng, and her eyes lit up. She muttered to herself, "Oh, which wealthy family's young master is this? From his looks to his bearing, he's absolutely top tier." After some searching, Qin Feng found that the box with the battle armor was still there untouched, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up the box and was about to head to the transaction counter when a clear voice came from behind. "Hey handsome, is this your first time gambling on Yuanwu? Take a word of advice from your big sister. Don't pick this big box. It's not like the bigger something is, the better it is, you know." Qin Feng turned around in confusion, his gaze lingering for a moment on the red-haired woman with the stunning figure. He thought to himself, is she saying she's no good either? The woman approached and repeated in a confident tone, "Little bro, listen to your big sister. Don't pick this big box. Not everything is better when it's bigger." Qin Feng frowned slightly, silently sizing her up. This woman was no simple character. The system showed her as a water elementalist at the one-star great perfection stage. To reach such a level at her age, her talent and status were surely extraordinary. The red-haired woman walked up to Qin Feng, tapped the box lightly with her hand and said, "Little bro, I can tell you're new to gambling on Yuanwu, which is why I'm telling you this. Usually these big boxes contain bulky things like battle armor." Qin Feng chuckled inwardly. "Just as I thought, I need battle armor." Seeing no reaction from him, the woman walked around the box, leaned closer to Qin Feng and said softly, "Yuanwu like that are very valuable. How could the Yuanqi Pavilion be so generous as to put good things in big boxes? These boxes are basically filled with Yuanwu of little value. Trust me, you won't go wrong." Had it been anyone else, they might have been persuaded by the red-haired woman's words. But Qin Feng knew clearly from the system that the box contained premium battle armor. He gave a sly smile and said nonchalantly, "Miss, it seems you've gambled quite a few times, haven't you?" The red-haired woman was taken aback, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. She quickly turned her face away and sighed, "Sigh, don't mention it. If I hadn't sunk all my money here and used it for cultivation resources instead, I would have broken through to 2-star long ago. Unfortunately, my luck isn't that good. I've never drawn anything good." Qin Feng shook his head and chuckled. "So you see, it all comes down to luck. And my luck is pretty good." With that, he turned and walked straight to the transaction counter, paying her no more mind. The red-haired woman's mouth twitched. She hadn't expected Qin Feng to be so blunt. Not giving up, she chased after him, calling out, "Little bro, if you don't listen to your elders, you'll suffer for it." Qin Feng was already at the counter. He placed the Yuanwu box on it and said, "Viscount, I'd like to buy this." Viscount Zhengbo squinted at Qin Feng, his voice steady. "Kid, you're back." The red-haired woman following behind gasped in surprise. "Lord Viscount Zhengbo, you know him." Zhengbo nodded and pointed at Qin Feng. "The lucky kid who drew the wind shadow boots this afternoon, that's him." The red-haired woman was dumbfounded, saying in disbelief, "Little bro, you've already hit the jackpot once and you want to gamble again?" Qin Feng nodded calmly. "Yes, while I still have some luck left, I want to earn a little more." The red-haired woman quickly reminded him, her tone worried. "But luck is an illusory and intangible thing. You should be more cautious. Under normal circumstances, the probability of winning the jackpot twice in a row was extremely low." Qin Feng nodded in agreement, but his eyes remained firm. He took out his phone and transferred 130 million to Zhengbo. A few seconds later, Zhengbo loudly confirmed the receipt of 130 million. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd immediately stirred, all rushing towards the counter. "Oh, someone's buying that box again," another person said excitedly. "I heard the wind shadow boots this morning were also drawn by a young man. Let's go see how his luck is," a curious person said. "Why is this box so big? It's probably battle armor." Amidst the clamor, Zhengbo opened the Yuanwu box. The crowd pushed forward, craning their necks to see. When the item was revealed, a wave of astonishment erupted throughout the area. "It really is battle armor? Fire element battle armor? Quick, check the stats." The red-haired woman couldn't help but snatch the information card and read aloud. "My God, defense amplitude 100%. At this declaration, the space around Qin Feng exploded with voices mixed with envy and jealousy. "A Yuanwu battle armor like this is a real grand prize," someone else shouted. "Little brother, you've struck it rich, I'm so jealous," a person sighed. "This battle armor is worth at least 550 million. Damn it, why don't I have that kind of luck?" Qin Feng paid no heed to the surrounding clamor. He held up the raging fire battle armor, his eyes shining with joy. "This is 100 times stronger than the demonic beast armor. With this, my overall strength will soar again." Having witnessed countless unboxings at the Yuanqi Pavilion, Zhengbo had never seen anyone draw premium items twice in a row. He was stunned and managed to say, "Kid, your luck is really something else." The red-haired woman, Lu Yan, couldn't hide her admiration either. "Little bro, you must be the god of luck's chosen one. You're not just awesome, you're epic, no, legendary." Qin Feng replied humbly with a faint smile. "It's just luck, no need to be so dramatic." His objective achieved, he prepared to leave. It was getting late, and he needed to find Chu-Chu and take her back to rest in preparation for tomorrow's patrol. He nodded to the crowd and walked briskly out of the Yuanqi Pavilion. Choo-Choo is still at the Warriors building, lost in combat simulations. I wonder how the little girl is doing, Chin Feng thought to himself. Lost in thought, a clear voice suddenly rang out. Yo, little bro. Chin Feng was startled and turned to see Lu Yan smiling and waving at him. He immediately became wary and asked coldly, Hey, why are you here? What do you want? Lu Yan's smile was like a blossoming flower. Her eyes sparkled. Don't worry, I came looking for you to ask a little favor. Chin Feng narrowed his eyes and asked tentatively, Oh, what kind of favor? Lu Yan suddenly rushed forward, hugged Chin Feng's arm and said coaxingly, How about you help your big sis pick a box? I want to borrow some of your luck. Chin Feng remained calm and replied, If I help you pick a Yuanwu casket, what's in it for me? Lu Yan's smile was radiant. Well, handsome, you don't like getting the short end of the stick. How about this? If you help me pick a box, I'll owe you a favor. My name is Lu Yan, a 1-star perfected elementalist. Here in Yunyang City I have a bit of influence. Chin Feng tilted his chin up, sizing up the woman before him. This favor seems a bit intangible. Is there anything more concrete? Lu Yan was slightly taken aback, but a flash of inspiration quickly struck. She grabbed Chin Feng's hand, placed her other hand on his chest, leaned in close to his ear and whispered softly, How's this? You help me with this and I'll go on a date with you tonight. I've never been on a date with anyone before, you know. You'd be the first. Chin Feng's cheeks flushed slightly. The women in this world were really bold, he thought. Seeing his silence, Lu Yan playfully prodded, What, you don't like this? She swept her hair up into a high ponytail, her style changing in an instant to something sharp and capable. She continued, How about this style then? Do you like this side of me, young man? Chin Feng marveled internally at the drastic change. When he still didn't answer, Lu Yan asked in surprise, What, you don't like this either? Then I bet you like the pure student type, right? Or maybe the obedient maid type. Go on, tell me. Is there any style this ever-changing witch can't pull off? Finally she pressed herself against Chin Feng, pouting her alluring lips, her eyes shining. It must be the pure student type, right? Chin Feng couldn't take the teasing anymore and finally spoke up. Yes, whatever you say is right. I give up. Third aisle by the entrance. Yuanwu casket number 7. If you want it, go buy it. Lu Yan's face lit up with a radiant smile as she thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, handsome. Thank you. She turned and ran back into the Yuanqi pavilion. Chin Feng called after her. If you get a dud, don't blame me. Lu Yan replied without a care. I won't. No matter what's inside, I'll accept it. Wait for me here, okay? If it's something good, I'll come back and thank you properly. She blew Chin Feng a kiss and quickly disappeared into the pavilion. Chin Feng shook his head and muttered, Tisk, no need for that. A moment later, a cry of astonishment came from inside. Holy crap, a water-type Yuanwu, 86% amplitude. I'm rich. This thing is worth at least 3 million. The crowd stared at the azure Yuanwu in Lu Yan's hand, exclaiming in admiration, Why are there so many good Yuanwu today? Zheng Bo was dumbfounded, thinking, What is with today? This is unreal. Lu Yan cradled the azure Yuanwu, her eyes gleaming as she whispered, Tisk, a handsome kid wasn't lying. It really is something good. I'll definitely repay this favor. Meanwhile, Chin Feng had already run all the way to the warrior building. He stopped and caught his breath. Few who would wait around there. I need to find Choo-Choo and go home. No time to get tangled up with that woman. He hurried into the third-floor training hall. Suddenly, a loud cheer caught his attention. Wow, she's amazing. Where did this little girl come from? Another person said excitedly. She's so strong. Go, little girl, you got this. Curious, Chin Feng looked up at the large screen ahead. When he saw the figure on it, he blurted out in surprise, Choo-Choo. On the screen, Choo-Choo was relentlessly pressuring her opponent, who could only defend without a chance to strike back. Chin Feng couldn't help but think to himself, this kid is really strong. Choo-Choo had never been in a real fight before, yet she possessed such outstanding combat talent, impressing everyone present. He watched with focus. The virtual combat room's computer analyzed the challenger's height, build, and other parameters to generate a virtual avatar. In the virtual battle, players controlled this avatar, relying entirely on skill and experience. Both sides had their attack power, speed, and defense set to identical values, making it independent of real-world strength and a true test of skill. The crowd was buzzing. Wow, who is this girl? She's managed to last this long against Blade God, someone else exclaimed in admiration. That's incredible. Blade God's combat skills are ranked in the top 10 in Yunyang City, yet this little girl is fighting him on even terms. She's a natural-born fighter. Hearing everyone praise Choo-Choo, Chin Feng felt a surge of brotherly pride and the corners of his mouth turned up. This kid really is something else, he assessed silently. Her opponent is experienced, but this is Choo-Choo's first time, and she's relying purely on talent and instinct. Her technique is still rough with many flaws, but for her first time this is exceptional. I'll have to train this kid properly. On the screen, after being suppressed by Choo-Choo for a while, Blade God launched a counterattack, but not only did he fail to defeat her, he exposed an opening. Choo-Choo instantly seized the opportunity and dealt a fatal blow, finishing her opponent. With Choo-Choo's victory, the crowd erupted, their cheers deafening. Nice one, she even beat Blade God, one person shouted excitedly. How is she so strong? I'm a fan, another yelled. Little girl, from now on you're my goddess. Amidst the fervent cheers, Choo-Choo stepped out of the virtual combat pod. Even her opponent, Blade God, was thoroughly impressed. A crowd of enthusiastic male fans surrounded Choo-Choo, all trying to recruit her at once. Little sister, can we be friends? Another man pushed his way in. Choo-Choo, our East Bear mercenary group desperately needs someone with your talent. join us. Another group wasn't about to be outdone. Choo-choo, we at the West Union need a talent like you too. Join us. Suddenly a sharp voice cut through the noise. What are you two eunuch organizations trying to do? Choo-choo, if you're going to join anyone, it should be our Phoenix Brigade. Choo-choo shook her head and firmly refused. No, I'm not planning on joining any mercenary groups. Thank you, everyone. From a distance, Qin Feng heard the recruitment offers and was secretly pleased. These organizations teamed up to hunt vicious beasts and evil beasts and sometimes took on mercenary contracts. Their main forces were gene warriors with limited potential for growth. It was too risky and not at all suitable for the kid. He walked over and called out, Choo-choo, let's go. The siblings left the warrior building side by side. Choo-choo was still buzzing with excitement, chattering in Qin Feng's ear. Brother, did you see me fight? I was amazing back there. Brother, I heard there's a type of virtual combat pod that connects to global matches. Can I buy one? Qin Feng smiled and patted her head. Of course you can, but let's wait a few days. We have something important to do tomorrow. Choo-choo nodded, her eyes shining. Okay, you're the best, brother. The nearby male fans watched the scene, sighing in admiration. Choo-choo is so cute, and she's such a great fighter. I'm so jealous, another one sighed. I wish I had a cute little sister like that. Meanwhile, at the Lin family villa, Lin Suyong was venting his fury. He hammered a punching bag until he tore a large hole through it, then finally stopped. A girl with a pretty face and a gentle smile walked over, handed him a towel and said softly, Second young master, it's getting late, you should go back and rest. Lin Suyong sat down, took off his gloves and nodded. I know, he asked casually. Xiao Lu, is everything arranged? The girl replied, everything is in place. Choo-choo will report to the refugee department tomorrow. I've already planted an informant so her movements will be closely monitored. Lin Suyong nodded, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. Good, have you checked the off-road vehicle and the micro-missiles, are they fully loaded? Xiao Lu bowed her head. Young master, everything is ready. A smirk played on his lips. Good. I want to take a bath. Go prepare the water for me. Yes, sir, Xiao Lu replied respectfully. After his bath, Lin Suyong sipped his wine leisurely, his mind racing. That refugee girl must die tomorrow. Father's plan is perfect. By the day after tomorrow, even if the situation explodes, no one will connect it to the Lin family, he sneered. As long as I can awaken my cultivation talent and become an elementalist, what are the lives of two mere refugees? Whether it's 1,000 or 10,000, anyone who stands in my way will die. The next morning, Qin Feng took Choo-choo to the 7th Refugee Department to report for duty. Choo-choo looked around the hall, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Brother, look at everyone. They're all carrying weapons and wearing combat armor. Why are we wearing our beast armor underneath our clothes and keeping our weapons hidden? Qin Feng smiled, his voice steady. Because we need to play weak to lower their guard. That way we can strike when they least expect it. Choo-choo nodded with an O, not asking any more questions, her eyes filled with trust. Qin Feng calculated silently. After a night of diligent cultivation, his god-sealing sigil was already 93% complete. He was just a little bit away from officially becoming a 1-star elementalist. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to finish it today. If his prediction was correct, Lin Suyong would show up today and make a move on Choo-choo. This time he would not let the tragedy repeat itself. His mission today was to eliminate Lin Suyong. If Lin Suyong remained alive, even if he became an elementalist, Choo-choo would forever be in danger. Once Lin Suyong was eliminated, the next step was to eradicate the entire Lin family. Only then would Choo-choo be safe forever. Just then, Captain Chen Ming's voice boomed, Listen up, we will now divide into 5 groups, each led by a gene warrior. Afterwards, each group will head to the S-22 defense zone to receive assignments from our superiors. Decide on your team members now. The group leaders began picking their members. Seeing this, Choo-choo couldn't help but feel a little worried. A short man with a scarred face walked over, indicating he wanted Qin Feng on his team. But when he heard Qin Feng's request to bring his sister along, his expression immediately soured. He frowned and said, Never mind then, patrol missions were full of risks. Who would want to bring a girl along? Choo-choo puffed out her cheeks in anger and retorted, Who are you calling a girl? I'm super strong, you know. Qin Feng smiled, patting the girl's head as he said gently, It's fine, the more they underestimate us, the safer we are. Just then, a burly, middle-aged man walked over and asked heartily, Little sister, want to join Uncle's team? Choo-choo was taken aback and pointed to her brother. Uncle, are you inviting me? But I want to stay with my brother. Can he come too? The man laughed loudly. Of course he can. Choo-choo cheered. That's great, thank you, Uncle. The man's smile widened. Just call me Captain from now on. Calling me Uncle makes me feel old. I'm He Feng, a level 4 gene warrior, and you two are. I'm Choo-choo, she said quickly. I'm Qin Feng, he replied, a hint of caution in his eyes. Qin Feng silently observed He Feng. This old fellow was a bit strange. While other captains were picking strong members, He Feng had gone out of his way to invite Choo-choo. Anything this abnormal was suspicious. After the groups were formed, everyone quickly boarded the vehicles and headed for the designated area. As the convoy reached the boundary line of the Yunyang city base, Captain Chen Ming's voice came over the speaker again. We are less than 10 kilometers from the S-22 defense zone. He Feng saw the nervous expressions on his team members' faces. He offered a reassuring smile and said heartily, Everyone stay sharp, get ready to enter the defense zone. Qin Feng took the opportunity to subtly probe, Captain, my sister is young and doesn't have much combat strength. I'm afraid she'll be a burden this time. Hearing this, He-Feng waved his hand and laughed loudly. Don't worry about it. I saw how young the kid is and wanted to look out for her. Seeing Chu-Chu reminds me of my own sister. She was about the same age when, during a beast tide, He-Feng suddenly fell silent, and the ever-present smile on his face was tinged with a hint of bitterness. Oh, so that's why, Chu-Chu whispered sympathetically. Chin Feng quickly and awkwardly apologized. Sorry, we didn't mean to bring up unpleasant memories. He-Feng shook his head and smiled faintly. It's fine, it's all in the past. With that, he took 2 pistols from his backpack and handed them to the siblings. Oh, by the way, take these. I noticed you two don't have any gear for self-defense. Once you're outside the city, danger can strike at any moment. Chu-Chu's eyes lit up and she exclaimed, Wow, Captain He-Feng, you're so nice. Chin Feng took the pistol and examined it silently. It was custom-made and had considerable stopping power against level 1 vicious beasts. It was worth tens of thousands on the market. It was rare for someone to lend out such an item so generously, yet He-Feng seemed completely at ease. Just then, He-Feng announced loudly, Attention everyone. We have arrived at the S-22 defense zone. The surrounding scenery left everyone in awe. Wow, this defense zone is huge. Everyone disembarked and followed behind Captain He. Chin Feng held Chu-Chu's hand and warned her carefully. This is the border of the base's defense zone. Be careful. Chu-Chu looked around curiously and saw many people having picnics. Can we have a picnic too? Chin Feng wasn't as naive as the young girl. He scanned the surroundings warily. Suddenly he overheard some whispers. I heard there's a government army stationed here, all Gene warriors, over 1,000 of them. And they say there are several hundred quasi-elementalists serving as officers. Chin Feng turned to He-Feng and asked, Captain He, what are our patrol team's main duties? He-Feng replied in a relaxed and clear tone, It's quite simple actually. When the garrison is out on patrol, we handle the combat engineering work and assist the refugees. We can't do much besides manual labor. If we encounter vicious beasts, we can only rely on the garrison or run. Suddenly, someone in the group pointed behind He-Feng and shouted, Everyone look, it's an elementalist. A man and a woman were walking over, exuding an unapproachable aura. He-Feng immediately stepped forward and addressed the female officer respectfully. Commander Liu. He-Feng, captain of the 8th patrol team from the refugee area, reporting for duty. A stir went through the men in the group. Damn, that female officer is so cool. Mom, I'm in love. Incredible. I never knew a female hero could be so beautiful. Chin Feng watched the woman silently, a strong sense of familiarity washing over him. After a moment of thought, he suddenly realized it was Lu Yan, the woman he had met at the Yuanwu pavilion. Beside him, Chu-Chu was also stunned by her beauty. Brother, that elementalist is so pretty, isn't she? Yeah. Chin Feng replied distractedly, a sense of unease rising within him. What the hell, how did I run into her here? He thought. Lin Suyong hasn't shown up yet. I'd better hope Lu Yan doesn't recognize me, or it could complicate things. It would be best not to alert the enemy. Lu Yan stepped forward, her voice icy. Welcome everyone to the S-22 defense zone. I am the commander of the 9th Garrison, Lu Yan. For the next week, you will be assisting my unit with patrol duties. You have only one task, to obey. Obey and obey absolutely. Even if an order is wrong, you must carry it out. Remember, in the S-22 zone, anyone who defies an order will be killed without question. As she finished speaking, a formidable aura emanated from her, pressing down on the crowd and stunning them into silence. Chin Feng covered his face to avoid being recognized, smirking to himself. As expected of a 1-star elementalist, what an imposing presence. Lu Yan handed things over to her adjutant Wang and then turned to leave. Adjutant Wang began assigning tasks. All refugee groups will be paired with garrison patrol teams according to your numbers. Prepare to begin your mission. The garrison troops distributed entrenching tools, ropes, and other supplies to the refugee groups. Their task was to inspect and repair fortifications destroyed by vicious beasts. After organizing their equipment, everyone gathered in the patrol area. 10 minutes later. An hour later, He-Feng's group followed a garrison unit to Area 1 in the western suburbs of Yuanyang City. The officer in charge spoke sternly. Attention, we have reached the outer perimeter of the defense zone. Everyone must remain vigilant at all times. Ahead of us is today's objective, a fortification destroyed by vicious beasts. It was a watchtower used for scouting beast movements. If a beast tide were to strike, this tower would provide an early warning, making it a crucial military point. Captain He, you will lead your refugee group to rebuild this iron tower. We're leaving this job to you while we patrol the next point. We'll rendezvous with you after you're done. If there's an emergency, contact us immediately. He-Feng nodded. Understood, sir. He turned around and said decisively, I'll be on lookout. Everyone get to it. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can join the patrol. It's not safe here, so don't let your guard down. A young man in the group laughed cheekily. Captain, the patrol team just swept this area. There shouldn't be any vicious beast causing trouble. What's there to be afraid of? Feng's eyes widened and he barked at the young man, his voice booming. You don't understand how cruel the outside world is. Sometimes humans are more terrifying than vicious beasts. The young man looked bewildered and stammered. What? Why would humans be more terrifying than beasts? Feng sneered, his gaze sharp. You think humanity is united? You're too naive. On the outskirts of Yunyang City, hostile forces often hunt our people. The city has laws to restrain people, but outside the walls it's a world where the big fish eats the small fish. If you're not careful, you won't even know how you died. Hearing this, the faces of the group turned pale. Let's go get to work. The sooner we finish, the better. No one dared to say another word. Feng immediately rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Chu quietly approached him and looked up. Captain, is the world outside the city really that scary? Feng smiled gently and patted her head. Don't worry, the captain will protect you, Chu. Thank you, Captain, Chu replied with a bright smile. Feng watched them silently, his expression unreadable, his eyes deep with thought. Meanwhile, on the city's outskirts, Lin Suyong and Xiao Lu had arrived. Their informant sent a signal, confirming Chu's position, 6 o'clock 21 miles out. Lin Suyong tossed his cigarette butt, a twisted smile on his lips. Let the hunt begin. Back with Feng, the team was working hard to repair the iron tower, hoping to finish the task as soon as possible. Feng stood to the side, supervising while scanning the surroundings with binoculars. Feng glanced at his sister and asked with concern, You tired, kid? I'm not tired at all, Chu replied excitedly. I'm super strong now. This bit of work is nothing. Just then, a loud bang echoed from the forest, sending the entire team into a panic. What was that? What was that sound? Feng frowned, a question rising in his mind. Was that a gunshot? If anything happens, everyone send out an emergency signal, Feng shouted. He quickly raised his binoculars to look at the forest, and his face instantly turned pale. This is bad. It's a herd of iron-armored wild boars. The entire team was plunged into a state of panic. Iron-armored wild boars. The gunshot must have startled them and sent them running this way. Run! One person screamed. You idiots, Feng roared. How can you outrun a herd of vicious beasts? Hide in the fortification? Nonsense. If that fortification was any good, this tower wouldn't have collapsed. The group was filled with despair. What do we do then? That's a herd of iron-armored wild boars equivalent to a full squad of Gene warriors. Captain, he is the only Gene warrior here. We're all going to die. Hearing this, Chu got scared and ran to Feng's side, pressing close to her brother. Feng quickly hugged Chu and soothed her. Don't be afraid. Stay close to me. He looked up and asked urgently. Captain, what should we do? Someone in the team suggested with a trembling voice. Let's scatter and run. The survival rate will be higher that way. Feng jumped down from the structure, his eyes sharp, and immediately gave the order, Run, I'll hold them off here. Drew his blade and took a fighting stance. At his command, the others immediately scattered and fled. Only Feng and Chu remained where they were, which greatly surprised Feng. Why aren't you two running? Feng answered firmly. Captain, we want to stay and help you. Chu nodded resolutely. That's right, we won't abandon you. Nonsense, Feng yelled. Iron-armored wild boars are level 3 vicious beasts. What can you two do against them? Run back to the defense zone. But it was too late. The herd of iron-armored wild boars was already charging toward them, roaring. Feng shook his head and quickly commanded, Chu, open fire. The siblings raised their pistols and fired repeatedly at the herd. But the bullets barely phased the beasts, doing nothing to slow their charge. Get back, Feng roared. At this critical moment he rushed forward without hesitation, placing himself between the siblings and the beasts. He swung his blade fiercely, forcing back the leading boar king. Chu's eyes widened and she cheered. Wow, Captain, he is so cool. Feng marveled to himself. As expected of a level 4 Gene warrior, he really had some skills. After a fierce struggle, Feng finished off the iron-armored boar, but there was still a large pack of beasts behind them. Chu asked worriedly, Captain, what do we do now? There are still so many beasts behind us. Feng frowned. If all the iron-armored boars charged at once, even 3 or 4 level 4 Gene warriors would struggle to hold them off. This fortification won't last long. We need to get out of here. He motioned to Feng. Follow me. I know a safe place. The 3 of them hurried to an abandoned construction area. Sure enough, the iron-armored boars didn't follow. Panting, Chu asked, Captain, are we safe now? Feng nodded, his tone cautious. Yes. We should be, but don't let your guard down. Keep an eye on our surroundings. Let's rest for 20 minutes. The defense zone is about 30 kilometers to the southwest. We can make it before dark. Things were going too smoothly, which made Feng uneasy. They had escaped the pack of beasts and Lin Suyong hadn't shown up yet. Chu was out of danger for now. Am I overthinking this? He muttered to himself. But his suspicion remained. The beasts had been stirred up by gunshots. Someone had to be behind it. Just then a loud bang shattered his thoughts. An armored vehicle appeared and Lin Suyong stepped out, a sinister smile on his face. You little brat, I finally found you. Feng trembled with rage, his eyes cold as ice. Lin Suyong had appeared just as he'd thought. The gunshots that startled the beasts were his doing. Chu, innocent and naive, froze for a moment, then cried out in pleasant surprise and started to run toward Lin Suyong. Brother, Captain, the defense zone must have sent someone to rescue us. Feng quickly pulled her back, shouting, Chu, don't go over there. Lin Suyong laughed sinisterly. A group of combat ineffective drifters daring to patrol the dangerous area outside the defense zone and then running into a pack of beasts. Who would suspect anything if a little girl like her died? The moment he finished speaking, he opened fire, spraying bullets wildly at Chu Chu. With lightning-fast reflexes, Qin Feng scooped up his sister and dove behind a large boulder to avoid the bullets. He Feng quickly followed them. Lin Suyong, like a madman, continued firing at the boulder, roaring, "Die, all of you, just die. This time I'll show father that whatever I want I can get it done perfectly without leaving a single trace. My abilities are no worse than my brother's, and I Long Yi am far more ruthless than him." Qin Feng held Chu Chu tightly and whispers a few words in her ear. After hearing him, the little girl's face instantly turned deathly pale. His instructions given, Qin Feng turned to He Feng, his voice low and firm. "Captain He, help me take care of her." He Feng asked in surprise. "Qin Feng, what are you planning to do?" Fury blazed in Qin Feng's eyes as he replied, "I'm going to slaughter that idiot." As soon as he spoke, Qin Feng exploded with power and charged straight at a stunned Lin Suyong. Qin Feng shouted, his voice echoing, "Captain He, take care of Chu Chu for me. I'm going to kill that bastard." Seeing Qin Feng dare to charge him, Lin Suyong sneered, courting death. He aimed the multi-barrel machine gun at Qin Feng and fired bilge. But Qin Feng moved like a panther, his path erratic, and not a single bullet could hit him. In an instant he had closed in on Lin Suyang's armored vehicle. He roared in anger, "Xiao Lu, what's going on? That speed, isn't Chu Chu's brother just an ordinary person? How can he be so skilled?" Xiao Lu stammered, "The intel was wrong. With skills like that he's at least a level 4 gene warrior." Seeing the machine gun was useless, Lin Suyong scrambled onto the vehicle, slammed a control button, and roared through gritted teeth, "So what, I'll roast you all alive." Qin Feng immediately became more alert. On the roof of the vehicle, besides the multi-barrel machine gun, 6 missile launchers suddenly appeared. Xiao Lu frantically tried to dissuade him. "Young master, we're too close, we'll be in danger too." Lin Suyong yelled, "Shut up, I don't care." Lin Suyong roared at Xiao Lu, his eyes bloodshot, madly telling him to shut up. He fired the missiles at Qin Feng without hesitation. Qin Feng let out a cold snort, his eyes sharp. "Micro-missiles, bring it." Following his sharp cry, the power of the wind element erupted from his hands. In an instant a furious gale swept over everything, carrying the missiles high into the sky where they exploded with a deafening roar. Qin Feng stood his ground, completely unscathed, and stared coldly at Lin Suyong. Xiao Lu and Lin Suyong were dumbfounded, utterly horrified. What? He's a master of the wind element." Elsewhere, He Feng was also stunned, muttering, "Qin Feng is a quasi-elementalist." Chu Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. "I never knew my brother was this strong." Not far away, perched on the branch of a tall tree, Bai Su was watching through a pair of binoculars. Having witnessed the entire event, he cried out in alarm, "Oh no, the second young master is in danger." He quickly leaped down from the tree and rushed toward Lin Suyong. On the battlefield, a panicked Lin Suyong ordered, "Xiao Lu, turn around, run." Xiao Lu snapped back to his senses and hastily started backing up the vehicle. Qin Feng saw through his plan and snorted contemptuously. "Trying to run? You think you can get away?" He immediately channeled his wind power, forming a sphere of energy in front of his chest. With the energy sphere as its center, a powerful suction pulled everything forward, including Lin Suyang's armored vehicle. Xiao Lu's desperate driving was futile. He yelled in terror, "The vehicle won't move, it's being pulled in." Lin Suyong stammered, his face pale, Are you kidding me? Are quasi-elementalists this powerful?" When the armored vehicle was pulled to within a few meters, Qin Feng sneered and threw the wind energy sphere under it. A massive explosion erupted. The terrifying blast, surging with wind power, flung the entire vehicle into the air. Qin Feng drew the bloodbone blade from his storage ring and roared, "Today you will die." He gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful slash at the airborne vehicle. Xiao Lu, in the driver's seat, let out a piercing scream. "Young master, the vehicle is out of control." Lin Suyong yelled, "Forget it, jump." He kicked the door open and leaped out. At that moment the light from Qin Feng's blade struck the armored vehicle, causing it to explode. Xiao Lu didn't have time to escape and was trapped in the wreckage. Lin Suyong managed to escape the explosion, but the shockwave still sent him flying, tumbling over a dozen times on the ground. He howled in pain, cursing, "Fuck, what the hell is happening?" He couldn't believe his perfect plan had failed just like that. Suddenly the sound of Qin Feng's footsteps grew closer. Terrified, Lin Suyong scrambled backward, stammering and begging for mercy. Don't come any closer. I had my reasons, I swear. Spare me, I'll never do it again." Qin Feng snorted, his eyes icy. "Spare you? If the roles were reversed, would you have spared Chu Ju?" Lin Suyong shuddered and shrieked in panic, "Why you know who I am? Do we know each other?" Qin Feng approached slowly, his voice low and cold. "Of course we do. You are my enemy from a past life." Lin Suyong muttered blankly, "Past life? I don't know what you're talking about. Are you insane?" Then he suddenly shouted in a certain direction, "You over there, are you just going to stand by and watch me die?" Hearing the shout, He Feng, who had been standing by to protect Chu Chu, suddenly seized her and threatened, "Qin Feng, stop, don't make a move if you don't want Chu Chu to die." Chu Chu, held firmly in his grasp, looked at He Feng with disbelief, but he paid her no mind, his eyes fixed on Qin Feng. Qin Feng replied calmly, his gaze sharp, "Captain He, so you were Lin Suyang's spy planted by our side all along." He Feng frowned, puzzled. "You knew all along. Then why did you entrust Chu Chu to me?" Chu Chu immediately answered him with her actions. With a sharp twist, she broke He Feng's fingers, broke free from his hold, and then sent him flying with a spinning back kick, making him crash heavily against the wall behind them. This series of clean, swift moves left Lin Suyong dumbfounded. Holy shit, he thought. This little girl isn't ordinary either. A level 4 gene warrior is no match for her. Could she be a quasi-elementalist too? Just who are these two siblings? Qin Feng spoke leisurely. Now do you understand why I was confident leaving Chu Chu with you? Chu Chu pointed her gun at He Feng, her face filled with confusion as she demanded. Why did you deceive me? You were always taking care of us. I thought my brother was wrong. He Feng sighed, a bitter look on his face. So you're not an ordinary person either. Feng, go ahead, kill me. Chu Chu still hesitated, not pulling the trigger. She shouted, Captain He, why did you do it? He Feng lowered his head and said in anguish, I wanted to make money quickly to save my daughter. She's so young and already gravely ill. It's all my fault for being useless. I don't blame anyone. I'm sorry, Chu Chu, just do it. Hearing this, Chu Chu muttered, So it was for your daughter. She subconsciously lowered her gun, inadvertently giving He Feng an opening. He leapt up abruptly and swung his sword at her without hesitation. The sword was too fast. Chu Chu could only watch helplessly. At that critical moment, a sharp sword flew through the air, pierced He Feng's body and pinned him to the wall. He died on the spot. Qin Feng asked calmly, Why didn't you kill him just now? Choking back tears, Chu Chu cried out, Brother, she was stunned. Unsure how to answer, Qin Feng taught Chu Chu sternly, You must remember, in this cruel world where the strong prey on the weak, you can never blindly trust others. After speaking, his face darkened and his cold gaze fell upon Lin Suyang. As the saying goes, it's rude not to return a favor. You came all this way just to die. It would be impolite of me to refuse such a warm gesture, wouldn't it? Don't you agree? Lin Suyang shook his head frantically, backing away in terror. No, Qin Feng ignored him, his voice as sharp as a blade. Therefore your life is mine to take today. Scared out of his wits, Lin Suyang cried and begged for his life. No, please don't kill me. Just then a loud shout came from the distance. Stop, do not harm the second young master. Qin Feng turned around calmly. He saw Bai Su rushing over like a whirlwind. As soon as he got close, Bai Su activated his vine dragon lock skill. Countless vines instantly erupted from the ground around Qin Feng, attempting to bind him. But he reacted quickly, dodging them easily with a leap. Bai Su didn't stop. While Qin Feng was still in the air, he unleashed Green Python's death coil. The vines intertwined tightly, forming a mat of earth dragon that opened its maw and swallowed Qin Feng's lower body. While his upper body was firmly bound by the vines, Lin Suyang was overjoyed and shouted triumphantly, Heaven is on my side. Qin Feng, Steward Bai is a mid-stage 1-star elementalist. Now that he's here, you'll never be able to kill me. Qin Feng smiled faintly, his tone casual. Is that so? Then I'll just have to send him on his way first, won't I? Before he even finished speaking, his bloodbone blade flashed with a cold light, shattering the vines to pieces. Bai Su and Lin Suyang were both stunned. Bai Su cried out, What? He broke my death coil with a single wave of his hand? He hurriedly cast swift death-chasing arrows, and countless arrows condensed from the wood element shot toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng remained unmoved, snorting contemptuously. Swift death-chasing arrows, you dare call that pathetic speed swift? Qin Feng smiled slightly. Silently activating wind shadow form, he crouched, supporting himself with one hand on the ground and shouted, Let me show you what true swift death chasing is. He shot forward, leaving the wooden arrows far behind. The wooden arrows, as if they had eyes, turned and gave chase, but Qin Feng was too fast. They only hit his afterimages, exploding in vain. Unharmed, Qin Feng continued to charge at Bai Su, his successive attacks having failed. Bai Su began to panic. How is this possible? I can't even see his movements. Is this his true power? Did he deliberately hide his strength to lure me into attacking? Suddenly a black shadow flashed past like lightning. Bai Su's heart sank. Before he could react, his own head was already flying high into the air. Is that my body? Could it be that I'm already? Bai Su's consciousness ended there. His head rolled to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. Lin Suyang witnessed it all, feeling as if he'd been plunged into an icy abyss. Bai Su's instant death extinguished the flame of hope that had just been ignited in him. He roared insanely at the headless corpse. You were only on the field for a few fucking seconds. After a few curses, Lin Suyang gradually calmed down. Looking at Qin Feng's cold face, he thought, Steward Bai was a mid-stage 1-star elementalist, and he even had the geographical advantage. To kill him instantly like that, only a 2-star elementalist could do it. Could this guy be a 2-star elementalist? But he's only 17. Even my genius brother only became a 1-star elementalist at 20. He was terrified by his own speculation. Lin Suyang cast aside all his dignity and knelt before Qin Feng, begging, I'm begging you, can you please not kill me? Qin Feng frowned and said coldly, It's useless, you must die. Seeing Qin Feng's resolute attitude, Lin Suyang resorted to threats. Do you know who I am? I'm the second young master of the Lin family. If you kill me, the Lin family will find out sooner or later, and when they do, my grandfather will never let you or your sister go. Qin Feng calmly raised his bloodbone blade. It doesn't matter. After you're dead, the Lin family is next. Everyone in the Lin family will go down to join you. As his words fell, Qin Feng swung his blade down, ending Lin Suyang's life. Looking at his opponent's corpse, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It was over. With Lin Suyang dead, Chu Chu's crisis was resolved. He quickly collected the evidence and corpses with his storage ring, thinking, but the Lin family will never let this go. Lin Suyang's death will definitely make them suspect me and Chu Chu first. I have to clean up all the traces. Just then, Chu Chu walked over, holding the sword Qin Feng had used to kill He Feng. Brother, can you put this sword away for me? Qin Feng smiled, placed the sword in his ring, and asked gently, Little girl, it's all over. Are you hurt? Chu Chu lowered her head and said dejectedly, Yeah, I'm fine, but I still don't understand why he was so determined to kill me. Qin Feng explained, Remember that phone you found? It was Lin Suyang's. He wanted to kill you, and it must be related to the text message you saw. A text message? Chu asked, confused. Qin Feng nodded. That's right, that message contained an important secret, so he wanted to silence you. You saw the message 2 days ago, so the deal must be happening in these 2 days. Who was the deal with? Chu hesitated for a moment. I think his name was Zhou Tong. Brother, am I really stupid? Qin Feng patted her head and smiled. Don't worry about it. There's a good show tomorrow night. We'll find out everything then. Chu was worried, her voice trembling. Brother, we killed Lin Suyang. The Lin family will definitely trace it back to us. We can't go home now. They could show up at any time. It's too dangerous. Qin Feng smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, we'll go back to the S-22 defense zone. I know someone who can help us. Hearing this, Chu's eyes lit up and she asked in delight, Really? Qin Feng thought of Lu Yan, nodded slightly, and a smile played on his lips. Of course, that person owes us a big favor too. A few hours later, in the S-22 defense zone, Qin Feng and Chu were sitting in a room answering questions from a staff member. Xiao Yan confirmed. So you were attacked by a pack of beasts, which caused you to scatter. Captain He Feng stayed behind to cover your retreat while you two and the others managed to escape. Is that correct? Qin Feng nodded calmly. Yes. Then he feigned concern and asked, Has Captain He returned? What about the others? Are they all back? Adjutant Wang replied in a solemn voice, Including you two, only 6 people have returned in total. There's been no word from the rest. Their fate is unknown. Qin Feng sighed, a look of regret on his face. Is that so? I hope Captain He and the others are safe. Chu sat quietly to the side, marveling to herself. Wow, my brother is such an amazing actor. Xiao Yan compared the statements from the other survivors and reported to Adjutant Wang, The stories from these returned drifters are all the same. Adjutant Wang nodded. It seems to be just an ordinary beast attack. Report it to the commander as such. He turned to Qin Feng and Chu. All right, we understand the situation. You two can go back and rest for now. You'll be given new assignments later. Just as Adjutant Wang and Xiao Yan were about to leave, Qin Feng stopped him. Sir, we have something to report directly to Commander Lu Yan. Adjutant Wang stopped and frowned. You can just tell me whatever it is. Qin Feng insisted. No, this matter is extremely important. I must see Commander Lu Yan in person. Seeing his persistence, Adjutant Wang said sternly, Qin Feng, in the military, reporting over your superior's head is a major taboo. Even if you're not officially enlisted, you have to follow the rules here. At your level, you don't have the clearance to see the commander. Qin Feng asked curiously. Then what level do I need to be to have the clearance to see the commander? Adjutant Wang replied immediately. Either the rank of 2nd lieutenant or someone with special privileges. Qin Feng understood. He smiled, took a black card from his pocket and handed it over. Please take a look. This is my privilege card. When Adjutant Wang and Xiao Yan saw the card, they were both shocked and exclaimed, What, you're a privilege holder? They quickly took the card and examined it carefully. Xiao Yan said in surprise, This is a level 4 privilege card? Adjutant Wang didn't answer, thinking to himself. To reach level 4 privilege, one needs to accumulate an extremely high number of points. Even the scions of wealthy families or ordinary gene warriors might never achieve that in their entire lifetime. If this is real, his talent is likely far greater than even the number 1 genius Lin Yang. But regardless, a level 4 privilege holder is someone you absolutely cannot afford to offend. Standing to the side, Xiao Yan also guessed silently. Could he be a master at the peak of the gang body stage? But he's so young, how is that possible? Where are all these geniuses coming from? Just as the two were lost in thought, Qin Feng's voice pulled them back to reality. So may I see Commander Lu Yan now? Adjutant Wang jolted and quickly replied, Of course, please follow me. I'll take you to the commander right away. A moment later, Adjutant Wang led Qin Feng and Chu to the door of the commander's office. He knocked and reported loudly, Commander, a level 4 privilege holder wishes to see you. He says he has an urgent matter to report in person. Chu whispered from the side, Brother, is this Commander the beautiful Elementalist who taught us a lesson before? Qin Feng smiled and nodded. Yes, that's her. A cool voice came from inside the room. Come in. After receiving permission, Adjutant Wang led the two siblings inside. Lu Yan immediately looked up and asked, Who did you say wanted to see me? Adjutant Wang stepped aside and introduced them. Commander, this is Mr. Qin Feng, and this is his sister Chu. Lu Yan turned her head and cried out in pleasant surprise. Well now, handsome, what are you doing here? Qin Feng raised a hand in greeting and smiled. Commander Lu, we meet again. Seeing this, Adjutant Wang grew curious. He knows the commander and they seem to be quite familiar. Lu Yan walked forward excitedly and asked, Why did you leave last time without even saying goodbye? She turned to Adjutant Wang. Quick, make some tea for our distinguished guests. Adjutant Wang nodded and excused himself. Lu Yan gestured warmly. Come, have a seat. Take your time and tell me what's on your mind. Qin Feng nodded and pulled Chu down to sit with him. The little girl marveled to herself. Wow, she's such a great beauty. She's even prettier up close. Adjutant Wang brought the tea, invited them to drink, and then withdrew. After sitting down, Lu Yan said enthusiastically, So it was you, Qin Feng. Thanks to you last time I managed to get a meta-armament with 86% amplification. I haven't even had the chance to thank you properly. Qin Feng replied modestly, It was nothing really. Lu Yan's smile was radiant. She blew a kiss. It's a deal then. Remember to call me next time you go to the meta-armament pavilion. Chu's eyes widened, and she exclaimed inwardly, Tisk, they're even making a date. Qin Feng didn't take the bait, simply saying tactfully, I just got lucky that day. It might work once in a while, but if I go too often, the luck will run out. Then he changed the subject, his tone becoming serious. Actually, I came today to ask for a favor. Lu Yan picked up her teacup and said readily, What is it? Just say the word. As long as you ask, I'll definitely help you. Qin Feng said bluntly, It's nothing major. I'd just like to stay at your place for the night. Lu Yan had just taken a sip of tea. Hearing this, she did a spit take, spraying it everywhere and choking uncontrollably. Adjutant Wang roared in his mind, horrified. My God, how dare he say something so shameless to our noble and decisive commander? Isn't he just asking to be killed? Although Chu Chu didn't say anything, she also had a strange, puzzled expression on her face. Only Qin Feng remained perfectly innocent, calmly waiting for Lu Yan's response. After a moment, Lu Yan wiped her mouth with a napkin, her cheeks flushed, and asked again shyly, You want to spend the night at my place? Adjutant Wang, standing behind them, almost stepped forward, wanting to ask in his mind, Commander, why is your face so red? Before Qin Feng could answer, Lu Yan changed her demeanor, puffing out her cheeks and pretending to be angry. If you were going to do this, why did you leave last time without a single word? Qin Feng scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. I had something urgent to attend to, but I'm here now, aren't I? It's not too late. Lu Yan flashed a bewitching smile. Not late at all. I, Lu Yan, am a woman of my word. You can stay at my place tonight. Adjutant Wang's jaw nearly hit the floor. He thought he had misheard, never expecting that Lu Yan would actually agree to Qin Feng's request. Qin Feng was overjoyed. He ruffled Chu Chu's hair and said, All right, then my sister will stay the night here too. Lu Yan froze, looking a little awkward. Is that convenient? Qin Feng asked with concern. Don't you have enough rooms? Lu Yan stammered. There are enough rooms, but I was hoping to get to know you on a deeper level. With your sister around, the more Qin Feng listened, the more confused he became. A deeper level, he repeated, bewildered. No one answered, but everyone in the room shot him strange looks. Suddenly it dawned on him that his words had caused a misunderstanding. He jumped to his feet, waving his hands to explain. This is a huge misunderstanding, Sister Lu. I just wanted to borrow your place to cultivate for a night. I feel like I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. Lu Yan cut him off with a giggle. A breakthrough? I think it's your nerve that's about to break through the sky, Qin Feng stammered. No, it's not like that. Oh, please? Lu Yan stepped forward and placed a finger on his lips, her voice soft. It's all right, I get it. I totally get it. It's no problem at all, just a small thing. But in her mind, Lu Yan thought, he must be shy and just came up with a flimsy excuse to cover it up. But what a terrible excuse. A breakthrough? You think you can just find a random place and cultivate for one night? An ordinary person without talent would need at least 10 days to half a month of seclusion, maybe even half a year. HMPH, I'll prepare an even bigger bed for you to cultivate on. She gave Qin Feng a glance, her smile filled with meaning. Lu Yan's cheeks were flushed, her eyes shimmering with affection, which made Qin Feng's expression darken. He was certain she still misunderstood, but he couldn't explain further, since the secret involved his system. Lu Yan took out a card and handed it to Adjutant Wang. Adjutant Wang, please take them to get some rest first, she said softly. I have some matters to attend to. I'll be over to entertain you later. Adjutant Wang took the card and replied respectfully, You two please follow me. He then led Qin Feng and Chu Chu away. A moment later, Lu Yan walked to her desk and pressed a button on the desk phone. Xiao Yan, come in for a moment. On the other end, Xiao Yan's voice boomed. Commander Lu. Lu Yan hung up and waited patiently. A few minutes later, Xiao Yan appeared. Commander, what are your orders? Lu Yan immediately commanded. Xiao Yan, go into the city and buy me a few student uniforms. Xiao Yan was surprised but remained respectful. Oh yes, Commander. Lu Yan then asked, Do you know my measurements? Xiao Yan nodded, blushing. I do. Good, Lu Yan said, satisfied. Go on then. Come back soon. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment, then analyzed worriedly. But Commander, your figure is so exceptional. I'm afraid it'll be hard to find student uniforms that fit properly. Besides, student uniforms are usually very plain. Enough chatter, Lu Yan interrupted impatiently. Just do your best to buy a few that fit, but they can't be too loose. They need to be a little tight to accentuate your commander's perfect figure. Xiao Yan nodded. Oh, I understand. Lu Yan suddenly remembered something else. Her face reddened again as she shyly twisted a lock of her hair. Right, and get me a maid outfit too. Xiao Yan's jaw dropped. Commander, what are you buying these for? She asked, curious. Lu Yan slammed her hand on the desk. Why all the questions? Just go. Startled, Xiao Yan scurried off to carry out the task. Lu Yan was left alone, sitting in her chair with flushed cheeks and a dazed expression. Honestly, I remember him saying he likes the innocent type, but who knows, men always have a wandering eye. Maybe he likes the obedient maid type too. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, who was following Adjutant Wang, suddenly sneezed. He muttered, Why do I suddenly feel so uneasy? A short while later, Adjutant Wang brought the siblings to Lu Yan's residence. Mr. Qin, this is the commander's home. Chu Chu looked around, her eyes sparkling. Wow, it's huge. It's 10 times bigger than our house. Qin Feng nodded in approval. Well, it's a commander's residence after all. It's certainly impressive. Adjutant Wang saluted and prepared to leave. Mr. Qin, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. But Qin Feng quickly stopped him. Speaking of missions, weren't we supposed to be assigned a different one? Adjutant Wang scratched his head awkwardly. Hasn't the commander already assigned you one personally? Qin Feng was baffled. When did that happen? Adjutant Wang kept a straight face, but his lips twitched. Your greatest mission is to rest well. I hope you two will rest diligently and contribute your humble efforts to the defense cause. The words were serious, but they carried a hint of jest that made both Qin Feng and Chu Chu chuckle. Qin Feng clapped his hands. So that's how it is? Well said, well said. Adjutant Wang laughed along, thinking to himself. Your relationship with the commander is obviously special. If I assigned you a mission, I'd probably be risking my neck. With that, he tactfully departed, leaving Qin Feng and Chu Chu to rest. Qin Feng looked at Chu Chu gently. We're safe now, little one. This is the defense zone commander's home. The Lin family won't dare cause trouble here. They'll have to be wary. Chu Chu smiled playfully, glancing at him. My brother's gone and made friends with another big shot. You're amazing, I'm just teasing. But then her expression turned worried. But we can't hide here forever. Qin Feng comforted her. Don't worry. I'll have a breakthrough and become an elementalist soon. Then I'll be able to help you advance to the human rank. Without solid proof, the Lin family won't dare to move against us openly. Chu Chu's eyes lit up. Oh really? That's great, she nodded decisively. But when the time comes, we have to become incredibly strong and wipe out the Lin family to eliminate any future trouble. Qin Feng smiled. Yes, I know, you need to practice your combat skills too. Don't hold me back. I'll work hard, brother. I definitely won't hold you back, Chu Chu said excitedly. Brother, look, she pointed at two large machines. Those are the latest virtual reality combat machines. Commander Liu Yan is so amazing. She even has private network combat. She must be so rich. Qin Feng laughed. If you like them, go play. I'll buy you one in a few days. That was all the encouragement Chu Chu needed. She gleefully powered up a machine and climbed inside to practice. Watching her, Qin Feng felt a surge of happiness. This little girl is getting more and more obsessed with combat. Since she's working so hard, I can't slack off either. Qin Feng lightly pressed a button on a control panel, opening the entrance to a cultivation area, his mind constantly weighing their current situation. Lin Suying's death can't be covered up for much longer. With the Lin family's power, they'll find Chu Chu's location soon enough. The strongest members of their family are bound to show up. I have to break through to Elementalist before all hell breaks loose. Meanwhile in her office, Liu Yan was deep in thought, her eyes scanning Qin Feng's file. After finishing, she tossed the papers on the ground and sighed in disappointment. Still no new information. The vagrant department is so inefficient. But then her eyes lit up. Still, she murmured. To be a level 4 pugilist at his age, could he have already reached the peak of body fortification? The thought stunned her. A peak of body fortification this young, his talent is simply off the charts. In the entire Yanyang city base, only the city lord himself has achieved that. With Qin Feng's qualifications and age, he'd be considered exceptional even in the entire Southern Alliance. Has another genius like that really appeared in Yanyang city? And he's so handsome, totally my type. Liu Yan smiled, her heart fluttering like a young girl's. Just then, the phone rang, breaking her reverie. A respectful voice came from the other end, reporting commander, call from the city lord. Should I transfer it? Liu Yan frowned and muttered. Tisk, speak of the devil. Then she ordered decisively. Put him through. A small screen popped up showing the smiling face of the Yanyang city lord. Commander Liu, long time no see. Has work at the defense zone been busy? Liu Yan pursed her lips and said bluntly. Cut to the chase, city lord. Did my old man put you up to this again? The city lord chuckled. Elder Liu is just concerned about you. He wanted me to pass on his greetings and ask when you're planning to return. Liu Yan snapped impatiently. He tends you to ask, so you ask. Can't you say no? The city lord laughed, his tone teasing. My dear Miss Liu, he's an elder of the Southern Alliance and my superior. How could I possibly refuse? Liu Yan snorted and gave a curt reply. Then tell him I'm gaining experience at my post and need some more time. The city lord's smile widened. Elder Liu already said that if you refuse to come back, he'll send people to tie you up and drag you back. Liu Yan glared at the screen, muttering, that old man is so annoying. I know, I'll be back as soon as I can. As soon as the words left her mouth, Liu Yan angrily ended the call with a huff. HMPH, I don't even need to ask. Dad wants to force me into another blind date. If it weren't for him constantly pushing me to meet those useless princelings, I wouldn't have left Alliance headquarters and come to a godforsaken place like Yanyang City to be a mere defense zone commander. At this thought, Liu Yan rubbed her temples, a headache blooming. Running away like this isn't a long-term solution. If Dad gets really mad and cuts off my allowance, where am I going to get money? She murmured, a hint of exhaustion in her eyes. My beloved Yuanwu Mecha, a defense zone commander's salary is so low, how is that enough to live on? Just then, Xiao Yan, who had gone shopping, returned. Liu Yan eagerly rushed over to try on the clothes, complaining, what took you so long? Xiao Yan answered awkwardly, Commander, your figure is too stunning. I had to run to over a dozen shops in the city just to find a few things that fit. Liu Yan nodded, her tone softening. I see, thank you for your hard work. You're dismissed. As soon as Xiao Yan left, Liu Yan was lost in thought again. As long as I can get my hands on Qin Feng and bring this boy genius back with me, Dad will be as happy as if he'd found a priceless treasure. A boy genius? Ha, my dad wouldn't even dare to dream of such a son-in-law, she smiled slyly. And then he won't be able to afford me to go on dates with those useless princelings anymore. That settles it. For the sake of this little genius, I'll just have to make a little sacrifice tonight. Meanwhile, the virtual combat room of the S-22 defense zone was in an uproar. And the one causing all the commotion was none other than Chu Chu. Just like last time, her talent had left the entire military district in awe. Look at that, is this little girl for real, level 13? And her opponents are Gemmo, Smatey, and Scarface. This kid is insane. How old is she to be this strong? It's only been an hour and her power has increased again. This is just too much. On the screen, even in a 1-on-3 fight, Choo-Choo was not at a disadvantage. In fact, she was dominating her opponents. To block her advance, one of them threw a large boulder at her. But Choo-Choo simply kicked the boulder to pieces and rushed forward to counterattack. Smatey was run through by her spear and collapsed instantly. The crowd roared with excitement. In a corner, Wang Jian, the vice commander of the S-22 district and a late stage 1-star Earth Elementalist, watched Choo-Choo's every move, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. This little girl is a true combat genius. I have to find a way to recruit her. The battle was nearing its end, and the winner was, unsurprisingly, Choo-Choo. She had defeated all 3 opponents, including the famously tough Scarface. Isn't he supposed to be tough? Where did this little girl come from? Her combat skills are incredible. I doubt anyone in the entire barracks can match her. I want to have a match with this girl, Wang Jian ordered excitedly. Then he asked an aide, which squad is she in? Bring her to my room. The aide answered hesitantly, Vice Commander. We've never seen her before. Her file is classified and she's too young to meet recruitment standards, so she's not from our district. Hearing that Choo-Choo wasn't part of his district made Vice Commander Wang Jian even more excited. A cunning glint appeared in his eyes as he ordered, Chen Yi, go and investigate the virtual reality combat pod she's using right now. As long as we find the pod, I can find her location. Chen Yi nodded. A brilliant plan, Vice Commander. I'll get right on it. On the large screen, Choo-Choo stood proudly in the center of the arena and issued a challenge. Who else wants a piece of this? Come on up, I'm not done playing yet. Her voice was loud and clear as if she could take on any number of opponents. The crowd buzzed. My God, she's still not satisfied, taking on that many people, and she still has energy to spare. Her stamina is terrifying. Just then, Scarface reappeared, his face flushed with shame from his earlier defeat. Choo-Choo glanced at him and sneered. Aren't you that clown I just beat? You want more? You still want to fight? I don't want to fight you. Your skills are too poor. Scarface's face turned purple with rage. You little brat, who are you calling poor? I was just careless earlier. But you do have some skill. Want to go another round but in a different mode? Having just lost face, he was plotting his revenge. Choo-Choo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What mode you name it? Heh heh. Scarface let out a cold laugh. Real combat mode, of course. How about a serious fight with me? The crowd erupted. Scarface, that guy is vicious. Yeah, in real combat mode your power level matters a lot more than just skill. That girl is only 13 or 14. Even if she's a combat genius, how can her power level compare? Scarface is a level 4 warrior after all. He's clearly trying to crush her with raw strength. But Scarface was still confidently provoking Choo-Choo. What's wrong, little girl? Scared? If you don't have the guts, then admit defeat and get off the stage. To everyone's surprise, Choo-Choo shook her head and smiled confidently. It's not that I don't dare. I'm just afraid that if we switch to real combat mode, you'll lose even more miserably. Tough talk is useless, Scarface roared. You've got the guts, let's fight. Choo-Choo nodded, her tone firm. All right, bring it on. The crowd started murmuring again. No way is she really going to accept. Yeah, in the face of absolute power, even the best skills are useless. Vice Commander Wang Jian, standing to the side, sneered. That Scarface is truly shameless. The arena switched to real combat mode, where one's full power would be unleashed. You can make the first move, little girl, Scarface said magnanimously. Choo-Choo smiled, not hesitating for a second. All right, then I won't be polite. The moment she finished speaking, she unleashed her full power, striking with the speed of lightning. In an instant, Scarface was sent flying and crashed to the ground. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Oh my God, so strong, how is that possible? That girl's power index is already higher than a level 4 warrior's, a terrifying power index on top of monstrous combat skills. Who on earth is this girl? Amidst the uproar, Wang Jian shouted excitedly. Excellent, our S-22 defense zone has another genius. Wang Jian's mind raced, his eyes glinting with ambition. If he could recruit a prodigy like Choo-Choo, his future in the Alliance would be limitless. With Liu Yan's background, he mused. She won't stay in this district for long. Sooner or later, the commander's position will be mine. I'll groom Choo-Choo to be my vice commander, then use my charm to make her fall for me. We'll be an invincible duo, a famous military power couple. With this girl's incredible strength and my years of accumulated resources, forget division commander. Even the position of army commander wouldn't be out of reach. Just then, Chen Yi ran over, panting, reporting, Vice Commander, I found the girl's combat pod. It's Commander Lu's personal one. Hearing this, Wang Jian's face turned ashen. He stood frozen to the spot. Meanwhile, Liu Yan, having changed into a sailor uniform, hurried off to find Qin Feng, but he was nowhere to be found, and the door to the cultivation room was shut tight. Her expression changed. What the hell, he actually went to cultivate? Didn't he come here to hook up with me? So cultivation wasn't an excuse, then what about his sister Choo-Choo? Liu Yan looked around and suddenly noticed one of the combat pods was running. Just then her phone rang. It was Vice Commander Wang Jian, his voice filled with excitement. My dear Commander, where did you find such an incredible little girl? Liu Yan was stunned. How, what are you talking about? Wang Jian continued. What, you don't know? She's on a killing spree on the combat network real power mode, taking on 10 opponents at once, no problem. She's an absolute genius. Only then did Liu Yan realize it was Choo-Choo in the combat pod. That little girl isn't just an ordinary person, she can fight too. How impressive, she exclaimed. Then she thought dazedly, if only I had such a powerful subordinate. Wang Jian quickly tried to flatter her. Commander, your subordinates are all so talented. Any chance you could let me have this little girl? Absolutely not, Lu Yan yelled immediately. Don't even think about it. You dare to touch my people? Wang Jian's heart sank. I knew it, he sighed to himself. But he didn't give up, he thought. This girl not only has amazing combat talent, but her power level is also extremely high. Her overall strength is only slightly below an early stage 1-star elementalist. If she had a top-tier mecha, she could definitely match the weakest of them. Lu Yan was shocked. Damn it, she's that strong, she blurted out. Commander, you really didn't know? Wang Jian asked over the phone, surprised. Of course I knew, Lu Yan said dismissively. I'm busy now, we'll talk later. She hung up abruptly, still reeling from the shock. It's one thing for Qin Feng to be a genius, but for his sister to be this incredible too. A bold idea flashed through her mind. Since this girl is so capable, why not invite Chu Chu to go play at that place? Just as Chu Chu stepped out of the combat pod, still dazed, she received a shocking piece of news. Lu Yan, beaming, announced that she was giving Chu Chu the virtual reality combat machine she had just used. Chu Chu thought she had misheard, and hesitantly asked again. Sister Yan, really? Lu Yan, grinning from ear to ear, said firmly, of course, just think of it as a welcome gift from me. It's because you're so adorable, after all. Chu Chu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Sister Yan, you're too kind, but this machine is too valuable, I can't accept it. Don't worry about it, it's nothing, Lu Yan said with a wave of her hand. Then she wrapped an arm warmly around Chu Chu's shoulders and whispered in her ear. Little Chu Chu, let me ask you something. You're a level 4 gene warrior, right? Chu Chu nodded innocently. Yes, then what's your combat power index? Lu Yan pressed on. 199, Chu Chu answered honestly. Only one thought occupied her mind. Sister Yan smells so good. Lu Yan couldn't help but marvel. As expected of Qin Feng's sister, this girl is really something else. She wondered, could these two be disciples of some hidden master out here to gain experience? Pushing the thought aside, she continued to probe. Have you been involved in this kind of combat for long? Chu Chu nodded. Yes. Then you haven't participated in the global battles, have you? Lu Yan asked, a glint in her eye. And not yet, Chu Chu replied. That's perfect, Lu Yan exclaimed happily. Just as I thought. She immediately switched to a tempting tone. Come on, I'll take you to the global battle network for some fun. Chu Chu's eyes widened with excitement. Wow, okay, but what are we going to play? Lu Yan smirked, a sly look on her face. What else? Combat, of course. Since you've never fought on the network, you have no record. It's the perfect setup to play the pig to eat the tiger. You'll help me set up a big pool, we'll win some money. Let's go win those few 100 million together, Lu Yan, the golden girl of the gambling world, announced with a flourish. Chu Chu's eyes sparkled. Win a few 100 million, Sister Yan, I'm in. And so the two young women set off at once, stepping into the information exchange plaza of the Global Combat Network for the first time. Chu Chu couldn't hide her excitement. Wow, Sister Yan, there are so many people here. How do we join a battle? Lu Yan, expertly swiping through a control panel with a sharp gaze, answered crisply. The betting info has been posted. The matches will start soon. Not far away, a group of young men were gathered, heatedly discussing the recent betting pools. One of them smacked his lips in disappointment. This is so boring. It's all just small fry, not worth watching, nothing decent at all. What else could they be but a bunch of third-rate kids? Another guy chimed in, brandishing a blade. This peerless blade of mine is worth 200 million. But couldn't find a decent opponent. On the other side, an excited voice rang out. I heard there's a pro over there on a 30-win streak. The bet's 3 million, undefeated in 30 matches. I'm already sick of hearing about it. I only want to fight a real expert. That small bet isn't even worth half the price of my blade. A waste of time, another player roared, his arrogant tone drawing everyone's attention. Just then, a new notification flashed across the big screen. Newcomer Xiao Chu Yunyang has initiated a betting match. Bet, 10 million universal coins. A tenfold deposit has been paid and entrusted to betting platform A019. The details were as follows. Combat account Xiao Chu Yunyang, gender, female, age 13, combat record, none, combat room, A109 challenge amount, 10 million universal coins. The crowd was instantly in an uproar. Laughter echoed throughout the arena. Everyone looked at Xiao Chu Yunyang with contempt, thinking she was just a clueless rookie who didn't know her place. They all rushed to place their bets, scrambling for this chance to get some easy money. Lu Yan stood to one side, the corner of her mouth curved into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. These fools, she thought, they'll be crying their eyes out soon enough. Chu Chu, with a look of pure innocence, stared blankly at the crowd and turned to Lu Yan and whispered, Sister Yan, what does full capacity mean? Lu Yan chuckled and explained, each betting match allows a maximum of 10 people to accept the challenge. After that, the announcer will select a suitable opponent, and then the match will begin. The surrounding players mocked and teased her. Little sister, come on and fight us big brothers. My 10 million is easy money. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, another guy said smugly. Fight me, I'm really weak. Pick me, little sister. I'm the weakest, I'll fall over with just a touch. Although Chu Chu possessed astonishing power, she was after all just a little girl. Faced with the clamoring men crowding around her, she instinctively took a step back, pressing close to Lu Yan, and asked at a loss, Sister Yan, who should we pick? Lu Yan burst out laughing, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She turned to the crowd, her voice cold and full of provocation. Only children make choices. Anyone who wants to fight, come on up. We'll take you all on. 10 million each and no backing out once you've placed your bet. After a period of arduous training, Qin Feng finally had a major breakthrough. His wind element had broken through to the 1-star rank. With a light leap, his body hovered a few inches above the ground, his eyes shining with pride. This was the privilege of a 1-star wind elementalist, something elementalists of other systems could only achieve at the 3-star rank. With my current strength, Qin Feng thought with a smile, I can definitely help Chu become a privileged citizen in the future. Qin Feng casually opened the system interface, carefully reviewing his stats. Open black lens bracket wind element realm, close black lens bracket peerless, early 1-star rank. Open black lens bracket thunder element realm, close black lens bracket peerless, quasi-elementalist, divine seal completion 89%. Open black lens bracket ice element realm, close black lens bracket genius, quasi-elementalist, divine seal completion 92%. Open black lens bracket fire element realm, close black lens bracket ordinary, quasi-elementalist, divine seal completion 30.001%. Open black lens bracket talent skill, close black lens bracket devour, god tier. Open black lens bracket combat skill, close black lens bracket berserk strike. Open black lens bracket support skill, close black lens bracket ice stealth. Open black lens bracket combat power index, close black lens bracket 1400 points. After reading it, Qin Feng couldn't help but flash a brilliant smile. 1400 points of combat power, that was outstanding. His strength far exceeded his expectations. Normally, when a quasi-elementalist breaks through to the early 1-star rank, their combat power only increases by about 400 points, but his had surged by 500. Could the benefits of cultivating multiple elements be this astonishing? With 1400 points of combat power, he could already rival a late-stage 2-star elementalist, and his overall strength was even enough to crush a peak 2-star, and his thunder element was also on the verge of a breakthrough. By then his strength would grow even more explosively. Just then a system notification sounded. Host detected to have broken through to 1-star elementalist. System has automatically unlocked the level 2 shop. Host, please take a look. Qin Feng immediately opened the interface, and his eyes lit up when he saw the 6 new items. He scanned the descriptions, his heart racing. Divine seal fragments, capable of shortening the time needed to condense a divine seal. Truly a miraculous treasure, but unfortunately, this item could only be used by him with his devour ability. And what about the level 5 body tempering potion? A perfect potion with no side effects, something humanity had never successfully created. If he possessed it, its value would surely be immense. But when he saw his balance, Qin Feng only had a little over 10 million left, not nearly enough to buy anything. He suddenly remembered Lin Suyang and Bai Sus storage rings. Perhaps there was money inside. Qin Feng quickly checked but was greatly disappointed. There was only 200,000, still too small an amount. Additionally, there were a few bank cards in the rings, which surely held money, but he couldn't withdraw it. Just then, the system brought another piece of unexpected good news. The shop's recycling function has been upgraded, allowing the reclamation of currency from bank cards. Does the host wish to use it? Qin Feng's eyes lit up with surprise. The system is that powerful, but he immediately grew worried. If I reclaim it, can it be traced? The system replied in a firm tone. With this system's technology, no one can trace it. Does the host wish to reclaim? Qin Feng smiled, not hesitating for a second. That's exactly what I was thinking. Qin Feng no longer hesitated and immediately ordered, reclaim them now. The system responded instantly. Congratulations, host, for successfully reclaiming 4 bank cards. You have obtained 520 million universal coins. Qin Feng's eyes widened and he burst out laughing. Holy crap, that much money? I'm rich now. The system continued to prompt. The shop can recycle all items. Hearing this, Qin Feng immediately ordered the system to dispose of all the items and corpses he had collected. As a result, he gained another 430 million universal coins, which included 2 storage rings worth 160 million, various props and magical artifacts worth 230 million, a damaged war chariot worth 40 million, and the corpses worth a mere 740 universal coins. Qin Feng was so excited he nearly danced. It could recycle anything with this function. Disposing of bodies and evidence in the future would be a piece of cake. With money in hand, he immediately splurged, buying 2 bottles of level 5 body tempering potion. After drinking 1 bottle, his combat power soared from 1400 to 1600 points. He planned to save the other bottle for Chu, which could increase her combat power by about 400 points. With her innate combat talent, Chu was already a match for an early 1-star elementalist. Continuing to browse the shop, Qin Feng carefully selected another storage ring. Chu would definitely need her own space in the future to store her mecha weapons and various equipment. He then considered other items like the divine seal fragments. He was already a 1-star in wind, so he didn't need it for that. His thunder and ice elements were about to break through, so there was no rush, but his fire element talent was only ordinary. If he relied solely on training, it would probably take him over a decade to level up. If talent isn't enough, make up for it with resources. Without hesitation, Qin Feng immediately purchased 3 fire element divine seal fragments. After successfully devouring them and condensing the fire seal, he broke through to the early 1-star rank in fire. trying to cast a wind blade. Chen Feng could clearly feel the perfect fusion of wind and fire. He burst out laughing, his voice full of excitement. Wind fuels fire. The fusion of wind and fire. Indeed, 1 + 1 is greater than 2. But before his joy could settle, he glanced around and saw raging flames. The entire area was on fire. In a panic, Chen Feng quickly retracted the flames, nearly burning down Lu Yan's house. He checked again and was amazed to find that while an ordinary fire elementalist could only produce flames of over 1,000 degrees, his, through the fusion of wind and fire, reached a temperature of 5,600 degrees, equivalent to the level of a 3-star fire elementalist. Checking his cultivation data, Chen Feng's combat power had now soared to 2,200 points, far surpassing a peak 2-star. The fusion of multiple elements was terrifying indeed. At this rate, he was strong enough to challenge a 3-star elementalist, skipping a rank. Chen Feng's lips curved into a smirk. If other elementalists found out about this, it would probably scare a whole bunch of them to death. Thinking this, Chen Feng couldn't help but let out a smug smile. Elementalists needed to cross 3 major thresholds: the 3-star, 6-star, and 9-star ranks. Most mediocre talents would get stuck at the peak 2-star rank their entire lives, unable to touch the threshold of 3-star. The reason was that the difficulty of breaking through from peak 2-star to 3-star was 10 times greater than going from 3-star to 4-star. A peak 2-star's combat power was only about 2,000 points, while the requirement for an early 3-star was as high as 5,000 points, more than double. People often heard of a 1-star defeating a 2-star by skipping a rank, but a 2-star defeating a 3-star was practically a fairy tale. Now, however, Chen Feng was full of confidence that once his combat power reached the 3-star threshold, most of the elementalists in Yunyang City would have to tread carefully around him. After a shopping spree, Chen Feng was left with just over 200 million universal coins. Monster cores and other resources cost a fortune. He had to find a way to earn Ma, he calculated silently. Meanwhile, back at the base, Lu Yan and Chu Chu returned after a night of intense battles, both their faces beaming with joy. Chu Chu said excitedly, her eyes sparkling, "That was so thrilling." Lu Yan quickly transferred 600 million universal coins into Chu Chu's account. The young girl was startled by the number. "So much? Sister Yan, didn't you say we'd split the winnings from the betting matches 50-50? "That's right, 50-50, Lu Yan said with a grin. "I kept over 600 million for myself too. Oh my god, we earned over 1 billion universal coins in one night. Sister Yan, you're amazing. How did you do it?" Chu Chu's eyes widened. Lu Yan smiled meaningfully and explained slowly, "It was just a few little tricks. First, I used some reverse psychology to make them lower their guard. But the most important thing was your terrifying strength." Chu Chu scratched her head, looking completely lost. "I don't understand at all." Lu Yan laughed and continued to explain. "You started with a 1-on-1 exhibition match and won over 500 million. Using that as capital, I bet 100 million per match, which immediately attracted a crowd of experts. Then you won 3 matches in a row, even defeating the 269th ranked expert, which drew the attention of the entire network. After that, we just sat back and waited, only accepting challenges with bets of at least 100 million. In the end, we had far more wins than losses. Not only did your rank in the Southern District climb to 178th, but we also earned over 1 billion universal coins. If your reputation hadn't gotten too big by the end, no one would have dared to challenge you anymore. Otherwise, we could have raked in even more." Lu Yan stretched, sighing as her whole body ached. "Even though it's just a virtual combat game, fighting all night like that is completely exhausting. We've earned enough. Tomorrow I need to go buy cultivation resources and raise my cultivation to the 2-star rank." Suddenly remembering her brother, Chu Chu immediately proposed excitedly to Lu Yan, "Oh right, Sister Yan, my brother doesn't have a global fighting network account yet. With his skills he could definitely win a lot of money, right? Is your brother a good fighter?" "Of course, my brother taught me many of my combat techniques. In fact, with my current strength I can't even last a single round against him." Hearing this, Lu Yan's eyes lit up and she nodded slightly. "You're saying you can't last a single round against Chen Feng?" "Yeah." Giggle. "Well, in that case your brother's strength might even be in the top 10. If we could get him to play a couple of betting matches, wouldn't we make a fortune?" Chu Chu grew more and more excited as she spoke. Meanwhile, Lu Yan couldn't help but reveal a cunning smile. This Chen Feng wasn't just handsome, he was also astonishingly talented, had incredible luck, and his combat skills were terrifyingly strong. "A prize like that, I have to get my hands on him." Her meaningful smile earned a scrutinizing look from Chu Chu. Lu Yan quickly changed the subject with a dry laugh. "I was up all night, so I'm not going to work today. I'll just rest at home." "Okay, I'll go make some food then. What would you like to eat, Sister Yan? I'm not picky. Just use whatever's in the fridge. I'm going to take a shower first. I need to properly seduce someone later." Tisk. With that, Lu Yan quickly left. The moment her brother was mentioned, Chu Chu unhesitatingly transferred all her winnings to Chen Feng. As soon as he saw her, Chen Feng held up his phone and asked in confusion, "Chu Chu, how did you get so much money?" Chu Chu ran over to him excitedly and happily recounted what had happened. Chen Feng nodded. "So that's how it was. That's actually a pretty good way to make money. By the way, where's your sister Yan?" "She went to take a shower. I'm going to make breakfast. After breakfast, I'll take you to City Hall." Chu Chu's eyes widened in surprise as she asked, "Huh, what are we going there for?" Chen Feng smiled gently and patted her head. To help you get promoted to a privileged citizen, of course. Privileged citizen, brother, did you break through and become an elementalist? Yes. Once you become a privileged citizen, the Lin family won't dare to touch you so easily anymore, Choo-Choo cheered. Her eyes sparkled. Wow, brother, you're amazing. I have an elementalist for a brother. That's not all. I also have this for you. Look, what's this? Qin Feng took a pair of storage rings from his pocket and gave them to Choo-Choo, then handed her a level 5 potion. Choo-Choo drank it immediately, feeling a burst of power within her. Qin Feng pointed to the combat power tester and prompted, "Give it a try." Choo-Choo looked at the result and cried out in surprise, "Oh my gosh, my combat power is 400 points. Am I seeing this right? I remember a 1-star elementalist combat power is only around 500 points. Brother, this level 5 potion of yours is incredible." Qin Feng laughed and replied, "With 400 points of combat power plus your combat talent, you can now rival an early 1-star elementalist." Choo-Choo was thrilled. Her eyes were sparkling. "Brother, does that mean not only can I become a privileged citizen but I might also be able to get a baron's title?" Qin Feng was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? You can get a title too? How is that possible? As far as I know, only elementalists can receive titles. No one else is qualified." Choo-Choo explained excitedly, her eyes shining. "I just heard about it too. Sister Yan just said it last night. No matter your cultivation level, as long as your strength reaches the 3-star level, you can apply to be an Earl." Choo-Choo nodded affirmatively. "Theoretically, yes, but the combat power gap between a 2-star and a 3-star elementalist is huge. After an elementalist breaks through to 3-star, not only does their combat power reach the 5,000-point threshold, but they also awaken an extraordinary combat skill. Historically, there has never been a recorded case of a 2-star successfully challenging a 3-star by skipping a rank." Qin Feng replied softly. "I see." He lifted his chin, thinking silently. The 3-star elementalists in Yunyang City were all of high status. Even the city lord had to show them respect. If he could obtain an earl's title, it would surely make the Lin family even more wary of him. Choo-Choo's voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. "Brother, I'll go make breakfast now, okay? After we eat, we can go get our noble titles together." A short while later, as Qin Feng walked to the dining table, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, what a spread." Receiving Qin Feng's praise, Choo-Choo beamed. "Brother, hurry up and eat." Qin Feng sat down and said casually, "Call your sister Yan to come have breakfast too." Just as he spoke, Lu Yan's clear voice came from behind him. "No need to call, I'm here." Lu Yan walked over, dressed in an elegant maid outfit, striking a confident pose. "So how do I look? Does it suit me?" Choo-Choo immediately cheered, her eyes sparkling. "Wow, so beautiful, Sister Yan, you look good in anything." Meanwhile, Qin Feng's eyes widened and he nearly spat out the food he had just put in his mouth. Lu Yan giggled. "Hee, Choo-Choo, you have such a sweet mouth." She walked to the table, leaned close to Qin Feng and asked in a teasing whisper, "So do you think I look pretty like this?" Qin Feng didn't dare turn his head, merely replying robotically, "Yes, very beautiful, very beautiful." Lu Yan's smile grew wider as she leaned in closer, addressing him in a meaningful tone. "Then shall I serve you breakfast right away?" "Master Qin Feng." Qin Feng broke out in a sweat and quickly waved his hands. No, that's not necessary." Perhaps because they were too close, Lu Yan suddenly sensed something. Her expression changed abruptly, and she took a few steps back, staring at Qin Feng in utter shock. Choo-Choo noticed her strange expression and asked with concern, "Sister Yan, what's wrong?" Qin Feng also frowned in confusion. "What's the matter? Is there something wrong with me?" Lu Yan trembled, her voice laced with astonishment as she said to Qin Feng, "You broke through to a 1-star fire elementalist." Qin Feng nodded calmly, his gaze unwavering. "Yeah, didn't I tell you before that I was about to break through?" Although she had expected it, hearing Qin Feng confirm it with her own ears still left Lu Yan dumbfounded. She blurted out, her tone full of awe, "My God, you broke through in just one night?" She thought to herself, if my memory serves me right, Qin Feng is still so young. An elementalist this young, his talent is simply terrifying. Asterisk in the Southern Alliance, if he isn't number 1, he's probably number 2. She took a deep breath to calm herself, pulled out a chair and sat down, her eyes shining as she looked at Qin Feng. She exclaimed, "Qin Feng, I've rarely seen such incredible talent in my entire life. Even Shangguan Yunyang is a far cry from you." Choo-Choo, who was nibbling on her food, suddenly looked up and interjected curiously, "Sister Yan, isn't Lin Tianyang supposed to be the number 1 talent in Yunyang City?" Hearing this, Lu Yan curled her lip in disdain, her tone dripping with scorn. "Lin Tianyang, compared to your brother, he's not even in the same league. It's like comparing heaven and earth." She secretly resolved to pull this guy onto her side and take him back to show her old man. "And while I'm at it, I'll show him off in front of all those useless second-generation brats. How satisfying would that be?" Noticing Lu Yan's strange gaze, Qin Feng was slightly puzzled but didn't pay it too much mind. He spoke up, his tone calm. "Sister Yan, after we finish eating, Choo-Choo and I are leaving." Lu Yan was startled and asked hurriedly, "Where are you going? Back to the refugee street? Why bother? Why don't you just stay in the military district with me? I can make Choo-Choo a first lieutenant." Hearing this, Choo-Choo's eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "Wow, Sister Yan, is that really okay?" Lu Yan raised her chin smugly. "Why wouldn't it be in this military district? What I say goes, not even the city lord is an exception." Her confident words made Qin Feng hesitate. He couldn't deny that it would indeed be much safer for Choo-Choo to stay here. As he was thinking, Lu Yan suddenly turned to him, her tone full of suggestion. "Qin Feng, you should stay by my side too. Besides a military rank, there are plenty of other benefits for you." Qin Feng awkwardly scratched his chin, pretending not to understand. Seeing this, Lu Yan laughed and teased, "How old are you? Still so shy if you don't get it? Come to my room tonight and I'll teach you." Qin Feng was flustered, unable to take the teasing. He casually stuck a piece of sausage into Lu Yan's mouth and said with a laugh, stop talking, let's eat first." Lu Yan pouted and mumbled, "HMPH, anyway you two aren't going anywhere today. Choo-Choo still has to go with me to Extreme War Hegemony." Just then her phone rang. Lu Yan immediately answered the call. "Who is it? Oh, Adjutant Wang?" It wasn't clear what Adjutant Wang said. Lu Yan's expression suddenly changed drastically. She yelled, "What? Okay, I understand. I'll be there right away." She turned to Qin Feng and Choo-Choo and hastily said, "You two eat first. I have to go to the military district for an emergency meeting. I might be back late." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Yan left immediately, her steps as hurried as the wind after she left. Choo-Choo looked at Qin Feng worriedly, her voice trembling. "Brother, Sister Yan left in such a hurry. Something big must have happened. It couldn't be that they found out we killed Lin Suyang, could it?" Qin Feng immediately shook his head, reassuring her. "How could it be so fast? There's no way the Lin family could confirm Lin Suyang's death so quickly, and they definitely haven't traced it back to us yet. Sister Yan was in a rush, so it must be about something else." Choo-Choo was still uneasy, biting her lip gently. "Brother, but I'm still so scared." Qin Feng gently held a fragrant grilled sausage in front of Choo-Choo. The smile on his lips was warm, as if to dispel the little girl's worries. He soothed her in a calm voice. "Don't be afraid. As long as we successfully receive our noble titles, the Lin family won't dare to touch us." Choo-Choo tilted her head, took a bite of the sausage, her eyes sparkling. She nodded and replied in a clear voice, Brother, after we finish eating we'll go to City Hall together to get our titles." Qin Feng smiled brightly and nodded in response. "Okay." Suddenly the sound of the TV in the shop rang out, interrupting the warm moment. A serious voice repeatedly announced, "Emergency alert! Emergency alert! Emergency alert!" The entire shop fell silent as everyone's gaze turned to the screen. Report from the Southern Alliance headquarters. Last night, Ice Moon City was hit by a large-scale beast tide. Ice Moon City has suffered heavy losses. The beast tide has been repelled by the Alliance army. However, Yunyang City will be affected by the aftershocks for the next half-month. All relevant units are advised to prepare their defenses. Additionally, those intending to leave the city are reminded to strengthen their own protective measures against the beast tide. Choo-Choo and Qin Feng exclaimed in unison. Qin Feng frowned, his eyes thoughtful, and murmured, "Could this be the reason Lu Yan had to leave in a hurry?" Sitting opposite him, Choo-Choo reminded him worriedly, "Brother, Ice Moon City is very close to us." A map showing the distance between the two cities appeared in Qin Feng's mind. He nodded, his voice growing grave. "You're right. The attack from this beast tide will definitely affect our Yunyang City." Before he could fully process it, another emergency announcement came on the TV. A cold voice continued, "The following is a wanted notice issued by the Alliance. The suspect is Zhou Changtong, male, a 3-star fire elementalist, formerly a first-class Earl of Ice Moon City. Anyone providing clues leading to his whereabouts will be rewarded with 30 million Tong coins. Capturing the suspect alive will be rewarded with a sum as high as 10 billion Tong coins." Choo-Choo's eyes widened. 10 billion Tong coins, she exclaimed. What heinous crime did this guy commit? She fell silent for a moment, her brows furrowed as if searching her memory. Suddenly she cried out excitedly, "Ah, that's right!" The sudden shriek startled Qin Feng. He frowned and chided her fondly. "You silly girl, making such a fuss. Are you trying to scare me to death?" Choo-Choo quickly explained. "Brother, I remember now. The person who sent the message to Lin Suyang was Zhou Changtong." "What?" Qin Feng exclaimed, his gaze instantly sharpening. He mused, his tone filled with suspicion. Could Zhou Changtong's crime be related to the Lin family? Choo-Choo continued, her eyes sparkling. "Brother, isn't this Zhou Changtong the same person who was trading with the Lin family?" Qin Feng nodded affirmatively. "It must be him." Choo-Choo clapped her hands excitedly. "Then let's go report them. The Lin family trading with a wanted criminal is a huge taboo. If they get implicated, their guild won't have time to bother us anymore." But unlike her excitement, Qin Feng remained calm. He shook his head gently and advised in a low voice, "Don't act rashly. We're the only ones who saw that message. If we report them without proof, no one will believe us. It might even alert the Lin family and cause them to cancel the deal." Choo-Choo was taken aback and asked, confused, "Then what should we do? Just pretend we don't know anything?" Qin Feng pondered for a moment, his brows slightly furrowed before speaking. "The item Zhou Changtong is trading with the Lin family must be extremely valuable, and it's likely related to the beast tide in Ice Moon City." Hearing this, Choo-Choo's eyes widened in surprise. "What? How is it connected to the beast tide again?" Qin Feng looked at her and analyzed in a deep voice. "Think about it. Zhou Changtong is an earl from Ice Moon City. The city was just attacked by a beast tide last night, and today he's a wanted man. Isn't that too much of a coincidence?" Choo-Choo thought for a moment and nodded, a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. "It does seem that way." Qin Feng continued, his voice growing sharp. 3 days ago, Zhou Changtong arranged to trade with the Lin family at Fallen Flower Mountain. Tonight, to put it bluntly, everything was arranged in advance like a secret conspiracy. It's possible they even orchestrated this beast tide to achieve some unknown goal. Choo-Choo's voice trembled as she asked worriedly, "Heavens, what should we do then?" Qin Feng pondered for a moment. A determined glint in his eyes, he said decisively, "I have to go to Fallen Flower Mountain tonight. Chu was aghast, almost shrieking, "Brother, you're going to their meeting place." Qin Feng didn't hide anything, replying firmly, "As long as I can get evidence of the transaction between the Lin family and Zhou Changtong, we can turn the tables." A flicker of anticipation crossed his mind. He secretly wondered what kind of treasure Zhou Changtong was bringing to the Lin family. If the opportunity arose, Qin Feng wouldn't mind using some methods to snatch it for himself. While he was lost in thought, Chu suddenly threw herself at him, hugging him tightly. Her voice choked with sobs. "Brother, I won't let you go." Qin Feng quickly soothed her, saying gently, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." But Chu wasn't so easily convinced. She yelled through her tears, "How can you be fine? That Zhou Changtong is a 3-star fire elementalist, and people from the Lin family will be there too. They're all experts, it's too dangerous, I don't want you to go." To put the little girl's mind at ease, Qin Feng smiled and decided to show off his abilities. He said confidently, "In that case, let me show you what I can do." With that, Qin Feng activated his ice stealth technique, and in the blink of an eye he vanished right before Chu's eyes. The little girl cried out in surprise, "Her brother's gone?" Before she could react, Chu suddenly felt her body lighten as she was lifted into the air. She looked back to see Qin Feng smiling, holding her up with both hands. He wiggled his eyebrows playfully and asked, "So, pretty cool, right?" Chu's eyes widened, her voice full of amazement. "Brother, did you awaken a talent skill?" Qin Feng set her down and explained humbly, "It's nothing special. This is the ice stealth technique. It can hide not only my body but also my aura." Chu looked at him, her eyes shining with adoration, and cheered, "Oh my god, I heard that elementalists usually have to reach 3-star to awaken a talent skill. You did it at just 1 star, you're amazing." Flattered by Chu's praise, Qin Feng put his hands on his hips, puffed out his chest, and grinned proudly. He said, "See, now you can relax. Your big brother has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Do I have your permission to go now?" Chu smiled and nodded, finally at ease. "Okay." Qin Feng took out his phone, quickly swiped through some information, and said, Chu, Fallen Flower Mountain is over 3 million li from here. Their transaction is at midnight. I have to leave right away or I'll miss it." At the same time, he transferred 5 billion Tong coins to Chu. The little girl received the notification and blinked curiously. "Brother, why did you transfer so much money to me?" Qin Feng smiled apologetically and replied, "I don't have time to go with you for your title promotion today. You can use this money to buy some equipment and prepare for the promotion assessment." Chu nodded obediently, accepting his instructions. Just then, Lu Yan walked in, not looking very pleased. She looked at Qin Feng and demanded, "Qin Feng, you rascal, were you planning to leave without saying goodbye again?" Qin Feng jumped and quickly explained, "How are you back so soon? I wasn't planning on just leaving. I just have some urgent business and need to be away for a day or two." Hearing this, Lu Yan nodded in satisfaction. "That's more like it. I see you have some conscience after all." Qin Feng took the opportunity to ask a favor. Chu will be staying here. Could I trouble you to look after her for 2 or 3 days? Lu Yan patted her chest and guaranteed confidently, "Don't worry, Chu is my cash cow. I won't let anyone lay a single finger on her." Qin Feng smiled and nodded. "Then I can rest assured." Lu Yan suddenly remembered something and warned him seriously, "By the way, it's very dangerous outside the city recently. There might be a beast tide. If you can, don't wander around." Qin Feng nodded in response. "Yeah, I saw the news on TV." Then he asked tentatively, "By the way, does the military district have any fire or wind type beast cores? I'd like to buy some." Lu Yan raised an eyebrow curiously. "What do you need those for?" Qin Feng gave a dry laugh and made up an excuse, "For a special purpose. Would it be convenient to sell them to me?" Lu Yan nodded. "If we have any, then of course it's no problem." She immediately took out her phone and made a call. "Adjutant Wang, go to the military warehouse and check if we have any wind or fire type beast cores. If we do, bring them to my office." Standing by, Qin Feng thought excitedly, "I'm a dual wind and fire elementalist now. As long as I can devour wind and fire beast cores, my strength will skyrocket. If I can devour a beast core to boost my strength before heading to Fallen Flower Mountain, things will go much more smoothly." After finishing the call, Lu Yan smiled and informed him, "We don't have any fire type beast cores, but we do have one wind type. Let's go to my office to get it." Qin Feng cheered, his eyes lighting up. That's great. He secretly wondered how much his strength would increase if he devoured this beast core. Qin Feng followed Lu Yan to her office. A few minutes later, a soldier walked in, holding a box and reported, "Reporting, Commander. The beast core has been delivered." Lu Yan nodded and ordered, "Put it on the table, get out and close the door." The soldier responded loudly, "Yes, Commander," then placed the box on the table and left. "This is what you need." Qin Feng took out his phone to check it and exclaimed in amazement, "Oh, it's a late-stage 1-star beast core. Even better than I expected." He smiled at Lu Yan. "Sister Yan, this core would go for 2.5 million Tong coins on the market. Let me transfer the money to you." Lu Yan waved her hand dismissively and said magnanimously, "What's money? This beast core is a gift from me." Qin Feng shook his head, his expression firm. "I can't do that. It's too valuable. I can't just take it for free." Lu Yan sighed and gave him a meaningful look. "You silly boy, refusing a free meal when it's served right to you." Fine, transfer the money." Qin Feng immediately transferred 2.5 million Tong coins and said with a smile, "Sister Yan, the transfer is complete. Can I have the beast core now?" As he spoke, he eagerly reached for it, but Lu Yan was quicker. She snatched the core, dangled it in front of him and teased, "You want it? Come and get it yourself. You won't get it unless you get a little closer to me, you know." Qin Feng was a bit embarrassed, his face flushing slightly. He stretched out to try and grab the core, saying, "Sister Yan, stop teasing, I'm in a hurry." But Lu Yan dodged nimbly and continued to provoke him. "Oh really? Then hurry up and make your move." Then she took it a step further, deliberately dropping the beast core down her collar and feigning surprise. "Oh dear, how annoying. My hand slipped and it fell into my clothes." Qin Feng was dumbfounded, his mouth agape as he stammered, quote, "Oh." Lu Yan leaned into her act, pretending to moan. "Qin Feng, I must be allergic to this beast core. I've suddenly gone weak all over. Quick, help me get it out." Qin Feng's face darkened. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, her acting is so faked, but time was tight and he couldn't delay any longer. Taking a deep breath, he switched to a serious mode, thinking, "This woman, but I can't afford to waste any more time." Qin Feng stood up, walked over to Lu Yan and said in a grave voice, "Sister Yan, you leave me no choice then." Lu Yan was startled and cried out, "Ha hey hey hey." Instantly, her shriek echoed through the room, loud enough for people walking in the hallway outside to hear. A moment later, under the wide-eyed stares of everyone around, a blushing Qin Feng hurried out holding the beast core box. Inside the room, Lu Yan's face was flushed, her eyes twinkling with delight. She murmured to herself, "I didn't expect him to be so rough, but I like it." Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already run out of the base. He looked at his right hand and muttered fiercely, "That woman, if she tries that again I'll have to teach her a proper lesson." He glanced around and seeing no one decided, "I'll devour the beast core first." He acted without hesitation. Qin Feng tossed the beast core into his mouth and began to devour it. His wind-type cultivation base immediately surged and a series of system prompts sounded, commencing devouring of late-stage 1-star wind beast core. Wind cultivation increased by plus 10 picohenries. Wind cultivation increased by plus 10 picohenries. Another prompt sounded, wind cultivation has broken through to mid-stage 1-star. Wind cultivation increased by plus 10 picohenries. Wind cultivation increased by plus 10 picohenries. Finally, the system prompted, wind cultivation has reached mid-stage 1-star, 83 picohenries. Qin Feng laughed heartily, his eyes shining with joy. "My wind element really reached the mid-stage 1-star? He excitedly pulled up his personal status panel to check his information. Cultivator, Qin Feng Wind Realm, Peerless 1-star mid-stage, 83 picohenries. Lightning Realm, Peerless Quasi-Elementalist, Divine Seal Completion 89 picohenries. Ice Realm, Genius Quasi-Elementalist, Divine Seal Completion 92 picohenries. Fire Realm, Ordinary 1-star Early Stage, 0.1 picohenries. Talent Skill, Devour God Tier Combat Skill, Berserk Strike Support Skill, Ice Stealth Technique Combat Power Index 2600 points. Qin Feng couldn't hide his excitement. Murmuring to himself, "I broke through to the mid-stage and even reached 83 picohenries progress just by devouring one beast core. It takes an ordinary person 10 years to get from early stage to mid-stage 1-star, but it only took me the blink of an eye. This is awesome." My combat power index also shot up from 2200 to 2600 points. If I can take down a few fire or wind-type beasts on the way, my power will definitely increase again. Without further delay, Qin Feng activated his wind shadow boots, his body turning into a gust of wind as he sped towards Fallen Flower Mountain. Inside the Lin family mansion, Lin Jianao saw Lin Chongyue enter and immediately smiled warmly. "Third uncle, you're here. Please have a seat." Lin Chongyue didn't refuse, calmly walking to a prepared chair and sitting down. Only then did Lin Jianao continue, his tone serious. "Third uncle, I've asked you here today because I have an important matter to entrust to you." Lin Chongyue smiled and replied politely, "Patriarch, you're being too formal. Please just tell me what you need." Lin Jianao took out a ring, his expression growing cautious. He said slowly, "Third uncle, it's about the major beast tide in Ice Moon City. You've heard about it, haven't you? The city lord has summoned all the major families for a meeting to discuss resource stockpiles and trade routes. The meeting is expected to be long and I can't be in two places at once. So for the transaction with Zhou Changtong tonight, I'll have to trouble you to handle it." After speaking, Lin Jianao placed the ring on a tray and gestured to Shire. Understanding his cue, she respectfully stepped forward, holding the tray with both hands and presenting it to Lin Chongyue. Lin Chongyue picked up the ring and said in a deep voice, "I will certainly handle the matter entrusted to me by the Patriarch." Looking at the sparkling ring, Lin Jianao carefully instructed, "Third uncle, the item Zhou Changtong needs is in this ring. You must keep it safe." Lin Chongyue smiled confidently. "Rest assured, I know this item is precious. It will be perfectly safe with me." Seeing that time was short, he stood up to leave. "Fallen Flower Mountain is not close. Time is of the essence, so I will depart now." Lin Jianao smiled and saw him off. "Take care, third uncle." After Lin Chongyue left, Lin Jianao sat back in his chair, sighed deeply, a hint of worry in his eyes. With only Cher left in the room, she slid unreservedly onto his lap and asked with concern, "What's wrong, brother Hao? What are you worried about?" Lin Jianao said in a low, uneasy voice, "1/3 of the Lin family's assets are riding on this transaction. How can I not be worried about it being lost or exposed?" Cher gently caressed his cheek and soothed him. "Third uncle is a mid-stage 3-star expert, and he's extremely cautious. Dealing with Zhou Changtong, who is only an early-stage 3-star, will surely be no problem." Hearing Zhou Changtong's name, Lin Jianao snorted coldly. "HMPH, that Zhou Changtong is a cunning fox." He was about to say more, but something seemed to cross his mind, and he sighed again. "Worrying is useless. I can only hope the transaction goes smoothly for third uncle this time." Seeing Lin Jianao was still gloomy, Cher changed the subject, saying softly, HMPH, if this transaction succeeds, Suyong will become an elementalist and his ice-type talent will be elevated to the genius level. As expected, Lin Jianao's expression softened. He squeezed Shui's hand and said happily, genius level, only a handful of people in the entire Southern Alliance have reached that. This will definitely cause a sensation. Cher smiled flatteringly. Brother Hao, you're amazing, with you leading the Lin family. They're truly fortunate, holding the beauty in his arms. Lin Jianao laughed heartily, his tone domineering. If the Lin family can use this opportunity as a stepping stone, we will sooner or later replace Shangguan Yunyang and take control of the entire Yunyang city. When that time comes, who would dare to gossip about our relationship? Then he suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Cher, is there any news from Suyong? Cher thought for a moment and replied, not yet. Our men can't contact Suyong and Bai Su has also gone missing. Lin Jianao frowned, his voice sinking. Nothing's happened to Suyong, has it? Something's not right. Go and investigate that refugee girl named Chu Chu. See if she's dead or alive. Cher was surprised. Patriarch, you suspect that girl is behind this? Lin Jianao shook his head and said decisively, no matter what, Bai Su wouldn't have been unable to even send a distress signal. Only an elementalist of 2-star or above could have prevented that. How could a mere slip of a girl do that? Cher frowned, asking in confusion, you mean? Lin Jianao gritted his teeth, his eyes cold. I know Suyong. With his personality, he wouldn't have let that girl live this long. If we can't contact Suyong and the others, I can't rule out the possibility that something has happened to them. And if that girl is still alive, then I'm afraid something has already happened to Suyong. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Cher immediately nodded. All right, I'll go investigate right away. Qin Feng had no idea that the Lin family had already begun to investigate Chu Chu's whereabouts. At that moment he was facing a ferocious 3-tailed beast. The beast roared and used its skill, shooting 3 blazing fireballs straight at Qin Feng. Unafraid, he gripped his blood brocade saber and unleashed a wind element slash. A sharp blade of wind flew out and collided with the 3 fireballs, triggering an energy explosion that shook the space around them. Using the smoke and dust to obscure the beast's vision, Qin Feng leapt up and hovered above its head. He shouted, you beast, where are you looking? I'm up here. The beast looked up in surprise, but it was too late. Qin Feng raised his blood brocade saber high, gripping it with both hands and unleashed a berserk strike. The blade flashed as he brought it down fiercely, instantly taking the beast's life. Qin Feng walked over to the beast's corpse and searched for a moment. When he found a crimson orb, he cheered, his eyes gleaming. Excellent, I finally got a fire-type beast core. I took down 4 beasts on the way, but unfortunately they were all earth or water type. With this one my strength can increase again. Without hesitation he tossed the fire-type beast core into his mouth and began to devour it. A series of system prompts sounded, devouring early stage 2-star fire beast core. Fire cultivation increased by plus 10 picohenries. Fire cultivation increased by plus 10 picohenries. Another prompt sounded, fire cultivation has broken through to mid-stage 1-star. Fire cultivation increased by plus 10 picohenries. Fire cultivation has reached mid-stage 1-star, 17 picohenries. After devouring it, Qin Feng felt the power surging within him and thought, as expected, the talent level greatly affects the conversion rate of devouring. My wind element is peerless tier, so I reached mid-stage 1-star 83 picohenries. After devouring just 1 late-stage 1-star core, my fire element is only ordinary tier, so it took devouring an early stage 2-star core to reach mid-stage 1-star 17 picohenries. He pulled up his personal status panel to check. Cultivator, Qin Feng Wind Realm, Peerless 1-star mid-stage 83 picohenries. Lightning Realm, Peerless Quasi-Elementalist, Divine Seal Completion 89 picohenries. Ice Realm, Genius Quasi-Elementalist, Divine Seal Completion 92 picohenries. Fire Realm, Ordinary 1-star mid-stage 17 picohenries. Talent Skill, Devour God Tier, Combat Skill, Berserk Strike, Support Skill, Ice Stealth Technique, Combat Power Index 2940 points. Looking at his status panel, even though only his Fire Realm and Combat Power Index had changed, Qin Feng still couldn't hide his joy. He laughed loudly, saying excitedly, my combat power instantly soared to 2940 points. Haha, that's so fast, Qin Feng thought, a flicker of greed in his eyes. I hear Fallen Flower Mountain is crawling with beasts. If I can take down a few more fire or wind-type beasts before facing Zhou Changtong, my strength will skyrocket again. Combined with my equipment and combat skills, I might even be able to take on both Zhou Changtong and the Lin family's people at the same time. At that point, the secret treasure they're trading will fall into my hands. A plan gradually formed in his mind. In high spirits, Qin Feng activated his wind shadow boots and sped towards Fallen Flower Mountain. Whenever he encountered a suitable beast along the way, he never passed up the opportunity to increase his cultivation. Under the silvery moonlight, Fallen Flower Mountain seemed vibrant in the darkness of night. This was the beast's favorite time to be active. Figures occasionally flitted silently through the woods, making soft rustling sounds. In a secluded corner of Fallen Flower Mountain, the appearance of a figure sent the weaker nearby beasts scattering in panic. The person scanned his surroundings, checked the terrain, and breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming that this was indeed Fallen Flower Mountain. This figure was none other than Qin Feng. After a full day of long-distance travel, he had finally arrived before midnight. Qin Feng took out his phone to check his location, and a notification appeared on the screen. Approaching the destination, navigation complete. A large number of demonic beasts are in the vicinity. The Southern Alliance navigation system reminds you to be careful. After confirming, he put away his phone and began searching for the transaction point between Zhou Changtong and the Lin family. On the way here, Qin Feng had hunted a fire-type demonic beast, raising his fire cultivation to the late stage of 1 star and boosting his combat power to 3,200 points. Unfortunately, wind-type demonic beasts were too rare and he hadn't encountered a single one. As midnight approached, Qin Feng still hadn't found any trace of Zhou Changtong. Suddenly the sound of a fierce battle erupted nearby, catching his attention. Someone was fighting a demonic beast. Could it be Zhou Changtong? At this thought, Qin Feng immediately activated his ice stealth technique, his body melting into the space around him as he quietly approached the source of the sound. There a massive demonic beast was swiping its sharp claws fiercely at a white-haired old man. The old man dodged with ease, his expression calm as he snorted, "HMPH, you wretched creature, dare to attack me?" Qin Feng witnessed this scene and mused to himself, "That demonic beast is a gale wolf, peak 1 star wind type, exactly what I'm looking for. But this old man isn't Zhou Changtong. What is he doing on Mount Luohua in the middle of the night? Could he be from the Lin family?" Unable to confirm the white-haired man's identity, Qin Feng remained vigilant and didn't act rashly. He hid in the shadows, observing quietly. The gale wolf moved with incredible speed, circling the old man and searching for an opening, but the white-haired man remained composed, his gaze cold. The old man shouted, his voice dripping with contempt, "Petty tricks, you're courting death." As his voice fell, the old man waved his hand and 3 shining stars instantly appeared around him, forming a triangular formation that radiated an astonishing aura. Standing in the center of the formation with a cold gaze, the white-haired man slammed his hand on the ground. Instantly countless earthen spears erupted from the formation, sharp as lightning, piercing the gale wolf's body in the blink of an eye. Watching the old man expertly retrieve the beast's corpse with a storage ring, Qin Feng, hidden in the shadows, was inwardly shocked. 3 stars converging into a formation. This must be the so-called divine star formation technique. He's a mid-stage 3-star Earth Elementalist. No matter who he is, with my current strength, I'm no match for him. Better not to reveal myself. Suddenly, a figure wreathed in brilliant flames flew in from a distance, startling Qin Feng. Someone else is here and they can fly. Aside from wind elementalists, other elementalists needed to reach at least the 3-star level to be able to fly. This person is a fire elementalist of at least 3-star. Could it be Zhou Changtong? Sure enough, as the person landed opposite the white-haired man, the surrounding flames gradually dissipated, revealing a face identical to the one on the wanted poster. It was indeed Zhou Changtong. Zhou Changtong looked at the old man and smiled. "Lin Chongyue, why is it you? Didn't Lin Jianao come?" Lin Chongyue snorted, his tone displeased. "HMPH, the beast tide you caused has shaken the entire alliance. Our family head couldn't escape involvement, so he had no choice but to send me." Hidden in the bushes, Qin Feng quietly started recording with his phone. He thought to himself, "So this white-haired old man really is from the Lin family. Perfect. Now I have evidence of the transaction between the Lin family and Zhou Changtong." Outside, Lin Chongyue continued to ask in a curious tone, "Zhou Changtong, I'm very curious how you managed to create that beast tide." Zhou Changtong didn't answer, merely retorting coldly, "You don't need to know that. Did you bring the item?" Lin Chongyue nodded. "I brought it. You?" Zhou Changtong took out a box and said with a smile, "Don't worry, of course I brought it too." Lin Chongyue said, "Since you've brought it, show me the goods." Without hesitation, Zhou Changtong opened the box for Lin Chongyue to inspect. Seeing the 2 glittering items inside the box, Qin Feng quickly used his system to check them. Information appeared. Open black lens bracket item name. Ice God Fruit close black lens bracket open black lens bracket type. Extremely rare wondrous item close black lens bracket open black lens bracket effect. Increases ice talent upon consumption close black lens bracket open black lens bracket note can be used directly by ordinary people close black lens bracket. Qin Feng was astonished, screaming inwardly, "My God, that's the legendary Ice God Fruit." He couldn't help but get excited. The Ice God Fruit was a one-of-a-kind wondrous item that could enhance ice talent. Rumored to be worth over 100 billion, it was so rare that even high-level ice elementalists coveted it but couldn't obtain it. Qin Feng's current ice talent was only at the genius level. If he could consume this fruit, he could definitely break through to the peerless level. Moreover, he remembered that Chu Ju had dual elemental aptitude, one of which was ice. If she consumed one, her chances of becoming an elementalist were practically guaranteed. Outside, Zhou Changtong closed the box and said, "You've seen my goods. Where are yours?" Lin Chongyue produced another box and replied, "It's right here." Zhou Changtong requested to inspect it, and Lin Chongyue immediately opened the box, revealing the single item inside. Qin Feng held his breath, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, as he quickly used the system to check the item in Lin Chongyue's box. Information appeared. Open black lens bracket item name. Fire God Fruit close black lens bracket open black lens bracket type. Extremely precious wondrous item close black lens bracket open black lens bracket effect. Increases fire talent upon consumption close black lens bracket open black lens bracket note. Can be used directly by ordinary people close black lens bracket. Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in his mind, My god, a fire god fruit, another legendary wondrous item. The fire god fruit, like the ice god fruit, was a unique wondrous item that could enhance fire talent, valued at over 100 billion and so rare that it was almost impossible to obtain. If I can get my hands on the fire god fruit, my fire talent will definitely skyrocket, he thought to himself. Asterisk, a wondrous item for a wondrous item. It's indeed a fair trade. But if I could snatch both, wouldn't that be perfect? The transaction outside continued. Zhou Changtong inspected the fire god fruit, nodded in satisfaction, and then asked, "The fire god fruit is fine. Did you bring the other thing?" Lin Chongyue took out another item. "Take a look." Qin Feng watched intently, his heart pounding. It was a bottle filled with a fiery red liquid. The system displayed open black lens bracket item name. Empyrean Flame Elixir close black lens bracket open black lens bracket type. Extremely rare wondrous item close black lens bracket open black lens bracket effect. Rapidly increases cultivation level and assists in condensing star runes close black lens bracket open black lens bracket note. Can also be used by ordinary people close black lens bracket. The Empyrean Flame Elixir, its value is no less than the ice god fruits, Qin Feng gasped inwardly. Overcome with excitement, he accidentally shot to his feet, making a rustling sound. What was that sound? Zhou Changtong immediately shouted on high alert. Lin Chongyue glanced around and said uncertainly, "Probably just a stray cat." After searching for a moment and finding nothing, the two let the matter drop. Qin Feng quickly sat back down, hiding himself in the bushes and patting his chest in relief. That was too close. I almost got exposed. The successive appearance of these wondrous items had been a real eye-opener. The desire to seize them ignited in his heart, impossible to extinguish, he calculated inwardly. Asterisk, the three wondrous items are of comparable value. This is a golden opportunity. I must get my hands on them. But they are both 3-star elementalists, far stronger than me. I have to be extremely careful. This isn't the divine challenge space. If I die here, it's all over. Fortunately, they don't trust each other and will surely focus their attention on one another. This is my chance. Having made up his mind, Qin Feng took immediate action. He cleverly dug a pit and buried an earth mine, then patiently waited for the right moment. Zhou Changtong smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. This is the Empyrean Flame Elixir I needed. Lin Chongyue urged. Now that you've inspected the goods, let's trade quickly. This place is crawling with demonic beasts. We shouldn't linger. Zhou Changtong chuckled. Haha, all right, let's make the exchange. Both of them placed their items into their storage rings. Lin Chongyue spoke up. Come, we'll exchange storage rings and the transaction will be complete. Qin Feng held his breath, his heart racing. He knew the time had come. Maintaining his stealth, he crept closer. The two gleaming storage rings were almost within reach. Without hesitation, Qin Feng detonated the pre-planted mine. A deafening explosion roared, sending dust and smoke everywhere. Startled, Zhou Changtong and Lin Chongyue immediately leaped apart. Seizing that split second, Qin Feng struck like lightning, snatching both storage rings and bolting, laughing loudly. Haha, the treasures are mine, sweet. He clutched the two rings tightly, a grin spreading across his face. Zhou Changtong's face turned grim, his anger flaring as he growled. Damn it, Lin Chongyue was also furious, a powerful aura flaring from his hands as he gritted his teeth. Damn it. We've been ambushed, Zhou Changtong roared. Who dares to ambush me? He unleashed a mid-stage 3-star fire cloud palm directly at Qin Feng, yelling, "Show yourself." Qin Feng hastily raised his hands to defend, inwardly cursing. Crap, he figured out my position. My ice stealth has failed. The moment he was exposed, Lin Chongyue immediately unleashed the 1,000-story sand python and a torrent of earth and rock surged toward him. The old man shouted as he attacked. You reckless thief, courting death! Qin Feng quickly drew his blood brocade blade and activated his transcendent-grade combat technique, increasing his suppressive force by 100% and slashed out defensively. Just as he blocked Lin Chongyue's attack, he looked up to see Zhou Changtong hovering above him, smashing down a heaven-burning wheel. Qin Feng narrowly dodged, thinking, asterisk, that was too dangerous. If that had hit me, I'd be finished. The weapon in his hand is a spirit-grade martial weapon. I'm no match for the two of them. I can't delay any longer. Qin Feng activated his wind shadow boots and simultaneously used gale steps, dashing out at high speed to escape his pursuers. Seeing him flee, Lin Chongyue immediately activated a formation, increasing the gravity under Qin Feng's feet 100-fold. The old man roared, "You brat, you think you can run after taking my things?" Qin Feng used his blood brocade blade to prop himself up, struggling to stay upright. 100 times gravity. This is the signature skill of an Earth Elementalist, gravity amplification. It's too strong, as expected of a mid-stage 3-star expert. I'm trapped and can't move. Zhou Changtong laughed sinisterly. Hee hee, let's see you dodge this. Now obediently take a hit from my rod. He once again unleashed the heaven-burning wheel, striking directly at Qin Feng with no time to dodge. Qin Feng had no choice but to brace for impact, blocking with his blood brocade blade. The two attacks collided, triggering an explosion that shook the entire area. Qin Feng was sent flying, his body heavily injured. He staggered to a sitting position, utterly horrified. So strong, even using Berserk Strike to defend, I still got injured. Luckily, I have a multi-elemental physique, and my blazing fire armor mitigated some of the damage. Any other ordinary peak 1-star would have been turned to ash. The combined power of 2 3-star experts is terrifying. Zhou Changtong sneered triumphantly. Hee hee, how was that? Not a bad move, was it? He wasn't finished yet. Lin Changyue ran over, saw the blasted Qin Feng and scoffed. It'd be a miracle if he wasn't dead. My strength is mid-stage 3-star, I'm not just for show, let's go get our things back. The two hurried toward where Qin Feng had fallen, only to find in astonishment that he had vanished. Zhou Changtong was shocked. He's still not dead after taking my full power attack? Lin Changyue frowned and speculated. Could this guy be an early stage 3-star expert? Zhou Changtong gritted his teeth, his tone vexed. TCH, that's the only way he could have escaped our combined attack. Lin Changyue nodded, adding, and his stealth technique can hide his aura, making him hard to find. Suddenly he spotted bloodstains and footprints on the ground and exclaimed, "Ha!" Zhou Changtong looked over. The two immediately followed the trail Qin Feng had intentionally left to lure them away. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, Qin Feng clutched the two storage rings and chuckled smugly. "Ha, you two fools, you fell for my little trick." He took out one of the ice god fruits and activated his divine devour skill. After consuming it, he cheered, "All right, my injuries have recovered." Then he looked at the bottle of Empyrean Flame Elixir and murmured, "It would take others a week to refine this, but with my divine devour skill, I only need a few minutes." He immediately consumed the Empyrean Flame Elixir. System prompts rang out continuously. Open black lens bracket successfully consumed Empyrean Flame Elixir. Fire cultivation progress plus 10%. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Fire cultivation has broken through to the limit of 1-star grand completion. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 2nd-star rune condensation complete. Progress plus 10%. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 3rd-star rune condensation complete. Progress plus 10%. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Fire cultivation progress has reached 53%. Close black lens bracket. Qin Feng exclaimed in delight. So the Empyrean Flame Elixir not only raises cultivation but also helps condense star runes. This is awesome. My fire element is already at grand completion. As soon as I condense the 2nd-star rune, I can break through to become a 2-star fire elementalist. The time it takes to cultivate still depends on talent. Thinking of talent, he looked at the two remaining wondrous items and murmured, "Well, since it has come to this, it's time for these two talent-enhancing divine items to make their debut." He consumed the fire god fruit and the system prompted, "Open black lens bracket successfully consumed fire god fruit. Fortifying fire element aptitude. Congratulations host, your fire talent has been upgraded to perfect level." Close black lens bracket. Next he consumed the ice god fruit. Open black lens bracket successfully consumed ice god fruit. Fortifying ice element aptitude. Congratulations host, your ice talent has been upgraded to peerless level. Close black lens bracket. An information panel appeared. Open black lens bracket cultivator. Qin Feng. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wind realm. Peerless level mid-stage 1-star 83%. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket lightning realm. Peerless level quasi-elementalist divine seal fragment completion 89%. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ice realm. Peerless level quasi-elementalist divine seal fragment completion 92%. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket fire realm perfect level 1-star grand completion 2nd-star rune 53%. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket talent skill divine devour. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket combat technique berserk strike. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket support skill ice stealth. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket combat power index 4000 points. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the information panel, Qin Feng couldn't contain his joy and shouted, "Excellent, my ice talent has reached the peerless level. At this rate, with just 1 day of cultivation, I can break through both my lightning and ice elements to 1-star. By then my strength will skyrocket again." He tightened his grip on the remaining ring and murmured, "I still have 1 ice god fruit left. I'll take it back for Chu Chu. She'll definitely have a chance to become an elementalist." As he was lost in thought, Qin Feng was suddenly jolted by Zhou Changtong's furious roar. "He's found a trail, don't let the enemy escape, damn it, let's search over there." Hearing this, a sinister smile touched the corners of Qin Feng's lips. "Back so soon, let me play with you for a while." Zhou Changtong was seething with rage, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, I should just burn this whole place down." Just as Zhou Changtong was roaring, Lin Changyue spoke up urgently. "Hey Zhou Changtong, look, it's that kid," he yelled, his eyes lighting up. "Oh, it really is him, and our storage rings are in his hands." Hearing this, Lin Changyue frowned, a look of doubt on his face. "But didn't this guy already run away? Why is he back at the original spot? Something's not right." Zhou Changtong laughed dismissively, replying with confidence, "What's not right about it? He must have been seriously injured by my attack and couldn't run far. But just to be safe, let's hit him with 1 more rod and send him to the next life." Hearing Zhou Changtong's words, Lin Changyue nodded, a cruel glint in his eyes. "All right, we'll turn him to dust and then we can continue our transaction." Zhou Changtong smiled faintly, his voice cold. "On my command, we'll attack together on 3. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, Lin Changyue waved his hand and attacked Zhou Changtong, but the latter had anticipated it. Blocking the attack with the rod in his hand, Zhou Changtong's eyes were icy as he sneered. "Lin Changyue, were you thinking that transacting with a wanted criminal of the Alliance would eventually bring no good to the Lin family? So you'd take this chance to kill me to eliminate future trouble, and more importantly, you'd get to keep both treasures for yourself. What a great deal, right?" Hearing this, Lin Changyu's face paled, and a sense of dread washed over him. He stammered, "This guy's strength is actually late stage 3-star, Zhou Changtong continued. What a coincidence. I was thinking the exact same thing, that's why I've been hiding my strength just waiting for this moment to kill you in one strike." As his voice fell, Zhou Changtong swung his long rod in a move as swift as lightning aimed directly at Lin Changyu's neck on Mount Luohua. Lin Changyue only had time to utter 4 words before Zhou Changtong's rod ended his life on the spot. After killing his opponent, Zhou Changtong roared with laughter, his tone triumphant. "He, a mere ant like you thought you could double-cross me, you're still too green." With that, he immediately pointed the rod at Qin Feng, his eyes sinister, his pupils blood red. "You over there, kid. Get up. How long are you going to play dead?" At his words, Qin Feng slowly sat up, opening his eyes to look directly at Zhou Changtong. "How did you know I was playing dead?" Zhou Changtong laughed loudly, his voice echoing. "Ha, simple. The smell of the living is different from the dead." Qin Feng observed him while muttering to himself in confusion. "Oh, I didn't realize your nose was so sharp," he thought. "Is he some kind of beast?" Zhou Changtong sneered derisively. "You're heavily injured and can't escape, so you thought you could lie here playing dead to get away with it. Kid, you underestimate me." He paused, then continued in a mocking tone. "However, you didn't move a muscle when I attacked Lin Changyue earlier. Did you predict that he and I would turn on each other?" Qin Feng smirked, a glint of cunning in his eyes as he replied calmly, "Faced with such great treasures, it's only natural to want them all for yourself. I was just playing dead to give you two an opportunity. A pity though, I thought you two would have an earth-shattering fight, but who would have thought that the great Lin Changyue, a mid-stage 3-star expert, would be killed by you in a single blow?" Hearing this, Zhou Changtong burst into laughter, his triumphant voice echoing. He, serves him right for underestimating me." Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice low and tinged with ridicule. "He certainly shouldn't have underestimated you, because you're not Zhou Changtong at all." Zhou Changtong's eyes widened, his expression changing slightly as he roared in confusion. "Kid, what are you talking about?" Qin Feng smiled, his gaze as sharp as if it could pierce through any secret. "Your reaction tells me I guessed right. Actually, I found it strange from the very beginning. The real Zhou Changtong was just an early-stage 3-star expert in Ice Moon City, while Lin Jianao is a 4-star expert. If Lin Jianao didn't want any delays, he should have been the one to come today, right?" Zhou Changtong snorted, a flicker of vigilance in his eyes. "HMPH, so what?" Qin Feng continued, his tone slow yet sharp as a blade. "That raises a question. How could a mere early-stage 3-star dare to trade with a 4-star? Weren't you afraid Lin Jianao would kill you just like you killed Lin Changyue? After thinking it over, there's only one possibility. The real Zhou Changtong is probably already dead." Zhou Changtong let out a hoarse laugh, his blood-red eyes revealing his cruelty. "Keha, you are indeed a clever one. A pity that clever people usually don't live long." At this moment, Qin Feng was slightly startled, a trace of surprise rising in his heart. What's this?" he thought, clearly sensing a demonic aura emanating from the other party. "His strength is indeed late-stage 3-star with a combat power of at least 8,000. No wonder he could kill Lin Changyue instantly, but he's emitting the aura of a demonic beast. What kind of skill is this?" Zhou Changtong spoke immediately, his cold voice cutting through Qin Feng's thoughts. "Clever boy, do you have any last words?" Qin Feng smiled faintly, a cunning light dancing in his eyes. "It seems I'm not going to make it out of this alive, but before I die, could you let me feast my eyes on the secret of the divine fire rod?" He frowned, his voice full of doubt. "What, the divine fire rod has a secret?" Qin Feng nodded, feigning seriousness. "That's right, I heard it's an earth-shattering secret, one that could even affect the survival of all humanity." Hearing this, Zhou Changtong was stunned, his gaze locked onto the divine fire rod, a flicker of doubt in his mind. "I've had the divine fire rod for some time now, how come I haven't noticed anything?" "It seems you know nothing of the divine fire rod's wonders," Zhou Changtong grunted softly, his voice dropping. "HMPH, then tell me, what secret is hidden in this divine fire rod?" Qin Feng's lips curved upwards, a cunning glint in his eyes. "If I tell you, can you spare my life?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Changtong's lips curled into a sneer, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "I'll consider it." Qin Feng nodded, pretending to be serious. "All right then, listen carefully. First you have to plant it into the ground, letting it touch the earth element." He frowned, full of doubt. "And then," Qin Feng continued in a steady but playful tone, "then take 3 steps back and use your fire elemental power to sense it. A miracle will happen." A look of confusion crossed Zhou Changtong's face, his eyes filled with suspicion. "Why do I feel like you're spouting nonsense?" Qin Feng shook his head and smiled faintly, his tone tinged with amusement. "My life is on the line here. Would I really talk nonsense to a late-stage 3-star expert like you?" Hearing this, Zhou Changtong frowned slightly, inwardly admitting that he had a point, yet his eyes still shone with suspicion. "But how do you know so much?" Qin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes twinkling with a mysterious light. "It's related to my identity. When I take off my mask and tell you who I really am, you'll naturally understand everything." Zhou Changtong nodded, his voice cold but unable to hide his curiosity. "Fine, it's not like you can escape from me anyway." He paused before continuing. 3 steps back, right, and next sense it with my fire elemental power." As he spoke, he did exactly as Qin Feng said, planting the divine fire rod into the ground and concentrating to sense it. Suddenly he frowned and roared in frustration. "TCH, why can't I sense anything?" Qin Feng laughed, a sly glint in his eyes. "That's because you've been tricked, of course." As he spoke, he snatched the 2 storage rings with lightning speed. Seeing this, Zhou Changtong's face darkened and he roared in fury, "You bastard, I fell for your trick." He had been stalling for time to recover his strength so he could escape with the 2 storage rings. What bullshit secret, he was just playing me. Without hesitation he charged at Qin Feng, roaring, "Give me the storage rings." Seeing the other man charge menacingly, Qin Feng immediately tossed the 2 rings aside and said calmly, "Fine, as you wish." Zhou Changtong hastily caught the 2 rings but immediately cried out in confusion, "What?" In that instant Qin Feng mashed forward like a flash of lightning and snatched the divine fire staff. Zhou Changtong spun around, his face grim. "You're courting death." He looked down to check the 2 rings only to find them completely empty. Were the treasures inside? Qin Feng laughed triumphantly, his eyes gleaming with victory. He had already stored the divine fire staff in his own storage ring. "Haha, do you even need to ask? I took them, of course, you idiot." Zhou Changtong gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with rage. He roared with killing intent, "You slick-tongued bastard, how dare you trick me? Die!" He swung a fist wreathed in roaring flames and charged straight at Qin Feng. Unfazed, Qin Feng drew his blade, his gaze cold. "Sorry, but that's not for you to decide." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed hundredfold tremor and berserk strike, meeting Zhou Changtong's fist head-on. With a deafening crash, both were sent flying backward. Qin Feng frowned, clicking his tongue inwardly. "Tisk, a late stage 3-star is tough, alright. I could kill him now. I'll have to use the momentum from this clash to escape." Zhou Changtong roared in fury, "Bastard. You actually dared to take my attack head-on this time. Just how much strength have you been hiding?" Qin Feng sneered and said mockingly, "Haha, I won't trouble brother Zhou to see me off. Thanks for the treasures, I'll be taking my leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, he used the ice stealth technique, and his figure immediately vanished without a trace. Zhou Changtong roared furiously, "You thieving son of a bitch, don't you dare run!" He hurled a massive fireball in Qin Feng's direction, his rage at its peak. "Arg, you bastard, you dared to trick me, you damn liar!" He didn't stop. He slammed his hands on the ground, channeling all his spiritual energy. His body suddenly swelled and roaring flames engulfed him completely. He roared like thunder, "I'm going to kill you!" By now, Qin Feng had activated his gravity boots and was fleeing at an astonishing speed. Still, he glanced back and thought in shock, "Holy shit, he's completely turned into a demonic beast." Meanwhile, Zhou Changtong's body was still expanding, with fierce flames burning all around him. He let out an earth-shattering roar, "I will kill you!" Qin Feng fled for his life, wondering as he ran, is he a human or a demon? At that moment, Zhou Changtong resembled a giant ape exuding a terrifying aura. His eyes were blood red, his fangs were bared, and he looked incredibly menacing. What secret is Zhou Changtong hiding? Qin Feng asked himself, but the answer remained a mystery. In his fury, Zhou Changtong transformed into a colossal ape, the flames enveloping him as dazzling as the sun, terrifyingly powerful. He roared, his voice echoing through the forest, "You little brat, I will kill you!" Qin Feng glanced back, his heart tightening. He realized the man's aura had reached the peak of the 3-star Great Perfection realm, almost touching the threshold of a half-step 4-star. He couldn't help but feel unnerved. But is he human or a demon? Suddenly losing sight of Qin Feng, Zhou Changtong took a deep breath, his nose twitching as he sniffed for his scent. Qin Feng noticed immediately, and thought with a sinking feeling, "This is bad. Could his sense of smell be this sharp in this state?" Before he could think further, Zhou Changtong had already whipped his head toward his escape route. Fire spewing from his eyes, he roared with killing intent, "Damn you liar, found you! You might escape my eyes, but you can't escape my nose." He charged forward at an incredible speed, rapidly closing the distance with Qin Feng. Qin Feng cried out inwardly, "His speed is insane. I'm no match for a half-step 4-star. If he catches me, I'm dead for sure." Just as he was despairing, wondering how to escape this life-or-death situation, Qin Feng suddenly heard the sound of flowing water. His eyes lit up and he immediately changed direction, dashing toward the source of the sound. "I have a plan. There must be a river over there. Hiding in the water should cover my scent." Without hesitation, he ran toward it with all his might behind him. Zhou Changtong was still in hot pursuit, roaring furiously as he chased, "You despicable liar, you can't escape, I'll tear you to pieces." A large lake, shimmering in the sunlight, gradually came into view before Qin Feng. He cheered inwardly with excitement. "Great, there really is water." As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he pushed his speed to the limit and sprinted toward the lake. Sensing his intention, Zhou Changtong, who was now right behind him, roared in fury, "Damn liar, trying to use water to cover your scent in your dreams, die!" Sensing the imminent danger, Qin Feng leaped into the air, dodging Zhou Changtong's fierce attack. His 2 fists slammed into the ground, sending rocks flying as the earth cracked on impact. Quick as lightning, Qin Feng unleashed a fire-type move, striking directly at Zhou Changtong's face. With a muffled grunt, Zhou Changtong faltered for a moment, and Qin Feng immediately dodged away, vanishing in an instant. Zhou Changtong roared in fury, his voice like thunder, "You bastard!" He swung a giant fist wreathed in roaring flames straight at Qin Feng. In that very instant, Qin Feng leaped into the water like a flash of lightning. He thought to himself, the speed of that attack was insane. A deafening explosion erupted as water and fire clashed violently, sending up a massive cloud of steam that obscured the area. Zhou Changtong stood on the shore, roaring in a frenzy, "It's gone, it's gone, the liar's scent has vanished. He must have escaped down the river." He clutched his head, his hands balled into fists, and gritted his teeth. "Damn it, that brat is too cunning, damn it, damn it, damn it." Not only did the trade fail, but he took the ice god fruit and everything else too. Damn him, he vented his fury, cursing while clutching his head, his eyes bloodshot. Suddenly he stopped, his expression growing tense. "I can't stay on Mount Luohua any longer. I've revealed my true form. I have to get out of here quickly. If that dark organization catches me and takes me back, he shuddered as painful memories flooded his mind. The people in that dark organization are not only stronger but also extremely twisted. They're the ones who turned me into this half-human, half-demon creature. I barely managed to escape. I can't let them drag me back. With this thought, he hastily left Mount Luahua, leaving behind only the silent space with the hazy moonlight spilling over the vast mist. Suddenly a hand emerged from the middle of the river. Qin Feng slowly climbed ashore, panting, his voice filled with relief. Phew, finally escaped. Good thing the water was deep, that was too close. He circulated his fire elemental energy, instantly drying his body. As soon as he was done, he frowned slightly, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. So strange. What exactly is that, Zhou Changtong? He's like both a human and a demonic beast. Normally a demonic beast needs to reach the 6-star level to have such high intelligence, partially transform into a human and speak human language. Only demonic beasts at 8-star or above can fully take human form, powerful enough to destroy an entire base with a single punch. But Zhou Changtong could already fully take human form, yet his strength is worlds apart from a 6-star demonic beast. He shook his head, pushing the thoughts away. Whatever. If I can't figure it out, I'll just stop thinking about it. I'll deal with it later. A cunning smile spread across Qin Feng's lips. Now then, time to devour the Gale Wolf's demon core, he muttered to himself, a sharp glint in his eyes. This is the demon core from the last Gale Wolf that Lin Chongyue killed. Hee, it's mine now. From Lin Chongyu's storage ring, he activated his divine-grade devour talent and consumed the wind element demon core. A flash of light appeared and a notification sounded in his mind. 1-star great perfection successful. Wind element proficiency increased by 10%. Wind element proficiency broke through to the late stage of 1-star. Wind element proficiency increased by 10%. Wind element proficiency reached the limit of 1-star great perfection. Qin Feng burst out laughing, his triumphant voice echoing through the forest. Haha, my wind element is at perfection too. The absorption rate of a peerless talent is really something else. At this rate, with both my wind and fire elements at 1-star great perfection, my strength will skyrocket. He paused, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Right, my ice element talent is also peerless now. My cultivation speed has increased tenfold, and the completion of my ice god seal has reached 92%. At this pace, I'll break through soon. Even faster than my thunder element. With this in mind, Qin Feng made his decision and muttered, alright, I won't go back to the defense zone yet. I'll ride this momentum, find a place to cultivate for the night, and break through my ice and thunder elements. Scene changed to the next morning. On a windswept mountain peak, Qin Feng, having cultivated bitterly all night, stood up wearily. Spiritual energy surged around him and the system panel appeared clearly in his mind. Cultivator. Qin Feng, realm wind element peerless. 1-star great perfection, second scripture 3.4%. Thunder element peerless, early stage 1-star. Ice element peerless, early stage 1-star 0.01%. Fire element good, 1-star great perfection, second scripture 53.1%. Talent skill, divine grade devour. Combat skill, berserk strike. Support skill, ice illusion. Combat power index 6000. Looking at the system panel, Qin Feng grinned broadly, his smile radiant. All 4 elements have broken through. I'm now the world's one and only quad elementalist, and my combat power has reached 6,000, far exceeding the 5,000 threshold for an early stage 3-star elementalist. With my current strength, I can easily defeat an early stage 3-star and even fight a late stage 3-star expert to a draw. In all of Yunrong City, there aren't more than 2 late stage 3-star experts. At this rate, destroying the Lin family is just a matter of time. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes, but his expression quickly turned serious again. The Lin family will definitely track me down soon. I need to get back to that girl's side quickly. Scene changed to the S-22 defense zone. In the Vice Commander's office, a young woman with a cold gaze was talking to Vice Commander Wang Jian. Vice Commander Wang, thank you for your trouble regarding this matter. I thank you on behalf of the family head. Wang Jian laughed heartily. Haha, Miss Lin, you're too kind. It's a small matter, truly a small matter. Just then, a subordinate rushed in and said urgently, Vice Commander, we've finished the investigation. He read from the report in a loud voice. The person Miss Lin is looking for belongs to the Heffing Shelter Group. Yesterday they were attacked by a beast horde while on patrol. 7 people escaped back to Heffing and the other 3 are missing. After speaking, he respectfully handed the file to Wang Jian. This is the investigation report from the survivors. Hearing this, the woman surnamed Lin frowned slightly, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. What survivors? She thought to herself. That Chu isn't dead yet. This isn't good. Vice Commander Wang Jian immediately spoke up, reassuring her in a calm tone. It was just an ordinary beast incident. This Chu was very lucky to escape. The woman surnamed Lin narrowed her eyes and asked coldly, Vice Commander Wang, may I see the report? Hearing this, Wang Jian smiled and handed over the file. Be my guest. The woman took the report and flipped through it, her sharp gaze scanning every line. There was nothing wrong with the report. All the survivors' testimonies were consistent. No one had reported or raised any suspicions. On the surface, it does look like an ordinary beast incident, but I know Lin Suyang. If he were still alive, he would never have let Chu survive until now. There's definitely something wrong with this girl. Thinking of this, she looked up, her voice low and tinged with gloom. Vice Commander Wang, may I see the girl named Chu? She paused, a cold glint in her eyes. I have important questions for her. Chu is still in danger. Before Wang Jian could reply, she continued in a forceful tone, Vice Commander Wang, can you bring Chu here for me to see? Wang Jian nodded immediately, a friendly smile on his face. Of course, she's just a refugee, no problem at all, he calculated in his mind. The Lin family is one of the 3 great houses. I must use this opportunity to get on their good side. It will definitely be beneficial later. He turned to his subordinate and ordered decisively, Adjutant Zhou, bring that Chu over. Adjutant Zhou stammered, looking troubled. Well, Vice Commander, that Chu was transferred by the commander. She's in the commander's private unit now. Hearing this, Wang Jian was taken aback, a hint of surprise on his face. Oh, is that so? His mind raced. Miss Lin, the commander's private unit. I don't have the authority to summon anyone from there. He turned to the woman and said apologetically, This is, as he spoke he cursed inwardly, the commander is ruining my plans again. Sensing his predicament, the woman surnamed Lin gave a faint smile and said calmly, It's all right, Vice Commander. Take me to see Commander Liu. Perhaps I can make the request myself. Wang Jian was inwardly delighted and nodded immediately. Of course, Miss Lin, this way please. The woman nodded slightly and replied confidently, Then I'll have to trouble you, she thought to herself. Lu Yan is just a commander of an ordinary military district. With my status and position in the Lin family, she'll definitely try to curry favor with me. She wouldn't dare refuse a small matter like meeting a refugee. Scene changed to the commander's private training room. Chu was training intensely, beads of sweat on her forehead. She punched and kicked, moving nimbly around the room, knocking down one wooden dummy after another. Ha-ha-ya, with a loud shout, she executed flowing water slash, the explosive force shaking the entire room. After defeating all the targets, Chu cheered excitedly. Yes, it took me a whole day, but I've completely mastered this mech suit. It integrates perfectly with my combat skills too. Her smile was radiant, her eyes sparkling with joy. If Big Brother knew how strong I am now, he'd be so surprised. Before she could finish, Qin Feng appeared behind her, clapping loudly, his eyes full of admiration. You're absolutely right about that. Seeing Qin Feng, Chu cried out excitedly, Big Brother, you're finally back safely. I was so worried about you. Qin Feng laughed heartily, his voice warm. Yes, I'm back. Little girl, it's only been a day. But you've improved a lot, haven't you? Hearing her brother's praise, Chu ran over, her eyes shining, and showed off proudly. Hee, Big Brother, isn't this mech suit cool? Qin Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the gleaming mech suit. Yeah, very cool, he praised. Then he asked curiously, How's its performance? Chu replied cheerfully. It's a top-of-the-line TX-121 light mech suit. It can automatically adjust its size to fit my body. It has a built-in I-37 miniature nuclear power source, worth 1.3 billion, so it's super expensive. And it's really easy to retract, the little girl explained excitedly, demonstrating the new mech suit to Qin Feng, then retracting it into a compact block in her hand. It adds 100 points to my combat power. With this, I'm confident I can beat a mid-stage 1-star Elementalist. Hearing his sister say this, Qin Feng beamed, his voice full of pride. That's really amazing. Chu suddenly held up a storage ring, her eyes sparkling. Oh right, Big Brother, I bought a lot of the demon cores you asked me to get. The little girl handed Qin Feng a large box filled with all sorts of gleaming demon cores. Seeing them, Qin Feng's eyes lit up and he smiled. So many? This is great, he thought to himself. Once my wind and fire elements break through to 2-star, I can devour these cores without having to waste time gathering more. He turned to Chu and asked jokingly, Little girl, you must have spent a lot of money on all these demon cores, huh? Hearing her brother's question, Chu beamed. Yep, I spent all the money. Qin Feng's smile grew wider. He patted the little girl's shoulder and said breezily, No problem, we can always earn more money when it's gone. What do you want? Just tell your big brother. Chu also grinned from ear to ear and said happily, He, Big Brother is the best. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth lifted as he quickly calculated in his head. The system has already recycled the resources from Lin Changyu's corpse, Zhou Changtung's divine fire staff, and the demonic beasts I hunted. Altogether, it's about 30 billion. I'm a rich man now, with 30 billion in hand in this world. Making money is easy as long as you have strength. This money is enough to buy demon cores, luxury cars, villas, elemental martial arts, and more. He grinned, lost in thought for a moment, then came back to reality and looked at Chu. By the way, Chu, have you completed your peerage promotion? Chu shook her head, her tone a bit regretful. I haven't taken the assessment yet. Qin Feng frowned, puzzled. Why not? The little girl replied, her eyes shining with determination. I just got the mech suit, so I'm not very proficient with it yet. Sister Yan told me to get used to it first before I go. Qin Feng smiled brightly and said teasingly, That makes sense. Where's your sister Yan? Hearing Lu Yan's name, Chu began to speak excitedly, her eyes shining. She went shopping with me yesterday and bought a lot of cultivation resources. In her memory, the two of them were lugging countless items, making Chu stumble as she walked. She had to call out, Sister, slow down, be careful not to fall. And Lu Yan, her face blooming with a smile, said cheerfully, Hurry up, Chu, I'm taking you to buy a mech suit. The little girl enthusiastically recounted the whole story. After we got back, she went into seclusion to cultivate. She's probably trying to break through to 2-star in one go. After she finished, Chu tilted her head and asked curiously, "Big brother, how did the trade on Mount Luahua go? Did you get the evidence of the Lin family's transaction?" The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up. He took out his phone and said with a triumphant smile, "Of course I did. Got it all on camera, crystal clear. The Lin family is in for some trouble this time." He took a large box out of his storage ring and handed it to Chu. "Little girl, keep this safe for now." Seeing the box, Chu's eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "Wow, what's this?" The little girl opened the box and shrieked with delight, "Oh my god, it's the legendary ice god fruit. Is this divine fruit really for me? Big brother, you're the best. This treasure is worth tens of billions. With this I might have a chance to become an elementalist too." Hearing his sister's praise, Qin Feng scratched his nose proudly and smiled. "It's just a small token." He took Chu's hand and said excitedly, "Come on little girl, let's go to the city now." Chu asked blankly, "Big brother, what are we going to the city for?" Qin Feng smiled and replied enthusiastically, "To buy some more demon cores and then we'll go take the peerage promotion assessment together." Hearing this, Chu nodded vigorously and replied with a determined, "Okay." As the two walked down the corridor, Qin Feng was calculating in his mind, "The top priority right now is to get my ice and thunder elements to great perfection and then get our peerages promoted. At this rate, Chu and I can become nobles and have enough power to deal with the Lin family." Just as he was thinking this, they ran into Vice Commander Wang Jian and the woman surnamed Lin. Seeing the pair, Wang Jian exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, what a coincidence, isn't this the girl with exceptional combat talent?" Hearing this, the woman surnamed Lin frowned slightly, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. "Exceptional combat talent?" Wang Jian nodded and said excitedly, "That's right, the little girl is incredible. In the defense zone simulation battle before, she could take on 10 opponents at once." He turned to Chu and asked curiously, "Why are you in Commander Lu's private training room?" "Ah, I get it now, so you're Chu. No wonder you became the commander's personal subordinate." "I should have guessed." The woman surnamed Lin stood behind him, her expression growing even darker. "There's definitely something off about this girl. I'm 90% sure something happened to Suyang. I'll have to question her to find out exactly what happened." Meanwhile, Wang Jian was still gushing with praise. "She's even cuter in person than on screen." Confused, Qin Feng frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Wang Jian smiled and introduced them. "I'm Wang Jian, the vice commander of the defense zone, and this is Miss Lin Shui." Qin Feng turned to Chu, his expression calm but wary. Chu, do you know them?" The little girl shook her head firmly. "No," Vice Commander Wang Jian immediately interjected, a friendly smile on his face. "We were just about to go to Commander Lu's to find you, but it's great that you're here." He turned to Lin Shui and said respectfully, "Miss Lin, since you found Chu, feel free to ask her whatever you need." Hearing this, Qin Feng's expression darkened and his eyes grew guarded. "This woman's surname is Lin. Looks like she's from the Lin family. They found us fast." Lin Shui smiled faintly and approached Chu, her tone gentle but with a hidden edge. "I have something to ask you, little sister. Come with me." Chu hesitated, not getting a chance to answer. "Ah?" Qin Feng immediately cut her off loudly. "Wait, who are you? We don't know you, so why should she go with you? We're busy. We have no time to talk to you. Get out of the way." His eyes were cold, revealing his determination to protect his sister. Seeing Qin Feng's firm stance, Lin Shui shouted in fury, "What? How dare you be so rude?" As the atmosphere grew tense, Vice Commander Wang hurried forward to mediate, speaking in a placating tone. Hey young man, calm down. This is Miss Lin Shui from our city's Lin family." As he spoke, a flicker of worry crossed his face. Lin Shui's expression was as dark as storm clouds. "This must be Qin Feng," she thought. When Chu heard the name Lin family, a look of terror was unmistakable in her eyes. The Lin family had come for them so soon. Noticing his sister trembling, Qin Feng gently patted her shoulder and reassured her. Chu, don't be afraid. Second brother is here." He turned to Lin Shui and asked sternly, "Lin Shui, is it? Say what you have to say right here." Seeing how resolute Qin Feng was, Wang Jian grew nervous and quickly interjected. "Hey young man, the Lin family is a major clan in Yunrong City. Miss Lin must have something important to discuss with Chu. You can't be so impolite." Qin Feng clapped Wang Jian on the shoulder and sneered, "Vice Commander Wang, thank you for the reminder, but as long as I'm here I don't care if she's from the Lin family or Yoshinoya, no one is taking Chu away." At the mention of Yoshinoya, Lin Shui's face darkened and she bellowed, "What?" Qin Feng shot back immediately, his voice firm. "Miss Lin, if you have something to say it here. We're not going anywhere." Hearing this, Lin Shui's face filled with displeasure and she glared fiercely at Qin Feng. "I won't let Chu go with you." His words made her grit her teeth in anger. She thought to herself, Suyang's disgraceful actions can't be known by outsiders. Of course I can't ask about it here. She turned to Wang Jian and asked coldly, "Where is Commander Lu? I want to see her first." Wang Jian was about to answer, "Commander Lu, when Qin Feng cut him off, stating decisively, "The commander is in seclusion and not seeing visitors." Lin Shui grew even more furious, fire blazing in her eyes. "This refugee brat Qin Feng is infuriating," she fumed. Her disdain for a mere whelp was plain to see, making the atmosphere even more tense. Seeing this, Vice Commander Wang quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Miss Lin, perhaps the two of you could just—" Before he could finish, Lin Shui, burning with rage, interrupted him, roaring, "Vice Commander Wang, my business is highly confidential. This is not the place. Please pass a message to Commander Lu. I'm taking her person with me and will return her in 2 days." Hearing this, Wang Jian waved his hands repeatedly, his face a mask of distress. This, without the commander's permission, for you to take this child, that's not appropriate. Lin Shui ignored him, her expression as cold as ice, completely disregarding Wang Jian's words. He walked straight toward Chu Chu and said contemptuously, "She's just a refugee girl, what's the big deal? If Commander Lu really wants to ask questions, she can come to the Lin family estate." With that, she reached out to grab Chu Chu's hand. "Chu Chu, come with me." She paid no mind to Chu Chu's trembling, her thoughts consumed by Su Yang's life and death. "I must take this girl today." Lu Yan was just a minor commander. Would she dare to defy the Lin family? A vicious glint flashed in her eyes. Suddenly Qin Feng flicked his arm lightly, startling Lin Shui. The next moment he swung his hand in a vicious slap. With a crisp crack she was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Qin Feng roared, his voice laced with killing intent. "Get lost now!" Lin Shui clutched her face and screamed in panic, not yet comprehending what had just happened. Qin Feng strode forward, his gaze sharp. "You dare touch my sister? Are you tired of living?" Witnessing this, Wang Jian was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Shui was a mid-stage 1-star elementalist, yet this young man had taken her down with a single blow. My god, he thought, gritting his teeth. Could he be a late-stage 1-star fire elementalist, to be at the same level as me at such a young age? His talent is astounding. Meanwhile, Lin Shui staggered to her feet, her mind in a daze, still unable to process what had happened. What's going on? Isn't Qin Feng just an ordinary refugee? This is completely different from what I read in the files. The talent this kid is showing is even greater than Su Yang's. Could it be that Su Yang was? She stopped, a dark premonition rising in her heart. This was bad. She couldn't linger here any longer. Lin Shui shot a fiery glare at Qin Feng, thinking, "I have to tell Brother Hao about this as soon as possible." She immediately got to her feet and bolted, shouting furiously as she ran, "Just you wait!" Seeing Lin Shui running and shouting, Vice Commander Wang was startled and quickly reached out, calling, "Miss Lin, hey Miss Lin," but she didn't look back, disappearing from sight after leaving one last threat. Wang Jian stared blankly at the siblings, Qin Feng and Chu Chu. At that moment, Qin Feng was gently patting his sister's shoulder, comforting her in a low, warm voice. There, it's okay. Second brother is here. Don't be afraid." Vice Commander Wang quickly spoke up, his voice filled with concern. "Qin Feng, you need to take Chu Chu and get out of here. The Lin family is not to be trifled with. It won't be long before they send people after you two. When that happens, even I won't be able to stop them." Hearing this sincere advice, Qin Feng nodded, his gaze sharp but grateful. "Thank you for the warning, I'll be careful." After giving his advice and getting a reply, Wang Jian left in a hurry, scratching his head and muttering, "How did we get mixed up in this kind of trouble?" Back with Qin Feng and Chu Chu, the little girl was still trembling, looking at her brother with worry. "Second brother," Qin Feng clenched his fist, his voice firm and confident. "Don't you worry, little one. This is all part of second brother's plan." He opened his palm and grinned slyly. "Chu Chu, look." When the little girl saw what was in her brother's hand, she cried out in surprise. "Second brother, you stole her storage ring. When did you do that? I didn't even notice. How are you so amazing?" Chu Chu didn't know that stealing was Qin Feng's side hustle. He could even get his hands on the treasures of a 3-star elementalist, let alone Lin Shui's. Qin Feng pinched her cheek and laughed heartily. "What are you talking about? How can you call it stealing?" Chu Chu giggled along, saying excitedly, Second brother, there must be a lot of good stuff in this storage ring, right?" The two immediately opened the storage ring and scanned its contents. Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile, his eyes shining. "Chu Chu, look. This ice spirit pill can enhance your ice affinity and speed up ice materialization. It's for you." Chu Chu let out a cheer and happily took it. "Aha, with the ice god fruit I have, I'll be able to cultivate my ice affinity soon." Qin Feng laughed triumphantly. "I hear a single ice spirit pill is worth $1 billion. Chu Chu's eyes widened and she giggled. Wow, that woman must be heartbroken. She's probably going to cry her eyes out. While the siblings were gleefully inspecting their loot, Lin Shui had already left the S-22 defense zone. Sitting in her car, she suddenly froze, her hand trembling as she checked her finger. My storage ring. The realization that the ring containing all her worldly possessions was gone left her stunned, her heart feeling as if it had been stabbed. Lin Shui vaguely recalled the moment Qin Feng's hand had brushed against her, and a dreadful premonition rose in her heart. Could Qin Feng have stolen my storage ring? His image appeared in her mind, carrying a terrifying aura that sent a chill down her spine. If that's true, his power is horrifying. He managed to steal my storage ring without me even noticing. How fast must his hands be? If he had wanted to kill me just now, I'd already be dead. This thought, she clenched her jaw, a glint of determination in her eyes. She had to get Brother Hao to deal with this detestable brat immediately. She urged the driver. "Faster, I'm in a hurry." The driver nodded. "Yes, Miss Lin." The car immediately sped up, racing toward the Lin family estate. Cutting back to Qin Feng and Chu Chu, the little girl looked at her brother worriedly. "Second brother, what if she comes back for the storage ring?" Qin Feng's lips curved into a confident smirk. "She won't. I showed her a tiny bit of my strength and scared her witless. She won't dare come back. Besides, she has no proof, so she'll just have to swallow her loss." With that, the siblings' laughter echoed down the hallway. Just then, Lu Yan walked over, a powerful aura surging from her like a tidal wave. She looked at Qin Feng and teased. "Qin Feng, away for a whole night and you were clearly up to no good. Spill it. Which girl did you take advantage of this time?" Seeing Lu Yan, Chu Chu cried out with joy and ran to hug her. "Sister Yan?" Qin Feng observed from a distance, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Such a strong wave of water elemental power. It seems she's already a 2-star early-stage water elementalist." He spoke with a smile. Congratulations on breaking through to a 2-star Elementalist. Lu Yan raised an eyebrow, surprised. You can tell, hearing their exchange. Chu Chu cheered happily. Wow, Sister Yan, congratulations. After the lively greetings, Lu Yan glanced around, sensing the unusual atmosphere. I see signs of a fight here. Did something happen? Are you two okay? Chu Chu stammered, her voice trembling slightly. Sister Yan, people from the Lin family came just now. The little girl faltered, her expression unnatural. Lu Yan frowned and asked sternly, what happened? Chu Chu then recounted the entire incident from beginning to end. After hearing the story, Lu Yan's face darkened, and she roared in fury. That bastard, she thinks she can just take my people whenever she wants. Who the hell does the Lin family think they are? After suppressing her anger, she turned to Chu Chu, her voice low but firm. If anyone from the Lin family dares to come again, Sister Yan will stand up for you, you hear me? Hearing Lu Yan's words, Chu Chu was still trembling slightly, her eyes worried. But Sister Yan, it's the Lin family. Knowing the little girl was afraid of the Lin family's power, Lu Yan laughed confidently. Haha, so what if it's the Lin family? Even the city lord has to be polite when he sees me beside them. Qin Feng just pursed his lips, thinking, she's such a braggart. He turned his head and asked curiously, Sister Yan, how strong is the Lin family really? Lu Yan raised an eyebrow and explained clearly. The Lin family is quite powerful in Yunrong City. They have 3 earls, 2 lords, and over a dozen barons and viscounts combined. Hearing this, Chu Chu's eyes widened, her voice trembling. That means 3 3-star experts and 2 2-star experts. The Lin family has that many elementalists? The little girl was clearly intimidated by the Lin family's strength. Qin Feng, however, was only focused on the top-tier experts. He asked with a sharp gaze, Sister Yan, besides Lin Jianao, does the Lin family have any 4-star experts? Lu Yan answered immediately, her tone calm. Yes, Lin Jianao's father, Lin Yuankan. It's said that the old patriarch of the Lin family is a 4-star Grand Perfection expert who is currently in seclusion trying to break through to 5-star. At these words, Qin Feng froze, a chilling thought flashing through his mind. A 4-star Grand Perfection expert, with the potential to break through to 5-star. At that point, the laws of Yunrong City would probably be meaningless to him. Even if he killed a citizen with a noble title, no one would dare to do anything about it. The Lin family is much stronger than I imagined. As Qin Feng was lost in thought, Chu Chu tugged on his sleeve worriedly, her voice trembling. Second brother, what if the Lin family really sends people for us? Qin Feng immediately reassured her, his tone firm. So what if they come? Do we have to just wait here for them? We'll go into the city. The Lin family's old patriarch is still in seclusion. He won't be coming out anytime soon. Right under the city lord's nose, the Lin family wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Hearing this, Chu Chu nodded repeatedly, her eyes lighting up. Right, Lu Yan frowned, asking curiously, Oh, you two are going into the city? Qin Feng nodded, saying enthusiastically, Yes. I want to buy a few things and also take Chu Chu to upgrade her status. Lu Yan laughed, her eyes sparkling. Perfect. I just broke through to 2-star so I can get promoted to Viscount. Let's go together. Chu Chu cheered excitedly. That's great, Sister Yan, let's go get promoted together. Lu Yan winked playfully. Chu Chu, since your brother is here, let's go to the Spirit Casino again. Her gambling addiction was flaring up, making Chu Chu giggle. Okay, but Sister Yan, do you still have any money? Lu Yan scratched her head sheepishly. I spent all my money on resources. Chu Chu, how about your big sister borrows some from you? Hearing this, Chu Chu's face fell and she said with a whimper, Wah, I spent all my money too. As the two chatted, Qin Feng stood by quietly, his expression pensive. I have a feeling that the Lin family patriarch Lin Yuankan is a significant threat. He clenched his fists, his determination soaring. It seems that even with noble titles, Chu Chu and I can't let our guard down. I must buy more beast cores as soon as possible and raise my strength. The scene shifted to a training room in the warrior tower. The system's voice suddenly rang out cold and clear. Congratulations, host. Your ice and thunder affinities have reached 1-star Grand Perfection. Qin Feng let out a whoop, his eyes shining. Excellent. With all his cultivation at Grand Perfection, his combat power soared to 8,000 points. The system panel displayed open black lens bracket host. Qin Feng close black lens bracket open black lens bracket wind affinity realm Peerless 1-star Grand Perfection. 2nd star crest 3.4% close black lens bracket open black lens bracket thunder affinity realm Peerless 1-star Grand Perfection. 2nd star crest 0.00% close black lens bracket open black lens bracket ice affinity realm Peerless 1-star Grand Perfection. 2nd star crest 0.01% close black lens bracket open black lens bracket fire affinity realm Good 1-star Grand Perfection. 2nd star crest 53.1% close black lens bracket open black lens bracket talent skill Devour god level close black lens bracket open black lens bracket combat skill Berserk Strike close black lens bracket open black lens bracket support skill Ice Stealth close black lens bracket open black lens bracket combat power index 8,000 points close black lens bracket. Looking at the system panel, Qin Feng's lips curled into a proud smile. With my current combat power, I'm comparable to a late stage 3-star and not far from a 3-star Grand Perfection. With my god level skills and combat techniques, I'm confident I can defeat a 3-star Grand Perfection expert. He mused, his gaze sharp. Right now, the only threats to me from the Lin family are Lin Jianao and his father, Lin Yuankan. I already had Chu Chu and Lu Yan go ahead to get their titles promoted, while I visited a few shops in the city center and acquired nearly 100 beast cores for the ice, thunder, wind, and fire affinities. I've already devoured a good portion. The rest should be enough to get me to late stage 2-star. But to break through the 2-star bottleneck, I need to condense a complete second star crest. He frowned, calculating mentally. The speed of condensing a star crest depends on talent and has nothing to do with devouring beast cores. Even with peerless talent, it will take about a month to form the second star crest. This means my strength won't increase much within the next month, but the Lin family is unlikely to just let things be. Especially that Lin Yuenkin, the 4-star Grand Perfection expert. If he attacks us secretly, Choo-Choo's and my chances of survival will be very low. Just then, the system's notification sound chimed in, its cold voice interrupting his thoughts. 1-star God-level challenge has been activated. Mission: enter the challenge space. This is a high-difficulty challenge. Note: death allows for revival, no penalty. If the challenge is successfully completed, the rewards will be extremely generous. The host has 3 attempts. Note: if any affinity breaks through to 2-star Elementalist, the host will lose the qualification to challenge. The system's sudden prompt made Qin Feng excited. He cheered internally. Great, the God-level challenge has finally activated again. I have another chance to accelerate my growth. Immediately, another prompt popped up. Open black lens bracket. Does the host choose to accept the challenge? Close black lens bracket. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment before pressing the temporarily decline button. He muttered to himself, a thoughtful look in his eyes. It's already 5 o'clock. The people at City Hall have probably gone home for the day. I should meet up with Choo-Choo first. The promotion can wait. At this thought he frowned and said to himself, this God-level challenge is indeed tricky. Failing once means losing the massive rewards. I must be fully prepared. The scene shifted to the Lin family villa. Lin Shui had just returned and was urgently reporting everything that had happened at the S-22 base to Lin Jianao. She spoke in a low voice, her gaze sharp. Brother Hao, that's the basic situation. I suspect that Lin Suying's disappearance is directly related to that pair of siblings. Her tone was decisive, laced with fury. After listening, Lin Jianao clutched his head, his eyes moistening as he spoke in a pained voice. It seems Suying's chances are slim this time. My Suyong, my poor Suyong. That foolish boy, he always thought I favored his older brother more, but I cared for him deeply. I was only strict with him to temper him. Before he could finish, Lin Shui quickly cut in, her tone comforting yet firm. Brother Hao, don't think like that yet. Suyong might just be injured. He could still be alive. Lin Jianao gritted his teeth, a resolute gleam in his eyes. You're right, we need to see him if he's alive, and his body if he's dead. His tone immediately turned icy as he gave a decisive order. Cher, go find 4th uncle. Have him capture that brat named Qin Feng. Lin Shui answered with slight hesitation. Brother Hao, that Qin Feng is an elementalist. He must have a noble title, and moreover, he's a genius, I'm afraid. Before she could finish, Lin Jianao cut her off, his tone dismissive. HMPH, so what if he has a title? So what if he's a genius? Once he's dead, he's nothing. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I will bear all the consequences. At that moment his face was filled with resentment, radiating a murderous aura as if he wanted to crush Qin Feng on the spot. Hearing Lin Jianao's cold tone, Lin Shui lowered her head slightly and replied, Brother Hao, I understand. I'll go at once. The sooner the better. That kid's talent is astonishing. If the city lord discovers him, he'll definitely be protected. We won't be able to touch him then. She nodded decisively. Yes, I'll go find 4th uncle right away. But then she started asking with concern, by the way, has 3rd uncle not returned yet? I still can't reach 3rd uncle on the phone. Could something have happened to him? Hearing this, Lin Jianao's expression darkened and he lowered his voice. I know, just go. A grim thought crossed his mind. Could something have happened to 3rd uncle as well? The scene cut back to City Hall. As soon as Qin Feng arrived, a female clerk approached him and asked respectfully, Sir, how may I help you? Qin Feng turned to her and said in a steady voice, I'm here to get my noble title promoted. Where do I go for that? The girl smiled and gestured lightly. Sir, please follow me. They walked for a short while before stopping in front of a bustling arena. The girl pointed ahead and explained, Sir Qin Feng, this is the assessment field in front of City Hall. On the arena stage, 2 figures were locked in a fierce battle, capturing the attention of everyone present. Qin Feng watched intently and was suddenly surprised to realize one of them was his own sister. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed, How isn't that Choo-Choo? Why isn't her assessment finished yet? Choo-Choo's opponent was a mid-stage 1-star gold elementalist. The battle was intense, with both sides trading blows, neither giving an inch. Standing below the stage, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with delight. The little one is doing pretty well. Just then, Choo-Choo unleashed a powerful move, launching a ferocious assault on her opponent like a raging storm. Qin Feng nodded slightly, thinking, Gold elementalists are known for their strong offense and are tough to deal with. But not only has Choo-Choo held on, she's gradually gaining the upper hand. The kid's strength has clearly reached mid-stage 1-star. In the stands, the audience was captivated by the thrilling duel, and cheers rose one after another. One person shouted, Wow, that little girl is incredible. Another added, Yeah, didn't that girl just get promoted to a 1st-rank baron not too long ago? And now she's already applying for a 2nd-rank promotion. I thought she was being too arrogant at first, but now I see I was wrong. Tisk, tisk, another spectator chimed in excitedly. Have you guys noticed? Not only is that little girl powerful, but her combat skills are also exceptionally refined. On the judges' panel, 3 examiners were watching intently. An examiner with the surname Cheng spoke, his voice full of admiration. This is truly an eye-opener. Elder Cheng, this Choo-Choo is a rare talent. We must report this child to the city lord. Our Yunrong city has produced another incredible genius." He was full of praise, his tone excited and his eyes shining. Another examiner nodded in agreement. "Indeed, according to her file, she's only 13. This child's potential is immeasurable." At that moment, Choo Choo on the stage struck with a fierce blow, knocking the gold elementalist out of the ring. The crowd erupted instantly. One person shouted, "Look, he was knocked out of the ring," another said in amazement. "My God, that little girl won again," murmurs rippled through the audience. But the gold elementalist gritted his teeth and roared, "Who said I lost? I haven't lost yet." He immediately rushed back onto the stage, unleashing a move called Heaven and Earth Reversal, straight at Choo Choo. The little girl remained calm, assuming a defensive stance, ready to fight back. Suddenly Judge Chang stood up and boomed, his voice like a great bell, "Stop, the assessment is over. The victor has been decided." The two on the stage immediately halted. Choo Choo frowned, her tone full of regret. "It's over already, can't we fight any more?" She was still brimming with fighting spirit, clearly not wanting to stop. The gold elementalist, however, looked terrified and stammered, "Yes, heroine." Referee Chang stepped down from the stage, looked at the two and said, "Ning, thank you for your hard work. You may leave now." Hearing this, the metal elementalist hastily replied, "Yes, sir." Choo Choo was still standing there, blinking her eyes curiously as she asked, "Is it over already? Who won?" Referee Chang smiled kindly and looked at Choo Choo to announce, "You won, little girl." He raised his voice, his words echoing throughout the entire arena. "Congratulations on passing the second-rank Baron assessment." Instantly, thunderous cheers erupted from the audience. One person shouted, "Wow, that little girl is amazing, a true young hero." Another spectator said excitedly, "This is the most incredible fight I've seen all year. To have such strength at such a young age is truly admirable." Hearing everyone's cheers, Choo Choo waved cheerfully, her voice crisp and clear. "Thank you, everyone." She smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Referee Chang burst into laughter. All right, let's go handle the paperwork first." Choo Choo immediately nodded and replied, "Okay." Just then, Chin Feng had already walked over, arriving just in time to see his sister's victory. Choo Choo recognized her brother and called out happily, "Hey brother, you're here." Chin Feng smiled as he walked forward, ruffling the little girl's hair and saying gently, "I'm here too." He stroked her hair softly. "Congratulations, little one. Congratulations on your promotion to second-rank Baron." Choo Choo's eyes crinkled into slits as she beamed. Hee, it's all because you're a good teacher, brother." Chin Feng nodded and then asked, "By the way, where's Sister Yan?" Choo Choo quickly answered. After she finished her rank promotion, she ran into a good friend and got dragged away. She said she'd be back in a bit. Chin Feng grunted in acknowledgement and said, "All right, let's get your paperwork sorted out first." At that moment, a badge engraved with a sword and flanked by 2 shining stars was brought out. The referee said with a smile, "Little Choo Choo, this is your rank badge. Go on, put it on." Choo Choo took the badge, carefully pinned it to her chest and said in a clear voice, "Thank you." Referee Chang turned to Chin Feng and asked curiously, "Young man, would you like to be promoted to a commoner? Your sister is now a second-rank Baron, and she is qualified to designate 4 family members to become commoners. We can handle the process right here." Hearing this, Choo Choo chimed in with a smile, "Grandpa, my brother is already a 4th-rank commoner. He's here to get his own noble title this time." The referee was taken aback and blurted out, "Huh, you're also here to earn a title through your own strength?" He looked at Chin Feng with anticipation, expecting him to be like his sister. Chin Feng smiled faintly, channeled his elemental energy and was instantly surrounded by a brilliant swirl of flames, his presence erupting with power. He answered calmly, "No, it's more convenient to use my cultivation level to advance. I'll use my cultivation level to get my title first." Referee Chang was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out of his head. "What, young man, you're an initial stage 1 star fire elementalist." Before he could recover, Chin Feng had already channeled his elemental energy and said in a deep voice, "Sir, please take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Chin Feng gave a light wave of his hand and the flames around him transformed into a mighty fire dragon that coiled around his body, illuminating the entire room. Referee Chang was stunned and shouted, "Heavens, this aura clearly belongs to a peak 1-star fire elementalist." The majestic fire dragon circled around him, making the referee flustered as he blurted out, "My God, a peak 1-star fire elementalist." An expression of disbelief appeared on his face, his eyes wide and his mouth agape. "How old is this kid? He's already broken through to the peak of 1 star. His talent is terrifying. It could rival, no, even surpass the city lords." Chin Feng gently retracted his elemental energy. The flames around his body gradually dissipated. Referee Chang was still lost in shock, his eyes gleaming with amazement as he muttered to himself, "Could it be Peerless-Grade talent? I never thought our little Yunyang city would produce such a formidable genius. This young man's future is bound to be extraordinary. I'm afraid I'll only be able to look up to him from afar one day." After displaying his strength, Chin Feng calmly turned and asked, "So can I be promoted now?" Having witnessed his astonishing performance, Old Cheng's face was wreathed in smiles as he said excitedly, "Yes, of course you can. Please have a seat. We have the Vermilion Bird Alliance's Sparrow Dragon Tea, which is warm and richly fragrant, and the Black Tortoise Alliance's Ice Spirit Tea, which is cool and refreshing." Old Cheng was clearly trying to curry favor with Chin Feng, hoping to establish a relationship early so he could rely on this powerful figure in Yunyang City in the future. The three of them sat down at the table together, and the atmosphere became much more cordial. Qin Feng nodded and replied, "Oh, I'll have the Sparrow Dragon tea then." Old Cheng immediately called out, "Xiao Li, hurry and bring Mr. Qin a cup of Sparrow Dragon tea." The girl respectfully replied, "Yes, Lord Cheng," and quickly went to prepare tea for the three of them. While they waited, Qin Feng turned and asked, "Old Cheng, how do the rewards for rank promotion work? I reckon I've spent all my money on beast cores again." Old Cheng laughed heartily and explained clearly, "Promoting to first rank Baron gets you a reward of 30 million. Second rank is 50 million, third rank is 70 million, and fourth rank is 100 million. Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he calculated in his head, "In that case, if I get promoted to an Earl, won't I get several hundred million? I just bought those beast cores and only have 3 billion left. This is another chance to make some money." The corners of his mouth turned up as he continued to think, "And once I become an Earl, no matter how arrogant the Lin family gets, they'll have to think twice before crossing me." While Qin Feng was lost in thought, Old Cheng continued, "Furthermore, there are many other benefits that can be negotiated, and this title serves as a pass throughout the entire Southern Alliance." Hearing this, Chu interjected curiously, "Does it not work in the other alliances?" Old Cheng smiled and explained in detail, "A little girl, you might not be aware, there are currently 7 major alliances on Earth. The Southern Alliance, the Northern Alliance, the Snow Mountain Alliance, the Vermilion Bird Alliance, the Azure Dragon Alliance, and the Black Tortoise Alliance. Each alliance is overseen by a 9-star Elementalist. But for the past decade or so, there has been constant friction between the alliances. If it weren't for the common enemy of the beasts, they probably would have gone to war long ago. When you go to another alliance, you're lucky not to be treated as a spy or an enemy, let alone expect to receive the same treatment." At this, Old Cheng sighed, "Alas, that's just how the world works." Qin Feng listened intently, then spoke up. "Old Cheng, I have a question." He was startled and immediately replied, "Please ask away." Qin Feng continued, "If I want to earn the rank of first rank Earl through combat, do I need to challenge from the second rank, or can I challenge for it directly?" Hearing this, Old Cheng was so shocked he nearly spat out the tea he had just sipped, blurting out, "What, an Earl?" Before he could recover, the door was suddenly kicked open. Old Cheng roared angrily, "Who dares to barge in?" A tall figure appeared, with Lin Yu beside him. Old Cheng immediately recognized him and said in surprise, "Isn't that Lord Shahai from the Lin family?" Lin Shahai, a 3-star initial stage water elementalist and an Earl. The moment he entered, Lin Shahai roared, "Cher, are they here?" Lin Shui's gaze was sharp, pointing directly at Qin Feng and Chu as she said in a cold voice, "Fourth uncle, it's them." Seeing the Lin family contingent storm in so aggressively, Chu was slightly startled and turned to her brother. "Brother, it's the Lin family." Qin Feng didn't answer, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he thought, "HMPH, they're fast, found their way here already?" Old Cheng hurried forward trying to de-escalate the situation, and said warmly, "Lord Shahai, what brings you here? I just met a once-in-a-century genius from Yunyang City, let me introduce you." But Lin Shahai paid him no mind, ignoring his words and striding directly up to Qin Feng and Chu roaring, "You two, come with me." Qin Feng replied coldly, his gaze sharp, "Come with you, on what grounds?" Chu immediately followed up, her tone firm, "My brother is an elementalist and I hold a noble title. You have no authority to order us around." Seeing the badge on Chu's chest, Lin Shahai froze and muttered to himself, "What?" He was secretly astonished. How is this possible? A 13-year-old girl is a second-rank baron. Standing to the side, Lin Shui also recognized the badge and said in surprise, "Hey, that's a second-rank baron's badge." It seemed she had earned her rank through her own strength. Her face suddenly paled as she thought, if that's the case, something must have happened to Suyang 100%. This little brat might have been the one who did it. Burning with rage, she gritted her teeth and said, "Fourth uncle, we absolutely cannot let this girl go. We must take her with us today." Lin Shahai's face was flushed, veins bulging on his forehead, his aura thick with killing intent. Standing to the side, Old Cheng quickly interjected, trying to mediate, "Lord Shahai, do you know these two? They're the geniuses I was just telling you about. Could there be some kind of misunderstanding?" But Lin Shahai ignored him completely. Shoving Old Cheng to the ground with a wave of his hand, he roared, "Get lost, this is none of your business." The veins on his face were prominent, his voice filled with fury. "I'll say it again. You're coming with me." Before he could finish, Qin Feng shot to his feet and bellowed, his presence just as imposing, "Old man, are we closed? Do us a favor and get lost. Don't block the way." Hearing Qin Feng's words, Lin Shahai was momentarily stunned, and after a brief silence his eyes blazed with fury. He was clearly enraged, but before he could react, Old Cheng, still on the floor, witnessed the scene in silent horror. Heavens, this kid has some serious guts. I didn't even dare to make a peep after being pushed down, but he actually dares to speak to an Earl like that to his face. After being so bluntly rebuffed by Qin Feng, Lin Shahai flew into a rage. He swung his hand, lashing out violently at Qin Feng and roaring, "You're courting death." But Qin Feng was as fast as lightning. He dodged to the side, nimbly circling behind Lin Shahai and Lin Yu. The attack only hit his afterimage. Water splashed everywhere. Lin Shahai froze, muttering to himself, I missed again. Hey, isn't this kid just a 1-star elementalist?" Standing to the side, Lin Yu's eyes were also wide, stunned by Qin Feng's terrifying speed. Old Cheng had just scrambled up from the floor and quickly tried to intervene. "Lord Shahai, you mustn't harm him. Qin Feng is a once-in-a-century genius in Yunyang City. We can't afford to lose him." but Lin Shahai merely shot him a sidelong glance and roared, "Get lost, stop blabbering in front of me." Startled, Old Cheng threw his hands up and scurried to the side. Lin Shahai turned to face Qin Feng, his voice icy. "Kid, today you're coming with me whether you want to or not." A provocative smile played on Qin Feng's lips. "I'm afraid you don't have what it takes," Chu-Chu, standing by, chimed in worriedly. "Brother, be careful." Qin Feng turned to his sister and said confidently, "Chu-Chu, watch closely. I'm going to show you what real combat skill is." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shahai channeled his elemental energy and charged at Qin Feng, roaring, "You insolent brat." His water energy morphed into countless water dragons that rained down on Qin Feng like a storm. Qin Feng's movements were agile as he continuously dodged, weaving through the attacks like a phantom. Everyone around held their breath. Lin Yu was dumbfounded, exclaiming, "What?" Chu-Chu, however, cheered excitedly. While brother's combat skills are simply divine, even Old Cheng couldn't hide his surprise, muttering, "Heavens, Qin Feng's fighting technique is incredible. It's more than 10 times better than his sister's." Taking advantage of his speed, Qin Feng suddenly closed in on Lin Shahai, who was startled by his footwork and hastily threw a punch, yelling, "You little brat," but his fist met only air again. It hit nothing but air. Qin Feng seized the opportunity while Lin Shahai was off balance, landing a heavy punch squarely in his abdomen. The blow made Lin Shahai's eyes nearly bulge out of their sockets as he let out a pained groan. "Ah!" Qin Feng didn't stop, following up with an uppercut so powerful it sent Lin Shahai flying, his head smashing right into the ceiling. Lin Yu covered her mouth, unable to believe her eyes, and screamed, "Fourth uncle?" Chu-Chu, on the other hand, clapped and cheered, her eyes shining with pride. Old Cheng witnessed this, utterly dumbfounded, and blurted out, "My God, a 1-star elementalist just sent a 3-star elementalist flying. This is unbelievable." A realization dawned on him as he thought, could it be that what he asked about promoting to an earl? While Old Cheng was still reeling from the shock, Qin Feng straightened up, calmly adjusted his stance, and turned to Chu-Chu with a smile. "So Chu-Chu, did you see that clearly?" Chu-Chu exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling. "I only caught a little bit, but it's already given me some insight." Hearing this, Qin Feng grinned smugly. "Oh, only a little. I was already deliberately slowing down." Standing to the side, Old Cheng's face was pale as a sheet, his mind reeling in horror. This Qin Feng is definitely no less than an initial stage 3-star, maybe even a mid-stage 3-star. Witnessing his power, he couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly, "Strong, just too strong." Chu-Chu kept cheering from the side, "You're amazing, brother, amazing." Meanwhile, Lin Yu's face was ashen as she stammered, "Fourth uncle." Though he had just been sent flying, Lin Shahai refused to submit. He violently broke free from the ceiling, his eyes bloodshot and his hands clenched, looking as if he wanted to tear Qin Feng apart. He dove down, roaring furiously. "Arg, I, a dignified 3-star elementalist, was beaten by a 1-star elementalist. Impossible, absolutely impossible." Qin Feng sensed his opponent's aura and frowned slightly, but his gaze remained sharp. He quickly summoned his battle saber from his storage ring, preparing to engage. In an instant, Lin Shahai's fist collided with the edge of Qin Feng's saber. The two powerful forces clashed, kicking up a violent whirlwind that shook everything around them. Seeing this, Chu-Chu grew even more excited and cheered, "Wow, go brother!" Lin Yu stood frozen to the spot, unable to utter a word. In the corner, Old Cheng was both shocked and worried, muttering, "What's going to happen to my office?" Not wanting to drag out the fight, Qin Feng decided to end it quickly. With a single clean strike, he defeated Lin Shahai, who collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. Qin Feng stood proudly and placed his sharp saber against his opponent's neck. The scene stunned everyone present, who couldn't believe their eyes. He said coldly, "As the saying goes, there won't be a third time. If you don't know when to back down, then prepare to die on my blade." Lin Shahai was now drenched in sweat, a clear look of terror on his face. Just as Qin Feng was about to make his move, an authoritative voice boomed from a distance, "Stop!" It was accompanied by a powerful pressure that swept over them, causing both Qin Feng and Old Cheng to turn their heads. A tall, well-dressed but fierce-looking man walked in. As he walked, he released a powerful aura that weighed heavily on everyone, his voice low and commanding. "Put away your weapon." Under this terrifying pressure, both Qin Feng and Old Cheng were stunned. Qin Feng's heart tightened as he thought, "This aura is too strong. His cultivation must be at least at the late stage of 4-star. Crap, could it be the head of the Lin family, Lin Jianao?" As he pondered, the man strode forward, his voice like thunder. "Did I told you to put away your weapon? Didn't you hear me?" As he drew closer, the pressure became more suffocating, and Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. "He's too strong. At my current level, I'm no match for him at all." Despite this, he stood tall, his gaze firm as he thought, "I absolutely cannot back down." Staring at the man's murderous aura that felt like it could swallow him whole, Qin Feng channeled his elemental energy, forming a protective barrier around himself to resist the immense pressure. He thought, "If it comes to a fight to the death, I can definitely protect Chu-Chu and get her out of here. What the hell am I afraid of? Let's do this." Standing to the side, Chu-Chu saw this and cried out, trembling, "Brother!" But just then, the deputy city lord revealed a meaningful smile and looked at Qin Feng. "Kid, to be able to maintain your will to fight under my pressure and without retreating a single step. Ha, you're not bad." He laughed heartily, his voice echoing. Suddenly a voice came from the side, "Hurry up and put your weapon away." Qin Feng and Chu-Chu looked bewildered, not yet understanding the situation. Old Cheng and Lin Shahai immediately cupped their hands in unison, respectfully greeting the deputy city lord. Seeing their deference, both Qin Feng and Chu-Chu were stunned. "The deputy city lord? Just then a sharp voice called out from a distance, "Qin Feng, are you an idiot?" Lu Yan and another girl suddenly appeared. Lu Yan spoke, her tone scolding. "This is the Deputy City Lord of Yunyang City, Lord Wei Qing. Aren't you going to greet him?" Seeing Lu Yan, Chu immediately called out happily, her eyes shining, "Sister Yan." Then Qin Feng and Chu cupped their hands together and bowed respectfully. Qin Feng pays his respects to Lord Wei Qing. Chu pays her respects to the Lord Deputy City Lord. Wei Qing smiled in satisfaction. Good, very good. He suddenly noticed the badge on Chu's chest and said in surprise, "Oh, a second-rank Baron's badge. You two are full of surprises." After chatting pleasantly with Qin Feng and Chu, he turned around and asked sternly, "Cheng Zhang, what exactly happened here just now?" Lin Shahai stood behind him, drenched in sweat. Old Cheng stammered, "Yes, your subordinate is here." "Well, Wei Qing frowned and barked, "What are you mumbling for? Just say it." Lin Shahai and Lin Yu stood rooted to the spot, silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to make a sound. Lu Yan and her companion walked in, looking confused, not understanding what was going on. Sensing the Deputy City Lord's sternness, Old Cheng quickly bowed his head and stammered, Yes, this is what happened. I was processing Qin Feng's rank promotion." Then Earl Shahai and the people from the Lin family. He quickly recounted the entire incident, his voice trembling. "And that's what happened." After listening, Deputy City Lord Wei Qing flew into a rage, pointing at Lin Shahai's nose as his voice boomed like thunder. "This is outrageous, assaulting a city official and trying to hunt down one of our city's own elementalists. Your Lin family truly has no regard for the law. If all the high-ranking members act like you, how many people will be disappointed and leave Yunyang City in despair? Take a genius like Qin Feng, for example. If he were to go to another base city, wouldn't that be a huge loss for Yunyang City? In this world, top-tier experts are the solid foundation of a city. It is because of their existence that humanity has been able to survive against the threat of the star beasts. And yet, when you encounter such a super genius, instead of trying to nurture him, you try to hunt him down. Who gave you such audacity?" Faced with Wei Qing's thunderous wrath and firm stance, Lin Shahai kept his head down and said nothing. Lin Yu quickly stepped forward to explain, "Well, Lord Deputy City Lord, Before she could finish, Wei Qing's sharp gaze swept over them, and the two immediately fell silent. He snapped, "Why did you stop? Does your Lin family have some unspeakable secret?" Lin Yu hastily made an excuse. "Lord Deputy City Lord, what happened was my storage ring was stolen by Qin Feng. I was afraid he wouldn't admit it, so I brought my family members to take him in." Wei Qing frowned and said coldly, "You say he stole your storage ring. Do you have any witnesses or evidence?" Lin Yu stammered. "No, but after I fought with Qin Feng, my storage ring was gone." So, before she could finish, Lu Yan pointed a finger at her nose and shouted furiously, "How absurd and shameless. You couldn't beat him, so now you're saying he stole from you. How can you spout such nonsense?" Chu immediately added, her sharp gaze fixed on Lin Yu. "That's right, you came to the defense zone to grab me. Were you planning to frame me for stealing your storage ring too?" Faced with everyone's questions, Lin Yu's face turned pale, and she stammered, "I didn't." She couldn't say another word and lowered her head in embarrassment. Deputy City Lord Wei Qing was furious and shouted, "This is utter nonsense, coming here to cause trouble and seize someone without any evidence. Your Lin family is truly lawless." He turned to Lin Shahai and said sternly, "Lin Shahai, take me to see Lin Jianao. I want to ask him just how he's running this family." Lin Shahai was flustered and stammered, "How this?" Wei Qing immediately roared, "What ha? Let's go." Then he turned to Old Cheng. His voice serious, "Cheng Zhang, take good care of Qin Feng. There must be no neglect." Old Cheng hurriedly bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, your subordinate will obey." Then Wei Qing left with Lin Shahai and Lin Yu, heading straight for the Lin family to confront Lin Jianao. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was walking with the others. Lu Yan suddenly turned around, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Qin Feng, you even defeated Shahai. You're amazing." Qin Feng smiled modestly. "You flatter me, Sister Yan. It was just a lucky break." After chatting for a moment, Lu Yan pulled her companion closer and introduced her. "By the way, let me introduce you. This is my good friend, the daughter of Yunyang City's lord. Her name is Shangguan Zixi." Strangely, when facing Qin Feng, Zixi seemed a little nervous, her eyes darting away as if she was afraid he would recognize something. After the introduction, Qin Feng nodded slightly and said politely, "Hello, Miss Shangguan." But the girl still looked nervous, as if afraid of being discovered. Unfortunately, Qin Feng suddenly frowned, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Why does she look so familiar?" Then he suddenly exclaimed, "Holy crap, I remember now, isn't she the girl from the alley? The one that guy was trying to have his way with?" Hearing this, Lu Yan's face immediately darkened. She turned to Zixi, her tone slightly displeased. "Shishi, you two have met already? You dare to poach my man?" Shangguan Zixi was startled and quickly waved her hands. No, absolutely not." Qin Feng, being quick-witted, knew that nobody wanted to bring up that incident, so he smiled to smooth things over. No, I must have remembered wrong. Ha." He laughed dryly to cover it up. Although both of them denied it, Lu Yan clapped her hands and beamed a brilliant smile. "Is that so?" Shangguan Zixi stood to the side. He let out a soft sigh and muttered, "Are you kidding? How could I admit to something so embarrassing?" Qin Feng worried silently. "If the city lord finds out about this, he'll surely gouge my eyes out." Lu Yan wouldn't let it go, continuing to tease, "You must have misremembered Qin Feng. Shishi is a famously aloof beauty. Not just anyone can see her whenever they want." Hearing this, Qin Feng could only give a wry smile. He gave a thumbs up, pretending to be aloof in agreement. That's right. Haha, Chu, standing by, widened her eyes and muttered in surprise, second brother met another girl. It looks like as long as this little imp is around, second brother will never get a wife. Shangguan Zixie's face flushed red as she interjected worriedly. Sister Yan, please stop. After some banter, Lu Yan noticed the badge on Chu's chest and exclaimed, Oh Chu, you've been promoted to a second-class baron? That's amazing. Chu smiled and replied modestly, I'm still a long way from you, Sister Yan. Lu Yan shook her head, her eyes full of admiration. I can't compare to you. How old are you anyway? Chu immediately beamed. Sister Yan, are we still going to the gambling duels tonight? At the mention of gambling duels, Lu Yan's eyes lit up. Yes, of course we're going. Hearing this, Shangguan Zixie asked curiously, You're going to the gambling duels again? Do you even have any money left? Lu Yan faltered, looking a bit awkward. Well, she knew she was short on cash, but she still wanted to go to the gambling duels. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was left out, watching the three girls chat up a storm, paying him no mind. He turned to Elder Chang, his tone firm. Elder Chang, let's continue. I want to be promoted to the rank of first-class Earl. How do I take the test? Having witnessed his astonishing power, Elder Chang laughed heartily. There's no need for a test. I'll promote you to first-class Earl right now. Qin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. No test, Elder Chang gave a smug thumbs up. That's right, you publicly defeated Earl Lin Shahai, an early 3-star, just now. That's more than enough proof of your strength. Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up and he asked happily, So what are the rewards for this promotion? Elder Chang quickly took out a pen and paper and calculated carefully. 1 moment, please. 1.52, hero, you've skipped so many ranks. The cumulative subsidy totals 16 million. Hearing the staggering number, Qin Feng's eyes gleamed like 2 gold coins. He exclaimed in excitement, My God, that much? Before he could fully process his surprise, Elder Chang continued excitedly, That's the reward from the Alliance. On top of that, Yanyang City is also awarding you a villa worth 500 million and a luxury car worth 100 million. Qin Feng's eyes went wide, and he grinned from ear to ear. This luck is hitting me so fast I can barely handle it. The scene shifts to the Lin family estate. Lin Jianao was bowing his head, saying in a low voice, I've troubled you, Deputy City Lord Wei, making you come all this way for my family's affairs. Wei Qing's expression remained dark as he boomed, Jianao, my friend, disciplining your family is indeed your business. But when it involves a young talent like Qin Feng, who is the future of our city, it becomes Yanyang City's business. Hearing this, the 3 members of the Lin family kept their heads bowed, not daring to look up. Lin Jianao quickly replied, Yes, I was too lenient before. I'll be sure to teach them a harsh lesson this time. As for young friend Qin Feng, I will pay him a personal visit to apologize another day. Hearing his promise, Wei Qing said in a stern tone, In any case, I don't want a repeat of what happened today. Lin Jianao hastily assured him, It won't. It absolutely will not happen again. Wei Qing nodded, Good, I'm leaving, no need to see me out. From a distance, the 3 Lin family members said respectfully, Take care, Deputy City Lord. After Wei Qing left, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. An invisible smoke seemed to rise from Lin Jianao's fury. He growled through gritted teeth, HMPH Wei Qing, he's just a dog for City Lord Shangguan, yet he dares to meddle in my Lin family's affairs. Lin Yu, standing by his side, quickly tried to placate him, her voice full of worry. Family head, don't be angry. Mind your health. Lin Shahai bowed his head in apology. Family head, I'm sorry, I disgraced the Lin family today. I underestimated Qin Feng's strength. Before he could finish, Lin Jianao's face darkened, his voice low and stormy. Fourth uncle, don't blame yourself. It's not that we underestimated him, but that he truly is a genius. Recalling the sight of Qin Feng, Lin Shahai's tone was filled with dread. Yes, family head. Qin Feng's talent is terrifying. In my opinion, he's far more outstanding than even City Lord Shangguan. It's not out of the question that he'll become a major threat in the future. Lin Yu lowered her voice, her eyes full of worry. Brother Jianao, I suspect Su Yang is already. Lin Jianao covered his face, his voice heavy with pain. Cher, don't say it. He seemed to have already guessed his beloved son's tragic fate. He gritted his teeth and ordered, Go and get great uncle, I have something to discuss with him. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment. Brother Jianao, are you still planning to make a move on Qin Feng? Lin Jianao's eyes were bloodshot, veins popping on his forehead. He slammed the table and roared, Of course, I don't care what kind of genius that Qin Feng is, I must avenge Su Yang. My son, Lin Yu quickly interjected. Brother Jianao, but the Deputy City Lord just before she could finish, Lin Jianao roared, To hell with him, if we can't do it openly, we'll kill Qin Feng in secret. Lin Yu nodded, her tone decisive. Yes, I'll go get great uncle right away. The scene shifts to the Earl's Villa district in Yanyang City. A butler stepped out and bowed respectfully. Welcome home, Lord Earl. Before them was a magnificent and spacious villa. 2 servants were already standing in position, greeting the Lord Earl in unison. Elder Chang smiled and turned to ask, Lord Qin Feng, what do you think of this villa? Qin Feng walked around, his eyes shining, and nodded. Not bad at all. Chu stood to the side, gazing dreamily at the gorgeous house. Wow, it's so beautiful. Second brother, is this our new home? Lu Yan followed her with a sigh of admiration. Yanyang City really spares no expense to retain talent. This villa is incredible. Shangguan Zixie nodded and added, Of course. My father values talent greatly. Elder Chang continued, his voice excited. My lord, the Deputy City Lord has also specially arranged for 3 servants for you. They will handle all your household chores. Qin Feng beamed. Excellent. Thank you for your trouble, Elder Chang. Please thank the Deputy City Lord for me when you go back. Elder Chang waved his hand. It was no trouble. Then he took out an exquisite box. "My lord, this is your Earl's badge." Qin Feng took it, pinned the badge to his clothes and turned to wink at Chu Chu. "How about it? Do I look handsome with this badge?" Chu Chu laughed and clapped. "Second brother is handsome, the most handsome." Both of them laughed brightly, the air filled with joy. On the other side, Lu Yan and Zixi were whispering to each other. Lu Yan muttered, "The last time I saw him he was a commoner. Now he's an earl. It's unbelievable." Zixi's face flushed slightly as she thought, "He really is handsome. And an earl this young is rare anywhere in the world." Whether it was because of Qin Feng's looks or his strength, both girls blushed, their eyes sparkling. By now it was getting late. Elder Chang glanced at the sky and said respectfully, "My lord, it's getting late. I'll take my leave now." Qin Feng nodded and replied happily, "All right, we'll talk again some other time." Elder Chang bowed slightly and smiled. "Farewell, be careful on your way." Inside the villa, Chu Chu was excitedly exploring every corner, her eyes shining. She turned to Shangguan Zixi. "Sister Shishi, do you think I've gone silly from happiness? Why do I feel like even the floor here is fragrant?" Zixi stood by, smiling as she explained. "Chu Chu, don't lie on the floor." She pointed at the floor and said softly, "This is aromatic wood flooring made by the Green Dragon Alliance. It's fireproof, waterproof, insect-proof, and it gives off a faint, pleasant scent." Chu Chu's eyes widened in amazement. "Wow, rich people really know how to live." Qin Feng, lounging on the sofa, chuckled, "Haha, the little one is starting to get used to being rich." Before he could say more, Lu Yan suddenly sat down next to him, pressing close, which made him jump. She blinked, her voice sweet. "Qin Feng, I have to head back to the military district. Are you free tonight?" Before he could answer, she continued, her eyes sparkling. "How about we leave Chu Chu here, you and I can go back together, and we can have a long deep talk all night." Lu Yan's expression was full of provocation, making Qin Feng break out in a cold sweat. He answered awkwardly, You saw what happened today. I've offended the Lin family. The military district is outside the city, which is too dangerous. Chu Chu and I will be safer staying in the city. At least the Lin family wouldn't dare to make a move openly." Hearing this, Lu Yan pouted coquettishly and sighed. "If it weren't for the heightened security at the military district these days, I'd really want to stay." Qin Feng asked curiously, "Sister Yan, is it because of the beast tide at Ice Moon City?" Lu Yan nodded, draping a leg over his thigh as her voice grew lower. "That's right, the beast tide. It's probably going to reach Yunyang City soon." Qin Feng frowned, still not understanding what this beast tide was all about. Lu Yan began to explain slowly. "This whole thing is related to Zhu Changtong of Ice Moon City. Ever since the Earth's mutation, besides ferocious beasts and demonic beasts, many strange objects have also appeared. Ice Moon City has an Ice Moon Divine Tree, which bears 2 ice god fruits every few hundred years. They say that besides bearing fruit, the tree has special effects for ice elementalists, but I'm not sure about the details. Anyway, the Divine Tree belongs to the Southern Alliance and is guarded by Ice Moon City. But this time, Zhu Changtong launched a beast tide to attack Ice Moon City, weakening the Divine Tree's defenses, and he took the chance to snatch the Ice God fruits." Qin Feng listened and asked in confusion, "Since Zhu Changtong stole the Ice God fruits, why didn't he take the Ice Moon Divine Tree as well?" Lu Yan shrugged and spread her hands. "Who knows?" Qin Feng looked at Lu Yan curiously, a glint in his eye. "Sister Yan telling me all this. Doesn't it count as leaking military secrets?" Lu Yan laughed dismissively, her tone light. "It's not really a secret. When you have time, you should check out the Yunyang City forums. The discussions there are quite lively. You can find all sorts of news, big and small." It was the first time Qin Feng had heard of it. He asked in surprise, "The Yunyang City forums?" Lu Yan nodded and explained, "Yes, only those with the rank of commoner or higher can log in. It's the largest high-level cultivator circle in Yunyang City." Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded, understanding now. But suddenly he exclaimed, his eyes flashing, "Right, Sister Yan, I need to ask you for a favor." Seeing his serious expression, Lu Yan was slightly taken aback. "What is it? Go ahead and ask." Qin Feng moved closer and lowered his voice. "You must have some connections in the military district, right? Can you help me get a few nuclear warheads?" After hearing him, Lu Yan's eyes widened and she cried out, What are you planning to do? Those are restricted grade weapons, even the military doesn't use them lightly." She paused, then said in a serious tone, "Even in this era, the threat of a nuclear warhead is still incredibly alarming. It can kill some demonic beast, but after the explosion, it leaves behind lasting damage. While this damage doesn't affect elementalists, it's extremely harmful to ordinary people. That's why nuclear warheads are generally forbidden at Peshani near human settlements." Qin Feng quickly stepped forward and took Lu Yan's hands, making her blush and stammer, I swear I will absolutely not use them near any human settlement. I give you my word of honor." But inwardly he was calculating, "I need the warheads to prepare for the god-level challenge. That challenge is too terrifying. I don't dare activate it without being fully prepared." Seeing Qin Feng's earnest attitude, Lu Yan nodded lightly. "All right, I believe you. But with my connections, I can get one T-37 model warhead at most. It's the least powerful type, but it can still seriously injure an early 4-star powerhouse." Hearing this, Qin Feng looked disappointed. He let go of her hands and muttered, "Just seriously injure? It can't kill an early 4-star powerhouse outright." Lu Yan quickly waved her hand, saying firmly, "No way, early 4-star powerhouses are extremely strong." unless you hit them with 3 in a row. After hearing Lu Yan's explanation, Qin Feng's eyes lit up and he pressed, "If I want more than 2, are there any other ways?" Lu Yan shrugged. "The control level for nuclear warheads is very high. Only the City Lord and the Deputy City Lord have the authority to approve them." At the mention of the Deputy City Lord and City Lord, Qin Feng immediately turned to look at Chu Chu and Shangguan Zixi. At that moment Zixi was holding Chu Chu, gently stopping her. "Little Chu Chu, don't lick the floor." Chu Chu, still engrossed in exploring the new villa, exclaimed, "It smells so good, Sister Zixi smells good too." Qin Feng stood aside and laughed. "Hey, the City Lord, isn't Miss Shishi the City Lord's daughter? This is great, I can ask for her help." Hearing this, Lu Yan looked a little crestfallen and muttered, "Just my luck, am I being outshone?" But then she burst out laughing. "Haha, actually if you just take good care of me it's not impossible for me to try harder, but forget about asking Shishi, she's too aloof. You two just met, she'll definitely not help you." Shangguan Zixi's cheeks turned pink as she spoke shyly. I can help you, but I can only get 3 at most." The moment Qin Feng heard 3, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed happily, "3 is enough, thank you." Lu Yan was dumbfounded to see her friend's complete 180. "Shishi, you, when did you become so approachable? Are you trying to steal my man? A prize just slipped right through my fingers. What a lovesick fool. She won't change until her next life." Zixi's face grew even redder. She held up 3 fingers and stammered, "3 warheads. At most I can ask Dad to help you get 3 super mini nuclear warheads." She looked at Qin Feng shyly, her tone hesitant. Meanwhile Chu Chu was hugging Zixi tightly, sighing, "Sister Shishi, you smell so good I think I'm going to faint." Then she turned to Qin Feng and urged, "Second brother, you want to come smell too?" The little imp was being mischievous, but Qin Feng didn't mind. He was ecstatic to have Zixi's help and cheered. "That's great, 3 is enough," he calculated silently. "With these 3 warheads I can definitely pass the god-level challenge." Lu Yan stood by muttering, "Tisk tisk, I really don't get it. Shishi is so cold and never gets close to guys. I wonder if she took the wrong medicine today," agreeing to help him right after they met. She suddenly yelped, her eyes wide as saucers. "Could it be love at first sight for you two?" Lu Yan was flustered, her mouth hanging open as she thought, Am I supposed to be jealous now?" Seeing her exaggerated expression, both Qin Feng and Zixi were startled and quickly explained in unison, embarrassed. Shangguan Zixi blushed and hastily clarified, "No, that's not it. I just value talent." Qin Feng also waved his hands frantically. "Sister Yan, stop joking, it'll be trouble if Miss Shishi regrets helping me. Besides, we're not a good match." Hearing their explanations, Lu Yan looked awkward but still asked, half convinced, "Really?" Then she burst out laughing. "All right then." Zixi turned to Qin Feng and said seriously, "Getting back to the topic, those warheads are government assets. They won't be given to an individual for free." Qin Feng nodded, understanding immediately. "I understand. How much for one?" Zixi held up 2 fingers. 200 million. Qin Feng grinned broadly. "No problem, I'll transfer the money to Miss Shishi." He quickly took out his phone and made the transfer immediately. Zixi checked her phone and nodded. "Received. I'll have them delivered to you by tomorrow afternoon at the latest." Qin Feng thanked her happily. "Thank you so much. The money spent on these 3 warheads is completely worth it," he thought, "because the reward for the god-level challenge is something money can't buy." With the business settled, Lu Yan stood up and pulled Zixi along. "Well, Shishi and I will get going. See you tomorrow." Hearing this, Chu Chu cheered. "Sister Shishi, you have to come play with me tomorrow, okay?" Shishi smiled and nodded. Okay." Then the two left, leaving Qin Feng and Chu Chu in the new villa. Chu Chu, still bursting with excitement, turned to her brother. "Second brother, I'm so happy today. We got promoted, we have a new home, and it's so luxurious." Qin Feng nodded, his gaze warm. "Yeah, after all these years, we finally have a safe and beautiful home." Chu Chu raised her hand and said with determination, "I've decided I'm going to play World War all night long." Hearing this, Qin Feng immediately rapped her lightly on the head. All you think about is playing. It's time to get to business. Hurry up and refine that ice god fruit. It's stolen goods, it's not safe to carry it around," reminded. Chu Chu remembered the ice god fruit she had taken from Zhu Changtong and quickly nodded. "Oh right, second brother, I'll go into seclusion now." Qin Feng smiled. "Go on." Watching Chu Chu go into seclusion from afar, Qin Feng grew pensive. "Even though we've both been promoted, the Lin family definitely won't let this go. Their retaliation will come soon. I can't just sit and wait for death. I must complete the god-level challenge and increase my strength as soon as possible." But before that, he summoned a phone from his storage ring and muttered, "I'm going to do something interesting with Lin Zhongyu's phone." A sly smile played on his lips. The scene shifts to the Lin family mansion. A man with a rugged, scarred face walked out, his voice low. "Is that Qin Feng kid really that strong? Isn't he very young?" This was Lin Daochen, an Earl of Yunyang City and a 4-star Elementalist. Lin Shahai stood to the side, coughed, and said with a helpless tone, "Big brother, I fought that kid and the result, I was completely powerless against him. My jaw still hurts a little." Hearing this, Lin Daochen gritted his teeth, his face dark. "Tisk, how is that possible for a kid that young? Reaching the peak of Emperor 1-star would already be incredible. Yet his comprehensive strength can actually defeat an early 3-star. That's terrifying." Still in disbelief, he turned and asked again, "Shahai, are you sure?" Before Lin Shahai could answer, Lin Jianao said in a low, sharp tone, "That's why I suspect something happened to Suyang. And it was definitely Qin Feng's doing." Hearing this, Lin Daoqin's anger flared. He slammed a fist on the table. "Family head, I'll go kill him tonight and avenge Suyang." Lin Jianao nodded, but his tone was cautious. Good, but that kid's potential is astonishing. He can't be underestimated. Tonight Uncle Bay, fourth uncle, and I, the three of us will go together to deal with him. We'll join forces to kill that damned brat. Lin Daochen frowned. The three of us joining forces? Aren't we overestimating that kid? Lin Jianao sneered. Uncle Bay has a point, but a lion uses its full strength even to hunt a rabbit. Besides, that thing has the city lord protecting him. Since we're going to make a move, we must not give him any chance to survive. My mind is made up. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. Let's do it. Great uncle, fourth uncle, go and prepare. We'll set out in a bit. Lin Daochen and Lin Shahai both clenched their fists, their expressions menacing. Yes, family head. Lin Jianao turned to Lin Yu, his voice low. Is there still no news from third uncle? Lin Yu shook her head worriedly. Not yet. His phone has been turned off. I don't know what could have happened. The words had barely left her mouth when a panicked voice came from outside the door. Dad, this is bad, a young man burst in, holding up a phone. Dad, look at your phone. Something terrible has happened. It was Lin Tianyang, a one-star elementalist, a second-class baron, and Lin Jianao's eldest son. Lin Jianao asked hurriedly, Tianyang, what happened? Why are you in such a panic? Lin Tianyang was panting, his tone urgent. Dad, have you seen the post third uncle made on the Yunyang City forums? On the phone screen, a shocking post had appeared. Qin Feng, using Lin Zhongyu's account, had published a video of his transaction with Zhu Changtong, complete with a sarcastic title, The Unspoken Story Between Me and Zhu Changtong. At Lin Tianyang's words, the whole room erupted. They all shouted in unison, What? Lin Tianyang quickly continued, his tone rushed. Third uncle posted this video. It's footage of his deal with Zhu Changtong, secretly filmed by Qin Feng. Lin Jianao was stunned. Lin Zhongyue, how could it be you? Gasping for breath, Lin Tianyang said, Family head, he created such a huge beast tide. The alliance is taking action. We can't go in person. We can only let this old man go. Burning with rage, Lin Jianao crushed the phone in his hand. He roared, He's insane, third uncle. He's fucking insane. Lin Daochen also exploded with curses. Fuck, he's lost his mind. How could he reveal the Lin family's secrets? Little did they know this was all arranged by Qin Feng. Lin Tianyang stood by, his face pale, looking heartbroken at his beloved shattered phone. Lin Yu was sweating bullets, her voice trembling. In the video, Zhu Changtong even asked third uncle, why didn't brother Jianao come? That proves the Lin family was involved in this deal, because brother Jianao is the family head. Lin Daochen gritted his teeth. Has my third brother lost his mind? How could he do something so stupid? If this spreads, we're in deep trouble. He slammed a fist on the table. It's all over. On the forums, many people are starting to question our Lin family. Damn it, some are already spreading rumors that we worked with Zhu Changtong to create the Ice Moon City Beast Tide. Lin Yu grew more and more frantic. Making a private deal with Zhu Changtong was already a grave offense, but there was still a sliver of hope. However, if they had caused a beast tide to attack a human base, they would be making an enemy of the entire alliance, a capital crime. Lin Tianyang, his face ashen, stammered, Dad, think of something quickly. If this goes on, all the blame will be pinned on us. Before he could finish, a phone rang urgently. Lin Jianao quickly answered it. Hello, it's me. Oh, is that the city lord? On the other end of the line, the city lord's voice was as cold as ice. I'm giving you 10 minutes. Get to the city lord's mansion and see me immediately. Lin Jianao hastily replied, Yes, I'll be right there. Hearing the words city lord, Lin Yu and Lin Tianyang's faces turned deathly pale. Lin Yu worried that their secret was out. Lin Tianyang was terrified, thinking they were done for this time. After hanging up, Lin Jianao's face was grim. The city lord already knows about this, he said in a low voice. Lin Tianyang asked, trembling, Dad, are you really going? He nodded. I have to. If I don't, it will only prove we have a guilty conscience. Then he turned to Lin Yu. Shair, contact Zhu Changtong and see if you can get the truth out of him. Lin Yu nodded quickly. Okay, brother, how? Lin Tianyang was still bewildered. What truth? He asked, confused. Lin Jianao let out a soft, cold snort, some of his composure returning. Do you two really think third uncle was the one who made that post? Everyone in the room froze, asking in unison. Wasn't it? Lin Jianao's gaze was sharp as he said in a heavy tone. Of course not. Third uncle is an earth elementalist. Betraying the family for an ice god fruit sounds completely contradictory. He paused, then analyzed. Besides, this video was shot from a third-person perspective. It's very likely someone was following him and recorded it. Lin Daochen frowned and growled. Who could have been filming? Less than section greater than 3T greater than. Lin Jianao pondered. If Zhu Changtong killed third uncle afterward, he would have taken third uncle's phone and made the post in his name. But if a third party ruined the deal and also killed third uncle before he could finish, Lin Yu rushed in yelling, Brother Hao, I got in touch with Zhu Changtong. Lin Jianao immediately pressed. What did he say? Lin Yu, panting, replied. He said the last transaction was sabotaged by a mysterious masked man. The man first ambushed third uncle and then fled. Hearing this, Lin Tianyang cried out in terror. Dad was right, there really was a third person, Lin Yu continued, her voice trembling. Also, Zhu Changtong said that the mysterious person is definitely no older than 25. Burning with rage, Lin Jianao slammed his palm on the table. How would he know that? Lin Yu quickly explained. Zhu Changtong said he has a very keen nose and can judge a person's age by the scent of their vital energy. Lin Jianao fell into deep thought. No older than 25, Lin Daochen interjected, his tone full of doubt. To be able to ambush third brother, his strength must be at least 3-star. Who could be stronger than a 3-star at such a young age? Lin Tianyang stammered. Could it be? The entire room suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone's thoughts turned to the same name, Qin Feng. The scene shifted to the city lord's mansion where a thunderous roar of anger echoed. So Lin Jianao is here, what in the world is going on? Wei Qing, the deputy city lord of Yunyang City, was red in the face with anger as he pointed at Lin Jianao and demanded an answer. If the Lin family's deal with Zhu Changtong and their collusion to trigger a beast tide were confirmed, it would severely damage Yunyang City's political record and reputation. Moreover, it would directly affect the city's promotion and jeopardize the resources allocated by the alliance. In the tense atmosphere of the council hall, a girl spoke up, her eyes sharp. This matter doesn't just concern the interests of everyone present. It also affects all the elementalists in Yunyang City. The one who had just spoken was the city's councillor Zhu Tong. Immediately after, another councillor, Li Yu, chimed in gravely. We must investigate this thoroughly before the alliance holds us accountable, to avoid negative repercussions for all parties. At that moment, the city lord, Shangguan Yunyang, stood up looking directly at Lin Jianao with an imposing aura. Well, Lin Jianao, do you have an explanation? Faced with the barrage of accusations, Lin Jianao answered without flinching, My lord, the beast tide in Ice Moon City has nothing to do with the Lin family. As for Lin Changyue, his deal with Zhu Changtong was his own personal action, done without my consent. Besides, he is already dead, and his account was hacked. The person who posted that video was someone else. Hearing this, the city lord snorted, his brows furrowed in suspicion. You're quite skilled at shirking responsibility. Do you have any proof? Lin Jianao smiled faintly, a flash of confidence in his eyes. The proof is the whereabouts of the ice god fruit. I recall Zhu Changtong saying the attacker was a young man no older than 25. That can only be Qin Feng. With his strength, it's entirely possible for him to have killed third uncle in an ambush. He might have learned about the deal from Su Yang's text messages, but he is a fire elementalist. Only ice-type cultivators can refine the ice god fruit, so it must still be in his storage ring. Lin Jianao paused, then continued with a meaningful tone, My lord, there is indeed more to this transaction than meets the eye. The person who has the ice god fruit now is the true mastermind. Hearing this, Deputy City Lord Wei Qing spoke up, his gaze sharp. You know the whereabouts of the ice god fruit. If you can really help the alliance retrieve it, that would be a great contribution. The city lord also nodded, asking, Then where is the ice god fruit now? Lin Jianao smiled smugly. I have already arranged for the Lin family to take action, but to avoid alerting the enemy, I will keep it a secret for now, my lord. By dawn, my family will bring back news and everything will be brought to light. The city lord pondered for a moment, then stood up and said decisively, Very well, I hope the Lin family brings good news tomorrow morning. He turned to Councillors Zhu and Li and ordered, You two will discuss matters with Councillor Lin tonight. The two immediately stood up and replied in unison, Yes, city lord, please rest assured. A surge of anger rose in Lin Jianao's heart, but he just clenched his jaw silently, thinking, HMPH, Shangguan Yunyang, you clearly don't trust me. You want to use these two to monitor and keep me under house arrest all night? A cunning glint flashed in his eyes. Just wait until my uncle and fourth uncle take care of that boy. I'll settle the score with you tomorrow morning. The scene shifted to outside the city lord's mansion where Shangguan Yunyang stood side by side with Deputy City Lord Wei Qing, a worried expression on his face. The city lord sighed softly, his tone heavy. Hearing all that makes my heart heavy. Seeing this, Wei Qing asked with concern, City Lord, are you worried about the base city's promotion to 3-star? Shangguan Yunyang nodded, his voice low. Yes, if this isn't handled well, the promotion will go down the drain. Wei Qing took a sip of tea and offered a reassuring smile. Actually, my lord, you don't have to worry too much. Even if the Lin family's crimes are confirmed, Yunyang City can still be promoted to 3-star. Hearing this, Shangguan Yunyang frowned at him in confusion. Since when did you learn to speak such empty words? Since when did you learn to flatter? Wei Qing laughed, his voice full of confidence. My lord, I'm not joking, everything I said is true. Shangguan Yunyang was somewhat baffled, a series of questions popping into his mind. What's going on? Tell me quickly. Wei Qing answered unhurriedly. It's like this. A super genius has appeared in our Yunyang City. I witnessed everything this morning with my own eyes. He then recounted everything he had seen regarding Qin Feng and his sister Shishi to the city lord. After hearing the story, Shangguan Yunyang's eyes widened and he exclaimed, What did you say? Qin Feng reached 1-star great perfection before he's even 20, and he defeated Lin Shahai with combat skills alone, and his sister is also a genius who has been promoted to a 2nd-rank baroness. Still unable to believe his ears, he looked at Wei Qing skeptically. Old Wei, how much have you had to drink? Are you drunk? Wei Qing's tone was firm and decisive. My lord, you have to believe me. I saw it all with my own eyes. Oh right, Shishi was also there at the time. That girl saw the whole thing too, the moment he heard that even his own daughter had witnessed it. Shangguan Yunyang clenched his fist, crushing the cup in his hand. His voice trembled as he said, If that's true, then doesn't Qin Feng's talent far surpass my own? A light shone in Shangguan Yunyang's eyes, and a brilliant smile bloomed on his face. Excellent, in this era humanity was under threat from the starry sky beasts. One more genius meant one more sliver of hope for victory. The alliance had always been desperate for talent. Reporting this would surely earn them an immense amount of battle merit points. Yunyang City's luck had turned. Standing to the side, Deputy City Lord Wei Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed, the two looked at each other and let out a hearty laugh. The city lord clapped Wei Qing on the shoulder, saying excitedly, Old Wei, you must take me to visit the Qin Feng siblings tomorrow. Wei Qing smiled. Of course, definitely. We'll go as soon as we deal with the Lin family's trouble tomorrow morning. The scene shifted to Qin Feng's villa. Under the cover of night, two figures moved stealthily. Lin Shahai and Lin Daochen, carefully disguised, slipped into the courtyard. Lin Daochen, in a hushed, probing voice, asked, "Shahai, are you sure this is that kid Qin Feng's place?" Lin Shahai nodded, his tone certain. "That's right, this is it." The two suddenly noticed flashes of red light around the house. Lin Shahai frowned and said in a low voice, "Look, it's the fluctuation of fire elemental power." Lin Daochen clenched his fists, his eyes sharp. The family head was right, he's afraid of being investigated, so he's refining the fire god fruit overnight. A smirk played on Lin Shahai's lips, his tone calculating. "This is the perfect opportunity for us to ambush him." Lin Daochen nodded and ordered, "Shahai, let's strike together. We can definitely finish this kid off." Lin Shahai agreed. "Good, let's take this chance to kill him and get the ice god fruit from his storage ring." Lin Daochen summoned a long spear from his storage ring. A murderous glint flashing in his eyes, he said in a low voice, "On my count of 3, we rush in together." He began to count. 1, 2, before he could finish, a booming laugh suddenly rang out. "Haha, I knew you'd come. I, Qin Feng, have been waiting for you for a long time." Hearing Qin Feng's voice, the two were stunned. They whipped around, exclaiming in horror, "Damn it, we've walked into a trap. You mean he's not in the house?" Only then did they realize the laughter was coming from a loudspeaker. Before they could react, a terrifying force assaulted them from behind. Qin Feng, wielding the bloodbone blade, charged like a phantom, roaring as he attacked. "I, Qin Feng, have been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Daochen didn't have time to turn and took the full force of the blow. The bloodbone blade, carrying the ferocious power of dual wind and fire elements, slashed straight into his back. With the full force strike, flames erupted, instantly engulfing Lin Daochen. Lin Daochen let out a blood-curdling scream, his voice trembling. "What? Wind and fire dual elemental power? He's actually a wind-fire dual elementalist? Crap, I can't withstand this kind of flame." He turned his head and shouted in desperation, "Shahai, save me!" Seeing his elder brother grievously wounded by Qin Feng, Lin Shahai cried out in panic, "Brother?" But before he could act, Qin Feng appeared before him like a phantom, his eyes icy as he said sharply, "Don't worry, you're next." Lin Shahai immediately channeled his water elemental power and charged at Qin Feng, roaring as he fought, "Bastard, how dare you hurt my brother?" Seeing the oncoming water power, Qin Feng's lips curled into a smirk. "Hey, water counters fire. The best way to deal with a water elementalist is to end it quickly," he thought. He immediately switched to ice elemental power, unleashing a suppressive move. The icy aura instantly froze Lin Shahai solid. He screamed in terror, "Impossible, just how many elemental powers do you have?" By now, Lin Shahai had been frozen into an ice sculpture, unable to move. Qin Feng walked up to him, his eyes sharp. "Lin Shahai, do you remember what I told you last time? 3 strikes and you're out. Are you ready to die by my blade?" Lin Shahai shrieked in panic, "No, don't," but Qin Feng showed no hesitation. A cruel look appeared on his face as he sneered, "Don't mention it. I, Qin Feng, always keep my word." The bloodbone blade pierced through the ice, ending Lin Shahai's life in an instant. After finishing, Qin Feng walked over to the loudspeaker that was still broadcasting his laughter. "I knew you'd come." He picked up the loudspeaker, glanced at the 2 corpses and smiled cunningly. "Hey, 2 3-star masters working together. Even if they couldn't kill me, they should have had a hard time escaping safely. And yet they were fooled by a loudspeaker. I wonder if the Lin family is just too stupid, or if I, the Earl, am just too cunning." Qin Feng let out a hearty, satisfied laugh. The scene shifted to the next morning at the City Lord's mansion. Lin Suyang rushed in to report. After hearing the news, Lin Jianao's face turned livid and he roared, "What? Say that again?" Facing his father's panic, Lin Suyang answered, trembling, "Dad, I'm saying that granduncle and 4th granduncle were gone all night, but they still haven't returned and we can't reach them by phone." Hearing this, Lin Jianao grew even more furious and yelled, "How could this be?" His eyes darkened as he thought, "Could something have happened to my uncle and 4th uncle? Impossible. With the 2 of them working together, even a 3-star Great Perfection Master would only have a 30% chance of escaping. How could they fail to deal with a single Qin Feng?" Just then, Shangguan Yunyang's imposing voice cut through his thoughts. "Well, Lin Jianao, we've been waiting for you all night. Now your family member is here. Can you produce the evidence that proves your innocence?" Lin Jianao jolted, his body trembling slightly as he stammered, "This, my lord, there must be something wrong with this matter." The City Lord's anger flared and his blood boiled. "Lin Jianao, what do you mean? Do you think I'm that easy to fool?" The City Lord's words struck Lin Jianao and Lin Suyang like a bolt from the blue. Lin Jianao stammered and stuttered, his voice trembling. "No, it's not like that," the City Lord. Shangguan Yunyang, his anger at its peak, roared, "Enough, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it, do you know? The Alliance has already sent someone to investigate this matter, and they will arrive this afternoon. If you can't come up with a reasonable explanation, you can just wait for the Alliance to deal with you." Lin Jianao's expression grew even more panicked. He stammered, "My lord, his mind was a complete mess. He thought, with the Lin family's connections in Yunyang City, I might still have a chance to resolve this. But to the Alliance, the Lin family is just an insignificant minor family. If I'm not careful, even if I don't die, I'll be skinned alive and the Lin family will be finished." He suddenly shouted, his tone resolute. "My lord, please wait." He slapped his chest and said decisively, "I know who has the ice god fruit." The City Lord turned, his gaze sharp. Oh, tell me who has it, Lin Jianao answered immediately, his tone certain. It's in the hands of a young man named Qin Feng. Qin Feng's powerful image immediately surfaced in everyone's minds hearing the name. Both the city lord and deputy city lord Wei Qing exclaimed in shock. What? Qin Feng? Wei Qing frowned, his tone filled with suspicion. Lin Jianao, what nonsense are you spouting? I know the Lin family has a feud with Qin Feng, but to say he's connected to the ice god fruit is going too far. Lin Jianao composed himself and said calmly, Deputy City Lord, you may not believe it, but I am certain the ice god fruit is in Qin Feng's storage ring. If you don't believe me, the City Lord can investigate. Standing to the side, Lin Suyang whispered in his father's ear, Dad, this is all just speculation. We don't have any proof. Lin Jianao pushed him away and growled, I don't care anymore, the Lin family has been pushed into a corner this time. Even if I have to die, I'm dragging Qin Feng down with me. Hearing this, the city lord pressed with a sharp gaze. As far as I know, Qin Feng has now been promoted to an earl. Investigating an earl's storage ring is no small matter. Do you have any proof? Lin Jianao replied instantly. The ice god fruit in his storage ring is the proof. Wei Qing couldn't help but shout in anger. That's absurd, you still have no proof. You want to search someone's storage ring without any evidence. Do you think Yunyang City belongs to your family? Lin Jianao quickly explained, his voice lowering. It is indeed improper. A storage ring is a personal item and extremely sensitive for an elementalist, but precisely because this matter couldn't be investigated publicly, I arranged for Lin Daochen and Lin Shahai to go find Qin Feng last night, intending to secretly gather evidence of his crimes to hand over to the authorities, but they've been gone all night and are now out of contact. Deputy City Lord Wei Qing's face turned red with anger. He pointed a finger at Lin Jianao's nose and roared, You've got some nerve, Lin Jianao. I told you yesterday not to cause trouble for Qin Feng, and you completely ignored my words. Facing Wei Qing's thunderous rage and icy glare, Lin Jianao lowered his head slightly, his voice growing softer. I admit I was wrong, but I only did it to uncover the truth of the matter. Wei Qing frowned at his words, his tone sharp. What truth exactly? Why don't you tell me? Lin Jianao stammered, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The truth is actually like this. A perfect plan rapidly formed in his mind to pin all the blame on Qin Feng. He cleared his throat and continued, That's right, Qin Feng and Zhu Changtong are in it together. This statement stunned both Shangguan Yunyang and Wei Qing, who exclaimed in unison, What? Lin Jianao, fully in character, began to narrate convincingly. Here's what happened. Zhu Changtong did indeed come to the Lin family to request a deal with me, but I refused. I never expected that my third uncle Lin Changyue would go behind my back and make a private deal with him. During the transaction, Zhu Changtong had an accomplice hiding nearby, Qin Feng. Taking advantage of the moment my uncle and Zhu Changtong were off guard, Qin Feng ambushed and assassinated my uncle. Afterward, fearing retaliation from the Lin family, they used my uncle's phone to pose as him and frame our family. In short, the beast tide in Ice Moon City was jointly triggered by Qin Feng and Zhu Changtong. Qin Feng is the true mastermind. Standing to the side, Lin Suyang listened to his father's story and marveled privately. Damn, Dad's storytelling skills are on another level. After hearing the story, City Lord Shangguan Yunyang said gravely, Lin Jianao, the story you've told is just your side of it. Do you have any conclusive evidence? Lin Jianao held up 3 fingers and said confidently, There are at least 3 points that can prove it. First, it's highly likely that my granduncle and fourth uncle were assassinated by Qin Feng last night because he was afraid his conspiracy would be exposed. We just need to search Qin Feng's residence for signs of a fight and everything will be clear. Second, Qin Feng is a fire elementalist and cannot use the ice god fruit. As long as we check if the ice god fruit is in his storage ring, the truth will be revealed. Third, investigate Qin Feng's fire-type talent. He reached 1-star great perfection at such a young age. His fire talent must be at least genius level. If it's not, then it's highly suspicious. Shangguan Yunyang frowned, asking with great confusion, Oh, and what's the problem if his talent isn't genius level? Lin Jianao immediately interjected, a cunning glint in his eyes. Then it proves his cultivation level was definitely achieved by consuming a fire-type wondrous object, for instance the Diluzhong fire, one of the items in this transaction. He privately recalled the bottle of Diluzhong fire he had previously traded with Zhu Changtong. After hearing these 3 points of evidence, the city lord nodded lightly, lost in thought. What you say does make some sense. Suddenly his phone rang. Shangguan Yunyang picked it up and said respectfully, Hello, this is Shangguan Yunyang. On the other end of the line was a high-ranking official from the Alliance. The city lord nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, is that the Inspector General? All right, yes, I understand. After hanging up, the city lord turned to the crowd, his tone serious. Lin Jianao, you're in luck. The Alliance's Inspector General will arrive in Yunyang City in 3 hours and he's bringing an ice god leaf with him. Hearing the words, Ice God Leaf, Lin Jianao exclaimed with elation. The Ice God Leaf, that's wonderful. He knew very well that the Ice God Leaf and the Ice God Fruit both came from the Ice Moon Divine Tree. Even inside a storage ring, the leaf could sense the fruit, he thought to himself. Even if Qin Feng doesn't cooperate, the Ice God Fruit in his storage ring will reveal itself. Although the city lord's anger had not fully subsided, he said calmly, All right, we'll wait 3 hours. When the Inspector General arrives, we will go see Qin Feng. But don't get your hopes up too soon. If the 3 points you mentioned don't add up, it will prove you were fabricating stories to fool me, and your crimes will be even greater. Lin Jianao was already in a predicament with no way out and could only bet everything. He said decisively, "Rest assured, City Lord. I am absolutely certain the Ice God fruit is on Qin Feng's person." He calculated in his mind, as long as the Ice God fruit is found in his storage ring, the crime of colluding with Zhu Changtong to trigger the beast tide will be pinned on him. With Qin Feng as the scapegoat, my Lin family will naturally be safe and sound. This is a perfect plan. But for Qin Feng, the Lin family's plan was tantamount to digging their own grave. Because Qin Feng and Shishi had long since absorbed the Ice God fruit completely, there was no fruit left to be found. The scene shifted to Qin Feng's villa where the doorbell rang. Chu-Chu ran happily to open the door, her voice crisp and clear. "Coming, who is it?" Shishi appeared, her smile radiant. "Good morning, Shishi." Qin Feng's face lit up with joy when he saw her. "Chu-Chu, it's Sister Shishi. Quick, invite her in." Hearing the doorbell, Qin Feng also called out, "Coming." After Shishi entered, the three of them sat down to chat. Shishi looked at Chu-Chu with a playful glint in her eyes. "We were supposed to play rank matches together last night. How come you didn't show up?" Chu-Chu scratched her head and chuckled. "Hee, I was cultivating all night and forgot. I'm sorry, Sister Shishi. Are you here to play ranked matches with me?" Shishi shook her head and held up a case she was carrying. "No, I'm here to give your brother something." Qin Feng's eyes lit up and he immediately asked, "Is it the nuclear warheads?" Shishi nodded. Sister Yan was busy and asked me to bring them to you." Looking at the warheads, Qin Feng said with delight. "Miss Shishi, thank you so much for going to all this trouble." Shishi waved her hand and smiled. "Don't mention it. I wanted to thank you too." Qin Feng frowned in surprise. Thank me for what?" Shishi looked a bit embarrassed and her voice became softer. "It's thank you for not telling anyone about what happened that day." Qin Feng suddenly remembered and laughed out loud. "Oh, that? I'd already forgotten about it." Chu-Chu sat to the side asking curiously, "What are you guys talking about?" Qin Feng quickly interrupted, pointing inside the house and saying, "Chu-Chu, hurry and pour Sister Shishi a cup of tea." Chu-Chu nodded. "Okay." Then she skipped cheerfully inside to make the tea. While Chu-Chu was away, Shishi lowered her voice, her eyes sparkling. "Oh right, Qin Feng, I have some great news to tell you." Qin Feng asked curiously, "What great news? What good news has Ms. Zixi brought?" Shishi said excitedly, "This morning I heard my father on a call with people from the Alliance. They said a super genius has appeared in our Yunyang city. The people from the Alliance were very excited and said they would send someone to verify it this afternoon. I'm guessing that the super genius my father mentioned is you." Hearing this, Qin Feng chuckled. "The city lord overpraises me, but how is that good news?" Shishi said in surprise. "You really don't know," she explained. "The Alliance places great importance on cultivating talent. If it's confirmed, they'll give out a lot of rewards." The moment he heard the word rewards, Qin Feng's eyes lit up like searchlights. "Really? What kind of rewards?" Shishi continued. "It depends on the situation, but it will be decided based on the grade determined on-site. The higher the grade, the richer the rewards." He wasn't finished, continuing excitedly, "I also heard that if the grade is high enough, they might reward you with a rare treasure like Imperial Ambrosia." Qin Feng, completely lost in fantasies about the rewards, blurted out, "It's that good?" Then he pressed, "Shishi, what will the people from the Alliance test?" Shishi answered immediately, "First, talent level and second, combat ability." Just as the two were getting absorbed in their conversation, Chu-Chu came out with a teacup, handing it over with a smile. "Sister Shishi, have some tea." Seeing Chu-Chu, Shishi suddenly remembered something, her eyes lighting up. "Right, my father also reported Chu-Chu's situation. She'll be tested with you then." Chu-Chu, hearing her name had also been reported, cried out happily, "I'm included too." Shishi smiled and nodded. That's why I came here specifically to bring you this good news so you two can be mentally prepared and strive for the best results." Chu-Chu happily threw herself into Shishi's arms. "Sister Shishi, you're the best." Seeing the little girl so excited, Shishi quickly reminded her with a hint of jest. All right, you're going to spill the tea." While the two girls were laughing joyfully, Qin Feng fell into deep thought. "If they're going to test me, I'll just have them test my fire element, but my fire element talent is only good grade, which is a bit poor. It's no big deal if I don't get good rewards, but it will reveal a flaw and make others doubt my fire cultivation. It seems I must activate the god level challenge and raise my fire element talent." No sooner said than done. He turned to Shishi and Chu-Chu. "Sister Zixi, Chu-Chu, I need to go cultivate for a bit." With ample preparation, Qin Feng quickly entered the god-level challenge map, the Death Desert. It didn't take long for him to defeat the boss. Before disappearing, the boss roared in defiance, "How is this possible? How can a brat like you be so strong?" Its pathetic state was likely thanks to the micronuclear warheads Qin Feng had used. Despite its power, the boss was still resentful. "You're a monster." It was no wonder, as Qin Feng was not only strong but had also used a cheat, 3 nuclear warheads that left the boss half dead if not completely annihilated. The system prompt sounded, displaying the boss's information. Monster type, Elite. Name, Sand Demon. Level 19, early 4-star. Skill, Shield of Earth, common in deserts. First kill reward, equipment skill stone, reverse flow primordial arts. Difficulty, special mid-grade. Warning, level is extremely dangerous. Win rate 10%, even though the win rate was only 10% and the difficulty was several times higher than other challenges. The well-prepared and cheat-using Qin Feng was still beaming. This god-level challenge was a success. Just then, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations, host, for completing the first 1-star god-level challenge. Distributing rewards. 1 wind element starcrest fragment, 1 fire element starcrest fragment, 1 ice element starcrest fragment, 1 advanced enhancement stone, 1 skill stone, 1 heaven grade fire aptitude enhancement potion, 1 heaven grade ice aptitude enhancement potion. Qin Feng held the rewards, his eyes shining and his face beaming with a wide smile. The rewards this time are truly generous. Not only is there a fire aptitude enhancement potion, but an ice one too. Excellent, he calculated inwardly. The people from the Alliance will be here soon. I need to hurry and raise my fire aptitude. As for the ice aptitude enhancement potion, I'll give it to Choo-Choo so she can get good results too. Qin Feng didn't hesitate and immediately used the system reward. Once he was done, the system prompt sounded, "Congratulations, host, for successfully enhancing your fire aptitude. You have reached genius grade, consumed lightning element starcrest fragment, successfully condensed the second starcrest, progress 40%, consumed ice element starcrest fragment, successfully condensed the second starcrest, progress 40%. System prompt sounded continuously until the challenge time ended, and Qin Feng was teleported back to the cultivation room, his face beaming with joy. His fire aptitude had reached genius grade and he was on the verge of a breakthrough. This should be enough to handle the Alliance's test, he thought. Qin Feng commanded, "System, summarize the challenge." The system displayed Challenger Qin Feng, level 9, 1-star Great Perfection Realm, Wind Element Peerless, 1-star Great Perfection, 2nd star crest 47%. Lightning Element Peerless, 1-star Great Perfection, 2nd star crest 43%. Ice Element Peerless, 1-star Great Perfection, 2nd star crest 43%. Fire Element Peerless, 1-star Great Perfection, 2nd star crest 93.2%. Talent Skill, God Level Devour. Combat Skill, Berserk Strike. Support Skills, Ice Stealth Technique, Absolute Freeze. Combat Power Index, 8,000 points. Looking at the displayed data, Qin Feng couldn't hide a smug smile. He changed into a fresh set of clothes, walked out to the living room and called out, "Choo-Choo, Ms. Zixi, I'm back. What are you two up to?" Choo-Choo, who was lying down reading a novel, turned her head and asked in a clear voice, "Second brother, are you done cultivating?" Qin Feng nodded. "Yeah, I don't see Shishi," he asked. "Where did Ms. Zixi go?" Choo-Choo giggled. "I beat Sister Shishi and she ran away." Qin Feng was taken aback. "How you two fought?" Choo-Choo quickly explained, giggling. "No, not like that. Sister Shishi played a few rounds with me in challenge mode, lost all 10 matches and ran off because she was too embarrassed." Hearing this, Qin Feng was speechless and sighed. "Sigh, couldn't you have gone easy on her?" He took out a potion bottle and handed it to Choo-Choo. "Kiddo, this is for you," Choo-Choo asked curiously. "Second brother, what's this?" Qin Feng smiled and said, "It's a treasure that enhances ice aptitude, a whole tier stronger than the ice god fruit." Choo-Choo cried out in surprise. "Oh my gosh, the ice god fruit is worth tens of billions and is priceless on the market. If this is even better, how much must it be worth?" Qin Feng said sternly. "Hurry up and absorb it. And remember, don't tell anyone, you hear me?" Choo-Choo beamed. Second brother, you're the best." With that, the little girl hurried into the cultivation room. Just then, the doorbell rang. Qin Feng was a little surprised, thinking, "Who would be looking for me at this hour?" He went to open the door. "Who is it?" 2 tall figures appeared. Qin Feng recognized one immediately and said in surprise, "Vice City Lord Wei, what brings you here?" "And these two are?" Wei Qing laughed heartily. "Young friend Qin Feng, let me introduce you. This is the City Lord of Yanyang City, Shangguan Yanyang, and this is Lord Wei Shuan, an inspector sent by the Alliance. We came here specifically to see you." After Wei Qing's introduction, Qin Feng broke into a wide smile and welcomed them. "Welcome, my lords, please come in." On the surface he was delighted, but inwardly he thought, "Coming specifically for me, this must be the on-site test Shishi mentioned." After inviting everyone inside, Qin Feng skillfully brewed a pot of tea for them to enjoy. After they were seated at the tea table, City Lord Shangguan Yanyang sensed Qin Feng's power and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad at all. The young man is truly a dragon among men." The inspector named Wei Shuan also nodded in agreement. "Indeed, no wonder Vice City Lord Wei couldn't stop praising you. Seeing you today, your aura is truly extraordinary." With even the City Lord and the inspector showering him with praise, Qin Feng humbly scratched his head. "Lord Inspector, you flatter me." Then he turned his head and asked curiously, "And this is?" Wei Qing immediately introduced him. "Qin Feng, this is the head of the Lin family and also a counselor of Yanyang City, Lin Jianao." Hearing his name, Lin Jianao looked at Qin Feng and blurted out in surprise, "This brat is Qin Feng?" Qin Feng curled his lip, picked at his ear and said mockingly, "Oh, so you're Lin Jianao, the head of that bunch of ill-mannered thugs? What are you doing in my house?" Taunted like this, Lin Jianao's face turned purple with rage. He snarled, "You?" Seeing him get angry, Qin Feng grew even more smug. "What? Am I wrong?" he thought to himself. "You've come at the perfect time. I'll settle all the new and old scores with the Lin family today." Wei Qing quickly spoke up, trying to ease the tension. "Qin Feng, it's like this," but before he could finish, Wei Shuan raised a hand to stop him and said calmly, "Let me speak." He looked at Qin Feng and said gravely, "Young friend Qin Feng, I have come to Yanyang City to investigate the theft of the Ice God fruit from Ice Moon City and the matter of the Beast Tide. Today, Lin Jianao reported that you conspired with Zhou Changtong to cause the Beast Tide. This is a matter of great importance, so I had to come and investigate. I hope you understand." Hearing this, Qin Feng feigned surprise, then immediately retorted with fury, I saw online that many people were saying the Lin family colluded with Zhou Changtong to create the beast tide. How is the blame being pushed onto me now? Isn't this just the desperate act of a cornered dog? Lin Jianao having been struck a nerve. Or you brat, who are you calling a dog? Watch your mouth. But with Qin Feng's personality, how could he possibly let it go? Qin Feng shot to his feet, pointed right at Lin Jianao, and said indignantly, I have absolutely nothing to do with Zhou Changtong. You're the one spouting nonsense, trying to frame me without any sense of shame. Hearing Qin Feng call him a villain from whose vile mouth no good could come, Lin Jianao trembled with rage and roared, You're infuriating me. I'm going to kill you. Seeing the tense situation, City Lord Shangguan Yunyang spoke up, his tone severe. Lin Jianao, you are a counselor of Yunyang City. What has become of your decorum? Shouting like this? State your case, don't cause a scene. Seeing the City Lord defending Qin Feng, Lin Jianao had no choice but to swallow his anger and bow his head. Yes, Lord, City Lord. He immediately turned back to Qin Feng, his gaze sharp. Brat, let me ask you, did my family's Becca and fourth uncle come here last night? Where are they now? Qin Feng feigned surprise and shrugged. What are you talking about? I don't know your Becca and fourth uncle. No one came here last night. Hearing this, Lin Jianao grinned. Ha, I knew you'd deny it. He turned to Wei Shuan and said smugly, Lord Inspector, yesterday Becca and fourth uncle came here to find Qin Feng on my orders. The fact that this brat denies it proves he has a guilty conscience. You just need to inspect this villa for signs of a fight to prove he's lying. Wei Shuan nodded and said gravely, Very well. He ordered two of his subordinates. Go and inspect the premises immediately. The two replied respectfully, Yes, sir. Then immediately split up and began a thorough search of Qin Feng's villa. Lin Jianao stood there with a triumphant smile, thinking, HMPH? This kid is too naive. Becca and fourth uncle are 3-star and 4-star masters. They must have left traces of a fight last night. As long as I can prove he's lying, it'll be easy to pin all the blame on him. But he was celebrating too soon, unaware that what happened next would leave him dumbfounded. Seeing a hint of worry on Qin Feng's face as the men searched his home, the city lord comforted him. Young friend Qin Feng, rest assured. As long as you are innocent, we will see that justice is done for you. Wei Cheng also nodded in agreement. That's right. Hearing this, a glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he pressed, Then what if someone is deliberately trying to frame me? Lin Jianao's heart skipped a beat and he snorted coldly. Wei Shuan spoke immediately, his tone authoritative. A deliberate frame-up is a slander against the Alliance. No matter who it is, I will represent the Alliance and ensure they are severely punished. You can rest easy. Hearing such a firm reply from Lord Inspector Wei Shuan, Qin Feng broke into a brilliant smile. Then I can rest easy. He thought to himself, I've been waiting a long time to hear those words from the Lord Inspector. No matter how powerful the Lin family is, I have a backer now. Just then the soldiers sent to search the villa returned and reported respectfully, Sir, the inspection is complete. Wei Shuan nodded and asked gravely, What is the situation? One soldier immediately replied with certainty, Reporting, sir. The villa's surroundings and all rooms have been inspected. No traces of a fight were found. The neighbors also said they heard no commotion. Hearing this, Lin Jianao cried out in panic, What? Impossible, absolutely impossible, the soldier stated firmly. There really is nothing, not a single trace could be found, Lin Jianao yelled desperately. Becca and fourth uncle were clearly here last night. Seeing him persist in framing him, Qin Feng shot up, pointed at his nose, and said indignantly, Lin Jianao, there was nothing because nothing happened. You're clearly the one making malicious accusations to frame me. Qin Feng was so confident because he had prepared for this. Last night after dealing with the two lackeys he had used the system's cleanup function, which wiped the scene clean, not leaving even a speck of dust behind. City Lord Shangguan Yunyang spoke, his tone severe. Lin Jianao, what else do you have to say for yourself? Lin Jianao could no longer remain calm, stammering, Lord City Lord Inspector, I'm really not lying. Becca and fourth uncle are really missing. Shangguan Yunyang cut him off coldly. Save your excuses for the magistrate. I don't want to hear them. Lin Jianao ran panically to Wei Shuan and shouted, Right, the ice god fruit, sir. The ice god fruit must be on this brat. You can test for it with the ice god leaf. Wei Shuan snapped sharply, his eyes piercing. Do I need you to teach me how to do my job? Lin Jianao was instantly speechless, only managing to stammer. Wei Shuan continued, his voice firm as nails. In fact, before coming in I had my men use the ice god leaf to scan a radius of several thousand meters. Lin Jianao was shocked and asked, trembling, you've already scanned? What were the results? Wei Shuan berated him. The results were just as I expected. Within a several thousand-meter radius there is no trace of the ice god fruit, not even in storage rings. Lin Jianao's face went ashen. He looked at Qin Feng and muttered to himself, Nothing, how is that possible? He's a fire element user, he can't possibly have absorbed the ice god fruit, he must have hidden it somewhere else. Before Qin Feng could retort, Vice City Lord Wei Cheng roared in fury, That's enough, Lin Jianao, is there no end to this? You are baselessly framing someone. City Lord Shangguan Yunyang followed up, his tone icy, Lin Jianao. From this moment on I am revoking your position as counselor. From here on out, you're on your own. Facing everyone's accusations, Lin Jianao was in a panic. He quickly shouted, Wait, hold on, Lord Inspector, there's one last thing to check. Test his fire element talent. He reached 1-star great perfection before the age of 20. If his talent isn't at least low-grade genius, then something is very suspicious. Although Wei Shuan was angry, he still nodded, as one of the main purposes of his trip was indeed to test Qin Feng's talent. He ordered his men, "Go and prepare immediately." The soldiers replied respectfully, "Yes, sir," and left at once. Wei Shuan turned to Qin Feng and said in a gentler tone, "Young friend Qin Feng, the second purpose of my visit to Yunyang City is to test your potential. You are the talented youth that City Lord Shangguan personally reported." The City Lord smiled humbly. "It was all thanks to Vice City Lord Wei's keen eye for talent. What a good City Lord." Not taking the credit, Qin Feng thought, then nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Lord City Lord and Lord Vice City Lord, for your support." Wei Shuan continued, his voice steady. "In any case, the Southern Alliance values talent greatly. If you reach a certain level, the Alliance will provide corresponding rewards as encouragement. Coincidentally, Lin Jianao doubts your talent, so this is also a chance for you to clear your name. If there's nothing wrong with your talent, I assume you won't mind." Just then, Wei Shuan's subordinates brought over the aptitude tester. Qin Feng said with a brilliant smile, "Of course not." But inwardly he was thinking, Lin Jianao just won't let up. Good thing I was prepared. "Just wait and see the show I put on for you." Wei Shuan spoke again, his tone serious. "Young friend Qin Feng, to completely clear Lin Jianao's suspicions, I need to test your fire element talent. Do you have any objections?" Qin Feng glanced at Lin Jianao and thought, HMPH, Lin Jianao is certainly a tenacious opponent. He's considered details that ordinary people would overlook. Too bad for him. Luck is on my side. With that thought, he stood up and said clearly, "Sir, I understand. Please feel free to test me." Hearing Qin Feng's affirmative answer, Wei Shuan nodded and ordered his subordinates, "Begin." Receiving the order, several officers immediately replied, "Yes, sir," and quickly began their preparations. Once everything was ready, an officer reported, "Team leader, the ambient fire element shish value is 1.07. The team leader nodded and ordered, "Calibrate the sensitivity. Lower the nanoprobe sensitivity to 0.1. The officer followed the order and executed it immediately. After all preparations were complete, he walked up to Qin Feng and said respectfully, "It is done. The testing device is operating normally. Lord Count, please place your hand in the fire elemental power sensing zone." Qin Feng gave a brilliant smile and nodded. "All right." He stepped forward and placed his hand into the testing device. He gently circulated his true energy, and a brilliant flame enveloped him, drawing gasps of admiration from the crowd. On the screen the numbers began to climb, 1, 2, 3, then reached 5. When the number hit 9, a stir went through the room. 9. The talent value has reached 9. This proved that Qin Feng's talent had reached high-grade excellent. If it could reach 10, he would officially enter the ranks of low-grade genius. Lin Jianao stood in a corner sweating, thinking, so it's 9. It can't possibly go any higher, can it? No sooner had he finished his thought than the number jumped to 10. Everyone was stunned, shouting in unison, "Heavens, genius grade, low-grade genius. Few in the entire alliance can achieve this." Lin Jianao's jaw dropped. He was speechless, his face ashen. Vice City Lord Wei Qing was beaming, praising him endlessly. "Excellent, excellent, Qin Feng, you didn't disappoint us. Your talent truly is at the genius grade." City Lord Shangguan Yunyang also nodded excitedly. Combined with his god-level combat talent, he's definitely a super genius. Yunyang City might get an upgrade this time. As everyone was marveling, Qin Feng suddenly channeled more spiritual power into the device. The number instantly shot up to 11. The room erupted as if a bomb had gone off. Everyone was dumbfounded. Level 11, mid-grade genius. Wei Qing could only repeat himself, his voice filled with extreme excitement. Good, this is great." Shangguan Yunyang's eyes widened as he thought in shock. "This kid, his talent is even higher than mine." Qin Feng's eyes flew open as he poured all his spiritual power into the tester. The number instantly soared to 12. The room exploded. No one could believe their eyes, all crying out in unison, "Oh my god!" The City Lord Wei was flabbergasted, muttering to himself, "No way, it's high-grade genius." Inspector Wei Shuan was also stunned. "What high-grade genius?" Just then, the officer who completed the test came to report. "Report test complete, final result, level 12, high-grade genius." Hearing the result, both Shangguan Yunyang and Wei Shuan burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, wonderful, our Southern Alliance has finally produced a high-grade genius. Those folks in the Northern Alliance are always mocking us for our lack of talent. This time we'll show them." In contrast, Lin Jianao stood in a corner, pale as a ghost, trembling as he thought, "High-grade genius, it's over. I'm dead. The Lin family is finished," Wei Shuan said gravely. "Level 12, high-grade genius. At this point there's nothing more to be said." He turned and ordered, "Men, arrest Lin Jianao and escort him back to headquarters immediately." The officers responded in unison, "Yes, my lord." Just as the order was given, Lin Jianao gathered all his strength and lunged at Qin Feng, roaring, "Do you think I'll let you take me without a fight?" Seeing this, Shangguan Yunyang shouted anxiously, "Lin Jianao, stop! Qin Feng is Yunyang City's most important talent now. If you dare to harm him, you'll be signing your own death warrant." But Lin Jianao's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "He ruined our Lin family. Even if I die, I'm taking him with me." Qin Feng was unfazed, replying coldly, "Take me with you?" He circulated his spiritual energy, and a brilliant flame ignited on his fist. Lin Jianao rushed up to him, yelling, "Qin Feng, I'm going to kill you." Qin Feng snorted coldly, deftly sidestepped and threw a punch at Lin Jianao's face, shouting, "Do you have what it takes?" The punch landed with a grunt, and Lin Jianao was sent flying backward, hitting the ground before he could even react. Qin Feng rained down punch after punch on Lin Jianao, shouting as he hit him, Did you think you could bully me and my sister just because you have the Lin family's power? Is there no law in your eyes? The more he spoke, the heavier his punches became. Lin Jianao was powerless to fight back, able only to endure the beating. Qin Feng poured all his past grievances and anger into every punch. He roared with all his might. Do you think I'm the same weak Qin Feng from before? Hasn't Chu suffered enough from your bullying? I knew you wouldn't let us go, but this time I will never give you another chance to hurt her. City Lord Shangguan Yunyang, Wei Shuan and Wei Qing could only stare, mouths agape, exclaiming, What is happening? Shangguan Yunyang was particularly stunned. Lin Jianao is a 4-star master after all, but was completely crushed by Qin Feng. Qin Feng, he's too strong. At this point, Lin Jianao had been beaten to a pulp, unable to fight back at all. Qin Feng gathered all his strength for one final blow, shouting, If you dare harm Chu over a personal grudge, don't blame me for being merciless. With a loud bang, Lin Jianao was sent flying by the punch, landing heavily on the ground amidst the stunned and bewildered gazes of the crowd. After the fight, Qin Feng turned calmly and said serenely, Don't worry, I held back. I didn't kill him. Letting him die so easily would have been getting off too lightly. Wei Shuan nodded and said in a deep voice, Good, we still need to hand him over to the Alliance to answer for this incident, he immediately ordered. Men, seize him and take him back to headquarters at once, he turned and explained. Lin Jianao and Zhu Changtong made a private deal. Although he's guilty, there's still a sliver of hope for him, Wei Qing interjected, her tone serious. But this compounds his crimes. I'm afraid his chances of survival are slim this time. Shangguan Yunyang nodded coldly. A person like him deserves no sympathy. He brought this upon himself. To be this foolish, he had it coming. After dealing with Lin Jianao, Wei Qing said with a bright smile, Now that the matter with Lin Jianao is settled, Inspector General, shouldn't you give this kid Qin Feng his score? Wei Shuan laughed heartily. Haha, all right, let's calculate young friend Qin Feng's score right away. Shangguan Yunyang and Wei Qing's faces were filled with pride, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The higher Qin Feng's final assessed grade, the more lavish his rewards would be, and the greater the glory he would bring to Yunyang City. The two exchanged a glance and smiled, their eyes full of joy. Seeing Shangguan Yunyang and Wei Qing's jubilant expressions, Qin Feng could only scratch his head with a wry smile, feeling a bit embarrassed. At that moment, an officer holding a document stepped forward and reported respectfully, Sir, the Earl's score has been calculated. We reviewed Earl Qin Feng's combat footage. His combat rating is S-rank, earning 20 points. His comprehensive combat power has reached the early 3-star level at the age of 17, which according to the regulations for strength and age earns 10 points. His cultivation talent is rated as top-grade genius, earning 70 points in total. Earl Qin Feng has received a perfect score of 100 points, meeting the criteria for a first-class genius. Wei Shuan, Shangguan Yunyang and Wei Qing were all dumbfounded, exclaiming in unison, My God, is this for real? Tisk tisk, a perfect score of 100. Wei Qing laughed loudly. This kid is always full of surprises, as they say. The new generation surpasses the old. It's not that strange, really. Wei Shuan turned to Shangguan Yunyang, gave him a thumbs up and said heartily, City Lord Shangguan, congratulations. With a genius like this, Yunyang City's promotion is a sure thing. Shangguan Yunyang was overjoyed, beaming as he said, Lord Wei, you flatter me, you flatter me. Wei Shuan looked at Qin Feng and said gently, All right, our business here is concluded. It's time for me to return and report. Young friend, I will report your and Chu's test results. The Alliance will deliver your rewards within 3 days. Farewell. Shangguan Yunyang added, Young brother Qin Feng, once I've taken care of everything, we'll talk in detail. We'll be leaving now. Qin Feng bowed and said respectfully, Yes, thank you for your hard work, Inspector General and City Lord. After everyone had left, Qin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, the threat from the Lin family was finally dealt with. Chu cheered from the side. That's great, we're finally safe. Qin Feng smiled and patted her shoulder. We're more than just safe. Your big brother is now one of the top geniuses not only in Yunyang City but in the entire Southern Alliance, he said confidently. This time not only can I protect you, I can also give you the happiest life. Chu's eyes widened in surprise. The happiest life, brother, will you protect me forever? Qin Feng nodded firmly. Of course, I'll protect you for the rest of your life. Hearing this, the girl suddenly stood on her tiptoes, gave Qin Feng a light peck on the cheek and beamed like a flower in bloom. Brother is the best. Chu wants to be with you forever. Qin Feng laughed and pinched her nose. You silly girl, teasing your brother again. The two of them stood side by side, gazing together at the setting sun over Yunyang City, their hearts filled with tranquility, free from any worries.